Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Oh man, today, well, Mr. Z was fighting for his life as per usual. So y'all already know why Mr. Z is late and had to push the time back because of course I did. But today we are speaking about the inevitable. What decades of I don't need no man and I could do bad all by myself leads to what a decade or so of Me Too or street harassment campaign or anti-street harassment campaign, um, which make it seem like any type of weird or awkward moments between men and women is automatic grounds for throwing him under the jail or under the prison. Well, we're here now.
I am inevitable.
And so we're going to be covering a couple of things. We're not going to get too deep. Pause. Um, today, I kind of just want to speak about how the ladies sound, what they're saying, the ahistoricism of it all. They're not actually considering the men are responding to you and the environment and your mothers and foremothers and how they spoke, which you also see from some of these clips, but from many others that I did not link, is the women taking a supremely generous view of things concerning themselves. What is Mr. Z saying? The women saying to themselves, "Oh, it's because we're intimidating to the men. That's why they're not approaching, and they're not approaching because you look like you're expensive. You look like you have yourself put together, and that's why the men are not approaching." And all of this self flattery, diddling of themselves and their egos. They never stop to consider, huh? Is it possible that the young men are responding to the environment when we told them that they were creepers and weird, when we told them to leave us alone, when we told them, no, I don't want a man, I want that man, right? Huh. Is it possible that the men and the young men are responding to the environment? And then what does that now mean for my dating prospects, my courting prospects, my marriage prospects, my don't say it, Z, you know you're gonna throw up. My prospects with a partner, huh? Family. They're so generous to themselves, overly so. Oh, the men are so intimidated. That's why they're not walking up. It's because we look expensive. It's because we leveled up, and many of them can't afford us. Yawn, right? Yeah, that's the issue, huh? You know, a bit of self flattery doesn't hurt anyone. Having your head so far up your rear end that you can't see anything else outside of your own perspective, now that's a problem. And so you surround yourself with like minded individuals, other women, who all y'all do is blow smoke up each other's rear end every day, all day, and occasionally, munch on each other, that part. Huh? Why? Because your little fragile ego can't take the men are responding to the environment. And there's nothing that elders can do about it to change it. The men and women who are trying to shame the men, where's the real men? The men aren't men anymore. Yawn, right? The young men and the men are responding to the environment. The 25-year-olds were 15 when y'all were talking street harassment. They were 13 and 14 and 15 years old. You don't think that had an effect on the way they developed and the way they thought and the way they think about women or girls or females and how to approach and whether they should approach or not? Uh-oh. All of the hidden camera gym crap y'all doing where y'all are wearing the most scantily clad things in the gym, or with the weird ass maneuvers in the gym and gestures and the way y'all are exercising, and the second a man even glances your way, he's a whole stalker and a creeper. You don't think that's having an effect on the 22-year-old young men, the 23, 24, 25, 26-year-old young men? Y'all have been pulling these stunts for a few years now. Huh? Oh boy. There is The young men are responding to the environment that y'all helped create, dear women. And so we're gonna play this because Mr. Z gotta go on a rant after this to remind us what Mr. Z said over a year ago now. But let's play this again.
I have these young girls who, like, we're friendly with. Beautiful, smart. They went out one night. They told me where they went. They went here for dinner. They went there for drinks. Not one guy came over to them. Not one. Anywhere.
First, fair use, right? Fair use, right? So, once again, fair use. We're going to play it one more time because I think you think that we owe the women. Let's play it again so that Mr. Z could go on his rant again.
I have these young girls who, like, we're friendly with. Beautiful, smart. They went out one night. They told me where they went. They went here for dinner. They went there for drinks. Not one guy came over to them. Not one. Anywhere.
We don't owe those women that. It's a new day. The social contract is somewhere in the fireplace where the women threw it. It's ashes, and it's not going to be no phoenix either. Huh? The social contract is somewhere in the toilet after the women used it to wipe their rear ends. Huh? We don't owe the women walking up to them. We don't owe them flirting with them. We don't owe them being charismatic. We don't owe them dressing well enough for them to find us appealing or attractive. We don't owe them keeping ourselves groomed. We owe them nothing. Absolutely nothing. We don't owe them because they spent however long getting ready and going on a girls' night out and hoping that at least one chisel chin, black man, white man, Latino man, Asian man walks up to them and flirts with them, and so they can get their little Copperfield and grind up on his erect member in the club. We don't owe them that. We don't owe them making them hot and bothered and using that roaster when they get home. Oops. We don't owe them that. Men owe women nothing, just like women owe men nothing. You know what you've been informing us of for decades now. Tell the women to get it from their rose toy. Huh? Another thing, and another thing. Dear America, dear middle-aged and older white women and black men and white men and Latinos and Latinas and Asian women and Middle Easterners, etc., etc. Stop telling us how kick-ass your daughter is. It's not up to you. Ooh, goddamn, Z. Are you dating her? What type of incest y'all on? It's not up to you to decide how kick-ass your daughter is and whether she's wife material or not. That's up to the young men. That's up to the men. Uh-oh, you should have raised her better. That's great. Your daughter has her career and she's making good money and she's a good daughter and she's a good employee and she's a good friend. Not so much. Is she a good wife? Ooh. How can you tell, Z? Is she a good girlfriend? Yikes. Uh oh. Uh oh. Huh? All of these people keep on telling us how kick ass their daughters are. You know, she has this degree and she's working on her career and she's doing this well and your dad, her and her friends, and they're so great. And it's not up to you. You don't get to decide whether your daughter has grandchildren or not. That's up to the men. You don't get to decide whether your daughter has someone on the other side of that aisle when her dad walks her down it. That's up to the men. Huh? I ain't even gonna read that one out loud, Adrian, but true. It's up to the men. If your daughter 50, 45, with no wedding ring, no prospects, no kids, maybe a kid, the men have spoken. God damn, Z. Ooh, ooh. Yikes. Oh, huh? Thank you, Grab Second Gear. It's the buyer's choice. Dear ma'am, whoever you are, whatever show that was, it's the buyer's choice. It's not up to you. If the men are walking to the dealership and they're leaving the car on the lot, then that means that the car maybe not is not worth as much as y'all say it is. We're not saying it's not worth anything, but that high ass price y'all asking for? Nope. Huh? If we're sending the car back to the manufacturer, then maybe it's defective. Ooh, goddamn, Z. Ooh. But tell us more, ma'am, about how these young women are going out and the men are not approaching. Tell us more.
These young girls who like we're friendly with, beautiful, smart. They went out one night. They told me where they went. They went here for dinner. They went there for drinks. Not one guy came over to them. Not one. Anywhere.
Ma'am, it's not up to you to decide whether these women are beautiful or not. It's up to the men. And even if the women are beautiful, it's up to the men if they want to approach or not. And even if they approach, it's up to them if they want to follow up or not. It's up to the men. Did y'all raise these women? I know you said you know these women. They may not be your daughters or whatnot, but did these women get raised by parents that raised them to be a good wife in the future? And once again, it doesn't matter whether you find them beautiful. Do the men find them beautiful? Beautiful enough to approach them, beautiful enough to get the information, beautiful enough to follow up, beautiful enough to date, beautiful enough to stay, beautiful enough to propose, beautiful enough to marry, beautiful enough to stay married. Ooh, goddamn. Wait, Z. Wait, Z. That's not up to the men because the women are the ones who break up relationships 9 out of 10 times, literally. And the women are the ones who file for divorce anywhere between 7 out of 10 and 8 out of 10 times. Uh-oh. Huh? Dear ma'am, it's not up to you or other women of your age. It's not up to the men. They could attempt to shame us all they want. If y'all raised, and y'all did, if you raised a bunch of insufferable, mean, condescending, rude, entitled, consumerist, materialistic brats who look like they're 28 and 32 and 35 and 40 and 42 and 45, but inside is a scorned 12-year-old, 8-year-old, then the men have decided she is not marriage material. There's a whole lot of you trying to shirk off your little broken ass daughters onto the young men. Why? Because she has a degree. Why? Because she's financially successful. Oh, why? Because she can speak well and she can clean up well. Yeah, is she a good wife though? Uh-oh. Will she get on a man's program and stay there? Everything else is pretty much inconsequential. It doesn't matter. Great, your daughter's kick ass in her career. Next. That's great. Okay, good, 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 good. Huh? A lot of men and women are trying to shirk off. They're chronically in debt, emotionally stunted, mentally confused at best, adult daughters on men, and tell those men, oh, don't bring her back. Well, based off of divorce and who files for divorce, it won't be the men bringing her back. It will be her destroying that marriage and then walking back of her own accord and volition. Huh? Oh, man. Sherelle, for real, though. Sherelle says, she kick ass, but she's an asshole. Say that. Huh? Listen to her. They're beautiful, man. Especially for men like Z who grew up in South Florida. Beautiful, dime a dozen. What else you got? She's doing well in her career. Yawn. Huh? She's smart. She's intelligent. Yawn. Ma'am, is she on antidepressant pills because her life actually is not as great as she wanted it to be? Uh-oh. And she's coping with the pills? Uh-oh. Huh? Or is she putting on a brave face, but really she's dying inside? Huh? No, we're leaving these women out here in the cold in 2025. That's what we're doing. I want to be very clear. This was always going to happen. This is why Mr. Z's title is what it is. This was inevitable. This was always going to happen.
I am inevitable.
Why? Because this is what y'all wanted. Oh, you didn't think this is what you wanted. You didn't read the fine print. You're bad. Huh? We gonna let this lady say it one more again and then we're gonna move on. Let's let her say it one more again so we can tell her about her daughter and her homegirls and that golden girls lifestyle they live in. Huh? That thank you for being a friend of me, really, for women. Especially black women. They frenemies like a mug. Let's let her say it one more time. Here y'all go.
I have these young girls who like we're friendly with. Beautiful, smart. They went out one night. They told me where they went. They went here for dinner. They went there for drinks. Not one guy came over to them. Not one. Anywhere.
Yeah, because, well, they're not owed that, number one. Number two, both your age group and definitely the 30-somethings, the under 40s, definitely the under 45s, have been making sure to let the men know, number one, they owe us nothing. Number two, they don't dress up really for the men. They dress up to compete against other women. Should have never told us that, even if you were lying, especially if you were lying. Huh? The women have made sure to tell us that they're not dressing for the regular guy. They're dressing for the 6'3", 4, 10, right? 7'2" tall dude with the 8-pack and the 15-inch member. That's a millionaire, billionaire. That's what they've been saying to us for decades. So the men got the memo. The men got the memo. And now the women and their parents are going to have to deal with the fact that the men got the memo, and the men said, well, you know what, you could go do your Golden Girls thing with your homegirls, with your girlfriends. Huh? You could do that. You could do your antidepressant pills thing. You could do that, right? You're supposed to be rich auntie, so you got all the money, right? You could do that. You could diddle yourself with whatever toy you have in your nightstand. You could do that, huh? The men don't owe the women. They don't, huh? So once again, fair use, fair use. We're gonna use this clip now. We're gonna play this, right? It gives you a second, and here we go.
Women in your 30s, I have a question for you. So my question is, what are your plans if you are single, you're unmarried, don't have any prospects, you're not dating, and you genuinely desire to be a mother?
15 minutes later.
I am feeling pretty sad today. I just wrapped up a telehealth appointment to begin the egg freezing process, and I just left feeling so single. I remember when I was in my mid-20s, early 20s, laughing with my friends, being like, oh, if we're still single, we're gonna have to freeze our eggs and we're 32. LOL, we're all kind of joking, and I just did not think that I was genuinely going to find myself single at 31, starting this process alone. And I was just listening to my doctor, who was so wonderful, walk through.
Wait a minute, y'all. I couldn't get through it. I just want, wherever you are, the Raj Report. I told you this 3-4 years ago. Their backup plan, their in case of emergency break glass plan, is to put those eggs on ice. Huh? Now, we already know from, what was the name? What's her name? Marcia Inhorn, I think it was, the PhD, who said most of the women who freeze their eggs never come and get the eggs. Not because they found a man, but because they got so depressed and they didn't find a man and they never got married, that they never came and got the eggs. Oh. Dear America, you produced this. Stop blaming the men, the young men, you cowards. These are your daughters that you raised. These are your daughters that you hit with all type of weirdo advertisement and lifestyle branding. Dear America, these are your products. These are products of you. These little insufferable, materialistic a-holes. You imagine what has America produced where you're causing the men to override their own goddamn libido and not want to pipe your daughter, not risk everything, because that's how the men are built, to pipe your daughters. You imagine? The environment is such a super drug, it's so toxic that the men are overriding their own hardwiring and not chasing after every cute face with a bubble butt. You imagine? So yes, the 18 to 25-year-old young men are not walking up to women, and they've never walked up to a woman in their life. Yeah, because they grew up during Me Too and street harassment. Huh? They grew up with hearing how this guy's a creeper and this guy's a stalker and this guy is weird and this guy's a dweeb. That's how they grew up. Uh-oh. Don't glance her way at the gym. Huh? Don't say, hey, beautiful. None of it. None of it. Nope. Nope. Huh? Wow. You know, which one was it? Is it Bumble? where the women are supposed to initiate contact, and they wanted to kind of switch all of that because the women aren't, and the women aren't following through. Then the women threw a big ass hissy fit, temper tantrum, because the site and all these other ad execs and everyone was like, "Hey, ladies, we know y'all want to have sex, and we know y'all want to do this, and tighten up." Yeah, y'all put the power in the women's hands, and they fumbled the ball. Should have saw that coming. Thank you, Guy Incognito. Bumble tanked because women still didn't choose. Y'all gave the women the power to initiate, and y'all realize, as I've said before, the women don't actually want the power. The women want to be with the man with the power. When you give them the power, they automatically destroy everything because not enough men are on my level. Oh, God. Okay, yeah. All right. All right. All right, ladies, we hear you. All right. Huh? So this lady froze her eggs. At least she went to go get her eggs frozen at 31, which, okay, she's a little ahead of the curve. All the rest of them usually wait until 36 and older. But she can already see a future that seems a bit bleak. And we've been following her on and off for a few years now. She keeps on making videos. She's going to mixers. She's, dudes are mocking her because of her voice. We've been watching her for a few years. She keeps on posting about her dating situation or lack thereof, better yet. And well, ma'am, there is one consolation prize. You're not alone. Uh-oh. Huh? You're not alone. That's one consolation prize. There's other women just like you, white, black, Latina, and even some Asian women. Huh? And once again, as I've said multiple times to the young men, whether that's passport bros, whether that's SYSBM, right? Whether that's the guys that are not going anywhere, but they're going to find the best for the job. And if they don't, so be it. They'll get in where they fit in, giggity, right? They'll get in where they fit in, but they're not trying to have a family with none of these weirdo chicks or anything like that. And to those young men, I say once again,
now that's how you supposed to drive. From now on, that's how you drive.
Huh? So once again, fair use, fair use. And we're gonna play this again. Here y'all go. And hopefully we can actually play this all the way through. But y'all know how Z goes. Here we go.
Women in your 30s, I have a question for you. So my question is, what are your plans if you are single, you're unmarried, don't have any prospects, you're not dating, and you genuinely desire to be a mother?
15 minutes later.
I am feeling pretty sad today. I just wrapped up a telehealth appointment to begin the egg freezing process, and I just left feeling so single. I remember when I was in my mid-20s, early 20s, laughing with my friends, being like, oh, if we're still single, we're gonna have to freeze our eggs and we're 32. LOL, we're all kind of joking, and I just did not think that I was genuinely going to find myself single at 31, starting this process alone. And I was just listening to my doctor, who was so wonderful, walk through the process, and the whole time I just kept thinking, I just can't believe I'm single at 31. And it would be one thing if I wasn't even trying, if I wasn't putting myself out there, but it feels like I'm putting myself out there all the time.
Here is one of the main reasons why men would rather date younger women. Yes, I know that they have gaslighted us for years and called us everything from insecure, sassy to perv for ignoring older women like Brussels sprouts.
Men who date significantly younger women only. When someone's 18, early 20s, a woman, and she's still figuring out herself, and then the guy's 40 plus, sometimes I wonder, I'm like, where is your headspace at? But I also have a sensitivity to that of power dynamics, and because the younger person is still developing their frontal cortex. I've talked about this online, and I get a lot of pushback. You're just old and bitter.
But here, witness.
Wait a minute, Z. Wait a minute. Ma'am, I won't even use the old and bitter. I will just straight up say it. We want someone young. We want someone young. We want someone fresh. We want someone that's not jaded and coarse. someone that you could still work with in that oozy, use that word that Dr. Sabrina Springs hates, pliant. Ooh, goddamn. Huh? Yes, the 40-something-year-old men are still dating 20-some-odd-year-old women. And the problem is, well, it's only about the sex. Maybe. And the problem would be, the men want someone who isn't jaded. Someone, hopefully, who isn't as cold and calculated. Someone who gave their love to someone 10 and 15 and 20 years ago, and now they're just looking at you for security and stability and a check and a safety net and an emotional tampon. Uh-oh. Huh? Ma'am, okay. The 40-some-odd-year-old, maybe even 50-some-odd-year-old men are looking at the women in their 20s and maybe early 30s, maybe, possibly. And the problem here would be, what's the problem? Exactly, Afro-National. It's not rocket science. Why would a 53-year-old, 54-year-old man want to be with a 53-year-old, 54-year-old? Ma'am, Lisa Ray is 57. Why would a 57-year-old man want to be with Lisa Ray? Why? Huh? Ma'am, have you seen her face? That resting B face, that resting yitch face? Why would a man want to be with that? God forbid marry that. I don't know, in his 60s? Huh? Madam, this is simple. This is not rocket science, as Afro National said. The men want someone who isn't jaded, who will get on his program, who won't question his every move, and who can move, who doesn't come with too much baggage. Right? Someone who's not as cold and calculating. What's wrong with that? Ma'am, you can always date younger. I hope you have PlayStation 5 money. Huh? You could always date younger. He could date younger, you could date younger. Let's see how it work out for both of y'all. Ooh. Huh? Let's see whose lover stays longer. Yours or the man of your similar age. Uh-oh. Ma'am, you could do the same thing. You could be 40 some odd years old or 50 some odd years old and, date the 20 something year old or the 30-year old, the 32-year old. Let's see how it works though. Huh? Yawn. Anyway, let's continue, y'all. Well, actually, we got to start it all over. Mr. Z gonna try to get through this without saying much, but the likeliness though. And here we go.
Women in your 30s, I have a question for you. So my question is, what are your plans if you are single, you're unmarried, don't have any prospects, you're not dating, and you genuinely desire to be a mother?
15 minutes later.
I am feeling pretty sad today. I just wrapped up a telehealth appointment to begin the egg freezing process, and I just left feeling so single. I remember when I was in my mid-20s, early 20s, laughing with my friends, being like, oh, if we're still single, we're gonna have to freeze our eggs and we're 32. LOL, we're all kind of joking, and I I just did not think that I was genuinely going to find myself single at 31 starting this process.
Goddamn, Z, really? You cut it off shorter than last time. So something I'm really considering now is what she said. She was joking about it with friends when she was younger, in her early 20s and mid 20s and whatnot, whatever she said. It was a joke. And I can appreciate that. You know, you're joke. You're not really you're not really considering that there might be something up with you and your girlfriends that would cause y'all to truly be single. What is she, 31? She said 31, 32. You never considered that. And I can see how you don't consider that in your 20s. You don't think about the environment. You don't think about what the young men have to go through. You don't think about, ma'am, first of all, I think you're being a bit hyperbolic, but okay, fine. The rush is real, though. I appreciate it. I understand it. Okay. Number one. Number two, y'all never actually wonder what the men are going through and why the men aren't approaching. And when y'all do, y'all give yourself the most glamorous, generous answer concerning yourself. What has transpired, what has happened over the past few decades that would cause the 28-year-old not to approach you, ma'am, when you were 24 and 25 and 26? Huh? Ma'am, you said you're 31? What's gone on in America over the past decade or so? Since you were 21 and 20 years old, what has transpired that would cause the young men to approach you? You still look young enough? Huh? Y'all never consider it. It's so self-centered. It's so selfish. It's so myopic. All of these women complaining about the dating and mating landscape never consider what the men are going through. So you get what you get then. Serves you right. It's all me. And I mean, I feel so insecure, and I feel so small, and I feel so invisible, and I feel so insignificant. And y'all still try to hide it behind BS encouraging language. Yawn. Huh? It's so self-centered. It's so self-centered. Fine. Okay, fine. You want to be self-centered? Perfectly okay. How is that working for you, though? How is that working for other Black women that's similarly situated to you? I'm assuming college educated, doing well enough to maybe have your own place. Huh? How is that working for you and scores of other Black women who are in similar socioeconomic positions as you? Huh? Train tracks. How is that working? I bet it's not. And it never will. What we're doing right now, everyone, what we're reaching, what everybody is witnessing, is the market cap of doing for the women and saying to the men, the young Black men, to hell with you, get it out the mud. The set-asides for the women, the lookout for the women, okay, fine. Okay, if that's where America was, especially in Black America, fine. We're going to do for the women, and the men are just going to have to get out the mud, and whatever men rise up to the occasion, that's who my daughter's going to end up with. Uh-oh. Huh? Well, actually,
a few moments later.
Your daughter's still single. Say it again, Z.
A few moments later.
Your daughter still don't have no kids. Say it again, Z.
A few moments later.
Your daughter out here freezing her eggs. Say it again, Z.
A few moments later.
Your daughter's crying herself to sleep at night. Say it again, Z.
A few moments later.
Your daughter's buzzing herself to death with that goddamn rose toy. Say it again, Z.
A few moments later.
Your daughter's out here doing the Golden Girls life with the rest of her single-ass girlfriends. Say it again, Z.
A few moments later.
Your daughter's out here experimenting with her sexuality and munching on another woman, or getting munched on by another woman. Uh-oh. Huh? We've reached the market cap of looking out for the girls and the women, particularly in the black community, and having a very dismissive and antagonistic framing when it came to the men and the boys. Looking at the men and the boys as they're nothing but tools, as if we still ain't leave the plantation yet. Ooh, goddamn, see? And we reached the market cap of that. So now your daughters are out here. Huh? But don't worry, black men's ineptitude and incompetence and laziness and colorism and sexism, y'all don't got to worry about that, because your daughter's going to end up with a non-black man because black men are so incapable. Ain't that right? Tell them, Ed.
Mario, Jorge, Cartwright, Shang Tsung, we got a thrift store of leftover bitches. They're leftover because apparently it ain't enough niggas is worth a damn. Whatever. Point is, they left over. We need you to come pick them up. No instruction manual. Figure it out. Sprinkle some white ice on it. Maybe, I've heard the white ice is colder. Sprinkle some white ice on it. It goes with everything. If you come within the next 24 hours, we'll give you a complimentary book on how to date black women for white men. That's a $4 value.
Huh? Don't worry, dear black elders, black parents to black daughters. Don't worry. Young black men and their immaturity and their incompetence, right? Their sexism, their misogyny or misogynorism or whatever you want to call it. Don't worry, that's not going to hinder your daughter's prospects because she could just date out. Huh? She can just date out. She just end up with the white man, you know?
Man could have saved your child.
Superman, the omnipotent, omniscient white man, right? Dear America, you produced these girls that are now women. You raised them. Huh? And they've made themselves, and you've made them, so insufferable that no one can do anything with that at all. Not even other women. Check that domestic violence rate for same-sex loving relationships concerning women. Oops. Especially black women. Uh-oh. And from Africa I came says, Z got shares and rose to I swear. I don't, but that's funny. I'm going to play something. You inspired something. I'm going to get to it in a little bit. I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it in a little bit. But let's see if Mr. Z can actually go through with this the whole way this time. Probably not, but we're going to try. Here you go.
Women in your 30s, I have a question for you. So my question is, what are your plans if you are single, you're unmarried, don't have any prospects, you're not dating, and you genuinely desire to be a mother?
15 minutes later.
I am feeling pretty sad today. I just wrapped up a telehealth appointment to begin the egg freezing process, and I just left feeling so single. I remember when I was in my mid-20s, early 20s, laughing with my friends, being like, oh, if we're still single, we're gonna have to freeze our eggs and we're 32, LOL, we're all kind of joking, and I just did not think that I was genuinely going to find myself single at 31, starting this process alone. And I was just listening to my doctor, who was so wonderful, walk through the process, and the whole time I just kept thinking, I just can't believe I'm single at 31. And it would be one thing if I wasn't even trying, if I wasn't putting myself out there, but it feels like I'm putting myself out there all the time.
Here is one of the main reasons why men would rather date younger women. Yes, I know that they have gaslighted us for years and called us everything from insecure, sassy to perv for ignoring older women like Brussels sprouts.
Men who date significantly younger women only. When someone's 18, early 20s, a woman, and she's still figuring out herself, and then the guy's 40 plus, sometimes I wonder, I'm like, where is your headspace at? But I also have a sensitivity to that of power dynamics, and because the younger person is still developing their frontal cortex. I've talked about this online, and I get a lot of pushback. Like, you're just old and bitter.
But here, witness the birth of a quote-unquote dating with purpose girl. Now, I'm sure you have heard that term before. A title that begs the question, wasn't that supposed to be the plan from the start? No, not when there's bottomless brunches and girls trips to attend. All those first dates that she disqualified men for petty reasons because she believed that Hinge would keep providing eligible 6'5" rich bachelors to save her.
Yeah, right.
Also, mistakenly thinking that having high standards automatically grants her access to the men that meet them.
Flashback.
Shout out
There's
to
so many
Lion.
men who have been telling me to lower my standards. They've been commenting on my videos or sliding into my DMs saying, like, you're never going to find a man. And I guess I just want to say that I have dated men. I've exclusively dated men who have met my standards. If I'm being specific, I've been in 2 serious relationships, and both were with men who met all of my standards, exceeded expectations. The first one, we ended things because he got matched for a residency program that was across the country, and we didn't want to do long distance, just like didn't work out. And the second, honestly, our humors were just slightly different.
Now that she squandered off all of the thread on her Firestone tenderloin, she wants you to go through some sort of crucible test to gain access to those cakes. Blasphemy.
I'm trying to meet him in real life. I'm on the dating apps. I'm asking friends if they have anyone, and it just feels like I'm doing everything that I should be, right? Like, I really am trying. And at one point during the appointment, she was like, you have to inject yourself, or you have to take an injection as part of the process for, I think she said two weeks or so. And I just kept thinking, like, I don't even know if I could inject myself. Like, if I was dating someone, if I lived with someone, that would be easy. But now here I am thinking, like, that's just another layer of me being single throughout this whole process. And I know that this process does not mean I'm going to need to use the frozen eggs. It doesn't mean I'm not going to meet him soon. And I know that people freeze their eggs for a variety of reasons, and it's just a precaution, but I don't know, today just really got me. So yes, I'm sad today, and I might be sad tomorrow and the next day, but then I'll be okay. I don't know why that appointment got me so bad.
You know, all this egg talk reminds me of Barry Schwartz's book, The Paradox of Choice. He speaks about how too many choices equal stress and regret. While we assume more choices give us freedom, they often overwhelm us, making decisions harder and leading to regret. Dating apps like Hinge and Tinder have given these women a false illusion of choice. Truth is, most of these men only want them for a fun time, not a long time. They are definitely not thinking of having babies with these women that go on dates and sleep with multiple men. Dating apps are like Westworld for the men that she wants. You know, they go on these apps to play out their fantasies with women like this. Unfortunately, only after shelling out $15,000 to $30,000 for the in vitro procedure, yearly storage costs, and a few subcutaneous belly shots, will a modern woman understand that she should be using her years of youth to secure a man, not the bag. It's a new day, my brothers. Men don't have the patience to deal with these types of women or situations.
You guys, men are choosing themselves this year. No one is tolerating my bullshit, and it's stressing me out. It's stressing me out because who gave them the rundown? Who gave them the rundown? Where's the effort? Where's the effort? Like, why is no one begging me? Where's how dare you know your worth? Like, what? I don't know. This was not in my bingo cards of 2025. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not in my cards.
We're gonna pause right there for a second. Well, actually, we're gonna have to start over. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. She was joking, but she was not joking. Or should I say it different? She was being humorous, but she was dead ass serious. The men know their worth now. The men aren't tolerating her BS. Now, let's not be hyperbolic and act like this is every man, right? You can hear, I think, a UK accent coming from her. So this is not every man. This is not every black man. It's probably not even most. But it's enough. It's enough. The women are feeling it. They're feeling that sea change. They are. Winter is here, everyone. Huh? Winter is here. They're cold. That's what she's saying. She's cold. It's not the same. Right? We're not going to be hyperbolic, and we're not going to do too much. We're not going to be too extra and say everything's changed. It hasn't. But it's changing, and they're already feeling the difference in the temperature. They're already feeling the difference. Huh? Yeah. What happened, ladies?
We are same, but different, but still same.
Huh? This is why the 18 to 25-year-olds never approached a woman before. First off, Mr. Z gonna go here with it. Y'all said we were all equal. Uh-oh. You don't get to turn on and off when a man is supposed to be a man and approach, and when a man is not supposed to be a man. and back down and let her lead and let her initiate. No, you told the men that you could do what they do and you wouldn't have a problem with it. Emphasis on the you wouldn't have a problem with it part of the game, part of the conversation. Yeah. And so, just like what happened with Bumble, the men said, I bet, here's the keys to the Ferrari. Wait, the women crashed the Ferrari. Huh? Here's the keys to the 1,500 horsepower Supra. Wait, the women crashed the $1,500. Obviously, that's a $15,000. Excuse me, 1,500 horsepower Supra. Of course they did. Huh? Here's the keys to the 1,000 horsepower Charger. Wait, the women crashed a 1,000 horsepower Charger. What is he getting at? Ladies, you said you wouldn't have a problem with adopting certain traditional roles that the men would engage in. Well, one of them is the approach. Risking and knowing that there's a high likeliness that she's not going to find you attractive. She's not going to be interested in you. She's going to have a boyfriend or a husband. Huh? She might entertain you for a date or two, and you still not get the vagina, and you out the pocket a few $100s. She got a good dinner date, and you got nothing. The men know this, and they still approach. The men know that he might be out of the pocket a few $100s until she finally says, you know, this was great and all, and I think we could still be friends, but I'm think I'm going somewhere else with my life. And huh? The men know that's a risk, and they still approach. Uh-oh. The men know that there's a risk that the women will tell him that she has a boyfriend, even if she doesn't. He still approaches. The men know that it's a risk that the woman might roll her eyes at him, might sass him, might speak to him like he's inconveniencing her, might see him as a creeper, and the men still approach. Dear ladies, that's what we're demanding you do now. Ooh, goddamn. Ooh, ouch, ouch. Yeah, I know. Huh? Telescope, it was a Ferrari. It was a Ferrari Enzo, right? And Telescope says, women driving that Supra like Eddie Griffin in the Lambo. No, that was a Ferrari Enzo that he crashed and cost 60 or 70,000 something dollars to fix. Oh, shout out to Telescope. Yeah, he crashed that damn Enzo into that damn wall at a racetrack. They were testing it. The owner, some millionaire dude, white dude, threw him the keys, but Eddie asked to drive it, and Eddie crashed it. Right. By the way, the Enzo isn't the run of the mill, if there's even a run of the mill Ferrari. So, for those of us that know, Ferrari comes out with their flagship car like damn near once a decade type thing, once every 8 years, or it's a lengthy amount of time. And the Enzo was the flagship Ferrari at the time. And yeah, Eddie Griffin crashed that. So we're not talking about your 360s or your 430s or your 488s, right? No, we're not talking about that. Your 458 or your 488. No, he crashed the Enzo. Right. For those of us that don't, those of you that don't know, the Enzo was the flagship Ferrari before the LaFerrari. Yeah. Oh, she's from South African, Z, not UK. Okay. She's South African. Okay, thank you. Man. Huh? I'm not sure. In comparison, it says, ain't the Enzo worth $1 million now? I'm not sure. Right? Better you says I would have fought him if he wrecked my Enzo. Right? There was an article, I can't remember, because I remember reading it forever and ever ago. The company that worked on the car and brought it back up to life, and they actually, I'll look it up when I bring up the panel up. There will be a panel in a little bit, because Mr. Z doesn't have the time I usually do today, so I'm gonna give my monologue and we're gonna bring the panel up in a little. But yeah, I'll look it up. But I think it was $100 and some odd $1,000 if I remember correctly. And this was forever ago. So in today's money, it would be like 200 and some odd thousand, maybe 300,000 or something like that to bring it back up. But yeah, they were able to get it back together, right? They were able to get it back together. So yeah, back to the topic at hand, ladies. This is what you asked for. This is what you asked for. That lady saying the men know their worth now. Yeah. Oh, and the next clip after this is even more telling. The men know their worth. The young men know their worth now. That doesn't mean that the women are worthless. It does mean that this society has been putting the thumb on the scales for the women for decades, centuries, decades. And the women have an inflated ego, an inflated sense of self, and there's nothing wrong with that. Just find the man that agrees with you and that's willing to subsidize you in your inflated hot balloon ass ego. Dear ladies, y'all don't have to listen to Z. Z sounds like a Debbie Downer, a naysayer, misogynist, misogynorist, right? All type of sexist. Okay, cool. Find the man that's willing to subsidize you in that inflated hot balloon ass ego of yours. Huh? You're the prize. You're the catch. Find the man that agrees and that's willing to subsidize your ego. Huh? Oh man. Say that better you. They want to break wolves. That's why I said it. That's why you said it. Dear ladies, there's nothing wrong with that. Find the man that's a wolf that wants to be broken. Oh, that's the problem, huh? You can't find enough. Isn't that the problem, ladies? I don't expect you to admit it. I don't need to forget admitting it to Z or to anyone outside of yourself. You can't even admit it to yourself that that's the problem. Huh? And I see the super chats. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and let's see if Mr. Z can actually get through this all the way this time. We'll see. Well, I don't know about that, but we'll see. Right? Let's see.
Women in your 30s have a question for you. So my question is, what are your plans if you are single, you're unmarried, don't have any prospects, you're not dating, and you genuinely desire to be a mother?
15 minutes later.
I am feeling pretty sad today. I just wrapped up a telehealth appointment to begin the egg freezing process, and I just left feeling so single. I remember when I was in my mid-20s, early 20s, laughing with my friends, being like, oh, if we're still single, we're gonna have to freeze our eggs and we're 32, LOL, we're all kind of joking, and I just did not think that I was genuinely going to find myself single at 31, starting this process alone. And I was just listening to my doctor, who was so wonderful, walk through the process, and the whole time I just kept thinking, I just can't believe I'm single at 31. And it would be one thing if I wasn't even trying, if I wasn't putting myself out there, but it feels like I'm putting myself out there all the time.
Here is one of the main reasons why men would rather date younger women. Yes, I know that they have gaslighted us for years and called us everything from insecure, sassy to perv for ignoring older women like Brussels sprouts.
Men who date significantly younger women only. When someone's 18, early 20s, a woman, and she's still figuring out herself, and then the guy's 40 plus, sometimes I wonder, I'm like, where is your headspace at? But I also have a sensitivity to that of power dynamics, and because the younger person is still developing their frontal cortex. I've talked about this online and I get a lot of pushback, like, you're just old and bitter.
But here, witness the birth of a quote-unquote dating with purpose girl. Now I'm sure you have heard that term before, a title that begs the question, wasn't that supposed to be the plan from the start? No, not when there's bottomless brunches and girls trips to attend. All those first dates that she disqualified men for petty reasons because she believed that Hinge would keep providing eligible 6'5" rich bachelors to save her.
Let me save you. Yeah, right.
Also, mistakenly thinking that having high standards automatically grants her access to the men that meet them.
Flashback.
There's so many men who have been telling me to lower my standards. They've been commenting on my videos or sliding into my DMs saying like, you're never going to find a man. And I guess I just want to say that I have dated men. I have exclusively dated men who have met my standards. If I'm being specific, I've been in 2 serious relationships and both were with men who met all of my standards, exceeded expectations. The first one, we ended things because he got matched for a residency program that was across the country and we didn't want to do long distance, just like didn't work out. And the second, honestly, our humors were just slightly different.
Now that she squandered off all of the thread on her Firestone tenderloin, she wants you to go through some sort of crucible test to gain access to those cakes. Blasphemy.
I'm trying to meet him in real life. I'm on the dating apps. I'm asking friends if they have anyone, and it just feels like I'm doing everything that I should be, right? Like I really am trying. And at one point during the appointment, she was like, you have to inject yourself, or you have to take an injection as part of the process for, I think she said 2 weeks or so. And I just kept thinking like, I don't even know if I could inject myself. Like if I was dating someone, if I lived with someone, that would be easy. But now here I am thinking like, that's just another layer of me being single throughout this whole process. And I know that this process does not mean I'm going to need to use the frozen eggs. It doesn't mean I'm not going to meet him soon. And I know that people freeze their eggs for a variety of reasons, and it's just a precaution, but I don't know, today just really got me. So yes, I'm sad today, and I might be sad tomorrow and the next day, but then I'll be okay. I don't know why that appointment got me so bad.
All this egg talk reminds me of Barry Schwartz's book, The Paradox of Choice. He speaks about how too many choices equals stress and regret. While we assume more choices give us freedom, they often overwhelm us, making decisions harder and leading to regret. Dating apps like Hinge and Tinder have given these women a false illusion of choice. Truth is, most of these men only want them for a fun time, not a long time. They are definitely not thinking of having babies with these women that go on dates and sleep with multiple men. Dating apps are like Westworld for the men that she wants. You know, they go on these apps to play out their fantasies with women like this. Unfortunately, only after shelling out $15,000 to $30,000 for the in vitro procedure, yearly storage costs, and a few subcutaneous belly shots, will a modern woman understand that she should be using her years of youth to secure a man, not the bag. It's a new day, my brothers. Men don't have the patience to deal with these types of women or situations.
You guys, men are choosing themselves this year. No one is tolerating my bullshit, and it's stressing me out. It's stressing me out because who gave them the rundown? Who gave them the rundown? Where's the effort? Where's the effort? Like, why is no one begging me? Where's how dare you know your worth? Like, what? I don't know. This was not in my bingo cards of 2025. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's not in my cards.
I dated one seriously, but others I just went on dates with, and oh my God, they had that same kind of attitude. Been single for years, has his career, that's what he's focused on. He does not care about any kind of serious relationship, right? That's Atlanta.
But you just tapped on it. They know they're the prize. But they're,
what do you mean they know they're the prize?
Message!
They're delusional. They think they know that they're the prize.
Now, did you catch that moment of truth, that Freudian slip?
They know they're the prize. Like
and look how quickly the sisterhood reprimanded her and put her back on script.
What do you mean they know
they're not the prize. They're delusional.
And like a sheep, she fell right back in line. The lie must be kept alive at all costs. It has become their new religion, so to speak. I mean, really think about it.
Look at the stats on the woman on the top space.
And focusing on his career. They are calling him delusional for a belief he didn't even admit to. I mean, you can't make this stuff up.
But the few that I've encountered just out and about, mingling and stuff, is they are entitled and they are accustomed to a certain behavior, a certain characteristic of women.
Okay.
Aggressive women. But also, how many women to one man in Atlanta?
It doesn't even matter.
Double digits, but
it is,
those women flock to them. They cater to them.
Look at the stats on the woman's face at the
women
top.
in New York, we're
not
like
her.
the
one in the
don't
pink.
talk to me. It's going to be hard
the guys
to talk
are
to me.
aggressive and they're going to approach you every time.
But here, I was taken aback when I saw how women would send men drinks and aggress towards them.
Overly submissive early on.
So a man expects that every single time until they meet you, me, you.
Right. Yeah. And we got to be the ones that challenge it.
As he should. These are definitely future or current single mothers and frozen egg donors, incapable of living under a roof with a man. They better straighten up fast and unbig their back before it's too late. I also didn't know Jade Cargill was doing podcasts. Listen. But wait a minute. You didn't smash the bell and press the like button. Blasphemy. And although you will never...
Shout out to Destro. Indigo, let me read this one now. Indigo says, and thank you for the super chat. Hate the game. The lady in the pink that I kept on referring to on that clip just now, she's the friend that keep all of them single. Y'all saw the sass on her face. Y'all saw when she checked the short haircut sister and said, no, he's not the prize. He's delusional. She's the one that keep y'all single for her pride. Huh? Dear ma'am with the shorter haircut, you're probably right, and the men you're attracted to are the prize. Get on their program and stay there. That lady in the pink is going to have you single for indefinitely, forever. Sandlot, forever, forever. It was Sandlot, right? I think it was Sandlot. Yeah. Huh? The reason why I want to play that clip is for that prize conversation. That young lady in the pink is the friend that keeps them single forever. Every friend circle has that one of those where the rest of them, they finally make it through to some goddamn sense. They say, you know what? Are we sure that the men want to sign up for what the hell we talking about? Eventually, it takes them forever, but somebody gonna get there eventually. And there's always one of them in that crew that says, screw that, we're gonna keep on going the wrong way. To death. Huh? We're gonna do our Golden Girls thing to death. Huh? Indigo, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I need to get that camera on you, man. I need to get the camera. You mad? I need to get the camera on. I do. Shout out to Cam. Right. What's going on, Mr. Donnie Mac? I definitely want to play. Shout out to Destro. Destro caught exactly what Z caught. She reeled that lady right back on in. No, they're not the prize. They're delusional. Ma'am, y'all sound like y'all all goddamn single. Who's the delusional one? Huh? Even the lady with the platinum blonde weave that Destro made fun of. Y'all all know what it is. Especially if you're in Atlanta or any one of these cities where the women far outnumber the men. What did you think? Wait, you think you're not going to compete for the men? Get out of your goddamn ego. No, you know what? You can stay in your ego. You can stay in your ego. You know what? You can stay in your egos, ladies. Stay in your ego and stay single. Huh? And to the men, I say, well.
Now that's how you supposed to drive. From now on, that's how you drive.
Huh? Ma'am, you can stay in you can stay in your ego. Huh? So I'm not surprised by this at all. Not one iota. There's always a friend in the friend group that's gonna keep them single damn near indefinitely. Huh? Oh, give me a second. And Guy Incognito, give me a second. Let me read it. And Guy Incognito says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Guy Incognito says, I was able to sling D, but struggled to find a girlfriend. How effed up was that? And yes, I'm over 6 feet and do well. And that's what it is. Huh? Yeah, that was hysterical when he said unbig their back. It wasn't the first time. It's not the first time I've heard it, but it definitely is funny every time I hear it. And shout out to Brooklyn Coast. Right? Brooklyn Coast TV. But yeah, no, so there's always a friend in the friend circle that keep them single. Number one. And what Guy Incognito is saying here, where the ladies enjoy sex just as much as we do. Don't let these weirdo Midwestern moms and they schlubs of husbands lie to y'all. These Midwestern white women got everybody thinking that women don't enjoy sex because they got to fake enjoying sex with their husband because they married him for stability and they cheat on him with the black dude or the tall chisel chin white dude that works in the file room at their job. Middle age Middle class, Midwestern white women got everybody thinking women don't enjoy sex. No, these women enjoy sex. Here's the thing, guy incognito. They don't want to get married because they don't want to give up that power, and it's gonna happen. Huh? The women said they're not doing the get on your program thing, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Be single with your rose toy then. Huh? Be single with your rose toy. Huh? And do your Golden Girls thing. And do your munch it on your homegirl thing. Oops. Huh? Guy incognito. It makes sense to me. I grew up in the black community around black people. You could see black women in particular, you could see their obsession with negative liberty. They live and die by that. Huh? Which I said it was red hot, whatever. The hot sauce. Mike's Red or whatever it's called. Put that ish on everything. Look, black women put negative liberty on everything. Not all of them, but enough. Right? Most anyway. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Frank's Red Hot. Thank you, Telescope. Thank you, Trell. Frank's Red Hot. They put that negative liberty on everything. Better you say goddamn brunch and munch. You never heard me say that before? Better you brunch and munch. That's what they doing. That's what the ladies are doing. They brunching and munching. Huh? Yeah. What happened, ladies? Huh? So, let's do this. Let's play the rest of this. Well, actually, let's play this, and hopefully this will play while I switch screens because I'm trying to do something here, and hopefully I'm able to do it. So let's see. Hopefully I can still hear this when I do this. So if not, then y'all gonna have to give Z a second. But here we go. Here I go, y'all.
Men are choosing the single life while women cope with mass rejection.
I recently got rejected, and
I know I live in my mom's attic.
ladies, a lot of you are still single because
Please don't forget to hit like and subscribe so we can continue to make more content. Now let's dive in.
This video, I do want to dive deeper as to why attractive people are usually isolated and lonely, why they struggle with finding genuine relationships. First is you'll notice the people who admire you right off the bat and they're so attracted to you. Here's the thing. These people who admire you are going to be placing you on a pedestal and they're going to be holding you to a very, very high standard that you won't be able to live up to because you're just human. So you're inevitably going to be disappointing them.
How do you think you're fooling? Let's clear this up. When you spend an hour and a half in the mirror putting makeup on to alter your look excessively, and later on take it off and are back to normal, but this is what you really look like, the bigger the difference people see, the bigger the disappointment. People are going to be disappointed. It's called catfishing.
After a while of seeing you as this beautiful, perfect person, that can get annoying after some time. So now that they're observing you and they're looking for this flaw, once they find it, they're going to take that and run with it. And you're going to be shocked.
What's going on, folks? So this is more of that loser faulty therapy speak I talk about, where everything out of her mouth is wrong, backwards, catering to the miserable. So I'm going to correct her. People who believe that they are better than what they are, who are in delusion, are the ones who are isolated. Even among the men alone, there's always that one dude that's bragging and trying to talk himself up.
This is what I was speaking about actually earlier. This overly generous view of yourself, which cripples people in general, women specifically. I'm back, you guys. That the technical difficulties, right? And from Africa came says Z taking a rose break. Hysterical. I don't think that's how it works, sir. I don't think that's how it works. I don't think they have those type of mechanisms. Hysterical. Trell, I got it. I'm using it right now, actually. Right? We done upgraded. Let me read this now. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Trell says, new phone fund. It is desperately needed. We using it right now. I had to set it up and I forgot the damn watch. Anyway, we'll get to it. We'll talk about it later. Right? Yeah. But we here now. We here now. Right? And let me do this, you guys. So I'm going to try to do something real quick because I want to be able to play this for you guys in a minute. But before we can do that, I'm gonna have to do something. So y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. You talk amongst yourselves. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying. I'm trying, y'all. Look, I'm fighting for my life over here. Y'all give me a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. Okay, we're back. We're back. We're back, everyone. We're back. Look, I'm really trying to make something happen. I finally got what I needed to get, kind of, sort of. We still in process, but we'll speak about it. Because somebody said something that inspired me to be like, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna bring that up. We're gonna make mention of that. Okay. Um. Telescope says, "Told you, Z trying to snatch his phone out of an alligator mouth." Not this joint. This joint was expensive. Not this one, right? Oh man, no, Mr. Z is here. Mr. Z is here. Guy Incognito, you better stop BSing. It's possible. The way these yitch made gynocratic feeling and thinking ass men are. Look, women really do send men on send off missions. Really, and Guy Incognito says some Florida fat chick sent her brothers at his friends to shoot Z's ish up. Look, yeah, look, it's very possible. It is very possible. These dudes is led by women. It is very y'all remember the story of the especially excuse me, y'all remember the story during COVID where the woman walked into what, a Dollar General or a dollar store or whatever. They told her to put her mask on. The security told her to put her mask on. I guess they got into an argument about it. She went home and sent her son and her husband to go delete Buddy. And they did. And now she's free, and that man is gone. That security guard is gone, and the son and the husband, well, are in prison. So yeah, no, Guy Incognito, it is definitely possible the way these guys think. Women, especially in the black community, it's so easy for one of these women to get a man to go destroy his life, either end his life or destroy his life in the honor of some loser chick. Huh? Oh man. You imagine your husband and your son are in prison because you couldn't control yourself and you couldn't shut your mouth and you couldn't follow rules. I'm not saying they didn't do what they did. They did what they did. And all of that could have been avoided. Like, I'm glad we're here now. You ever meet someone, it is the Donald Rumsfeld. It is the Donald Rumsfeld. Sorry, y'all. It's the Donald Rumsfeld. You don't even know what you don't know, right? The unknown unknowns. You don't even know what you don't know. That's for the men and the women in the Black community. You don't even know what you don't know. The ladies take their gynocratic teachings for granted so much, they don't even appreciate what that means. Ma'am, it was a security guard. You felt a way about a Black man telling you to keep your mask on. He probably had a tone with you. You took umbrage with it. You went home barking in your son's ear and your husband's ear, emotional as crap probably. You got them gassed up to go do the unthinkable, and now both of them are in prison, and you're out here living your best life. Do you feel any guilt? Probably not. Huh? Huh? And Guy Incognito says Dr. T. Hassan Johnson calls that pit bullying. That's a good definition. That's a good descriptor. That's a good definition. Huh? No, we don't win a whole different place with the conversation. But and Trell, we got the phone. We got the phone. And Oliver the Gray was saying sound check. Right? I'm here. And thank you for the super chat, Oliver the Gray. Thank you for the super chat, Trell. Right? And I actually should read KW Don's super chat right now too. And KW Don says, and thank you for the super chat. Kendra G was so proud to tell Kevin Samuels that she had frozen her eggs. Now they are getting freezer. Why did I read this? Now they're getting freezer burn. She has aged and priced herself out. I mean, if y'all recall the shorter dreadhead brother that was on Pop the Balloon Show, and that kind of like different looking Black woman that was on there, and she did the whole. So are you saying you can't afford me? And I recall saying this then. Why do the women think that's a compliment to themselves? Like, do you appreciate that if enough men decided that they can't afford you, do you know what that means for your dating life and your marriage life and your marriage prospects? Like, women say that, and they think they say it, like, for them, it feels good to step on men. Look, oh, you saying you can't afford me? Ma'am, do you know what that means? If enough men say, you know what, you're right. Huh? What does that mean if enough men say, you know what, you're right. You know what, ma'am, you're correct. I cannot afford you. Oh, I know. You think, yeah, the white man. No, you're going to get it from the white man, right? The white man
could have saved your child.
Yeah, the white man going to save you. Yeah, that's it. The Black men are dusty, but the white man got it. Yeah, that's it. Let Black women tell it, and Asians, and Latinas. Right? Oh, boy. Yeah, I remember Kendra G saying that, KW Dawn. I remember that. That frozen egg thing. They really look, and just like Dr. Marcia Inhorn says, or I'll just say Dr. Inhorn. Dr. Inhorn says, many of these women don't ever come back to unfreeze those eggs, not because they have children either. Huh? Oh, man. So, yeah, all that sound nice. All that ego stroking stuff. Huh? So let's see if we can actually get through this, because we get on time now. Let's see if we can actually get through this. And Mr. Z's going finally can bring something up. I'm gonna try to bring it up in a little bit, but let's see if we can play this. Here you go.
Men are choosing the single life while women cope with mass rejection.
I recently got rejected, and
I know I live in my mom's attic.
Ladies, a lot of you are still single because
Please don't forget to hit like and subscribe so we can continue to make more content. Now let's dive in.
This video, I do want to dive deeper as to why attractive people are usually isolated and lonely, why they struggle with finding genuine relationships. First is you'll notice the people who admire you right off the bat and they're so attracted to you. Here's the thing. These people who admire you are going to be placing you on a pedestal, and they're going to be holding you to a very, very high standard that you won't be able to live up to because you're just human. So you're inevitably going to be disappointing them.
How do you think you're fooling? Let's clear this up. When you spend an hour and a half in the mirror putting makeup on to alter your look excessively, and later on take it off and are back to normal, but this is what you really look like, the bigger the difference people see, the bigger the disappointment. People are going to be disappointed. It's called catfishing.
After a while of seeing you as this beautiful, perfect person, that can get annoying. So now that they're observing you and they're looking for this flaw, once they find it, they're going to take that and run with it. And you're going to be shocked.
What's going on, folks? So this is more of that loser faulty therapy speak I talk about, where everything out of her mouth is wrong, backwards, catering to the miserable. So I'm going to correct her. People who believe that they are better than what they are, who are in delusion, are the ones who are isolated. Even among the men alone, there's always that one dude that's bragging and trying to talk himself up. The rest of the gang gets together and says, man, I think he's BSing. You know what? We ain't going to invite him because he takes up too much airtime. He's arrogant. He's lower than the amounts he's saying. And then he's isolated. And guess what he says? The typical, they don't like me because I'm better than them. And this woman right here is no different with the cope speech, the therapy speak. Wrong information, no doctorate behind her name, no real studies behind her name, making things up as she goes along, feeding arrogance to losers. That therapy speak is yawn. Attractive people attract people. That's reality. They are magnetic inside and out. They are often asked to be in magazines. They are usually the lead singer in the group and often sit at the center of all family gatherings. Her speech was a con, a hustle, trying to sell herself as hot when in reality she's not. Let's continue.
I recently got rejected, and let me tell you, when I say rejection is redirection, it is. I was humbled, and I feel like I kind of needed that, even though like I'm one of the most perfect people ever with the most perfect personality who would ever reject me. But let me tell you, it's possible.
Is that Chad?
What really got me through it is the fact that it has nothing to do with me. At first, I looked intuitively and was like, oh, it's something that there's a problem with myself that they're not liking, so I need to change it. When in reality, you could just be too much for them. Sometimes men don't really like girls that are like all of this, which is all I am. And that's okay. They're just intimidated by that. And it has nothing to do with you. Yet again, it's literally just them trying to battle their own insecurities.
I can cook. I know how to cook cabbage.
You can find an in-shape version of her in the Dominican Republic at 5:30 a.m. getting off the shuttle buses from the city to the resort to work the buffet line. And all you're going to hear is, hola amigo all day. And I'm sorry, she does not have the body type to work on the event staff or work the pool bar on the outside or work the nighttime crew. Those ones are taller, got perfect body mass index. The ones at her caliber work behind things, in back of kitchens, in back of the bar. That's where she would be. In other words, by worldwide standards, she is normal. Let's continue.
I am a single 42-year-old woman without kids. Get ready with me while I prepare for my date tonight. So I'm meeting this person from an online dating app. I have to play detective every time I meet someone. I like to spot red flags in advance before I meet them in person. Like, do they live in their mom's basement?
How do you think you're fooling?
I know I live in my mom's attic. It's not the same. Or are there green flags I should be aware of, like they make homemade pies for the homeless? Thanks to Truth Finder, I can make informed decisions that keep me safe and then saves me from wasting my time. Like, I can even find out if they have a speeding ticket from 2005.
Now let's backtrack. She was living in a van, then she tried to build a house on her mom's property. That didn't work, and now she's 42 years old living in her mom's attic. But here's the kicker. She does not want to date a man who is living in his mom's basement. Now the comments are saying, why isn't it the same? Another person says, it is the same. Another one says, when you said it was not the same, was that a joke? I can't tell. So what she's saying is her equal in a male version is less than because she's a woman. Most of that was governed in, and that won't be able to stick for much longer. It's on its way out. My main point I want to drive home is that this woman will slowly infiltrate onto her mother's property, bringing her garbage, parking her van all on the grass, building these makeshift sheds, and then uses her mom's stability to call herself independent, when in reality she is an oversized child. And her mother told her, why don't you go get married? So you have a baby boomer woman also trying to avoid a modern woman. The van, the boxes, the arts and crafts, the noise, the mental health issues, all of it needs to be avoided. Let's continue.
So I went to
leave her on the lawn.
And when I got there, it was literally 90% women. And I was like, I'm going to go now.
Because out your doors walks trash.
Buy a cat and die alone.
I have a question for the men. Why do you go out of your way to ask for a woman's number? You begin text messaging them. You say, hey, let's grab dinner. Let's grab drinks on Thursday or Friday or whatever. Morning. Hope your day's going good. Was thinking about you. Nothing crazy, right? I don't think you should be doing a ton of talking before you actually meet, because why invest the time if they can end up being a dud?
How do you think you're fooling?
Why are guys asking for girls' numbers and then they never pull the trigger? They never actually set a plan. Why did you ask for my number?
You want me to answer that and clarify this for you?
That's
It's called
not
being properly vetted. You take the phone number to find out what you're about, and once they get the information to find out if you are worth the time and money to go anywhere with, we first need to find out what's inside the package. And if it's I give you, but you give me nothing, then I got to say bye-bye, baby. The lone wolf is gone.
Ladies, a lot of you are still single because you become the full package. You become smart, successful, beautiful, independent women, all the things society has pressured you to be. And ironically, that may have actually become a disadvantage or even a liability for you in dating. And this is for a few reasons. The first is because these women are hypergamous, which means we like to date men who are on our level or above. And so the more you elevate, the smaller your dating pool becomes. There aren't as many guys you're impressed by.
So a lot of the modern women believe that having more things increases their value, when in reality, accumulating more things, especially if they are on credit, decreases your value. The customized vehicle always loses to the factory stock on the seller's market. Once custom work is done, it's hard to reverse it. The tacky colored seats, the flaming paint jobs, the aftermarket 22-inch wheels that make the car ride rough, over customization and digging in the engine, it's just not a good sale. Let's continue.
The second reason is you might be operating in your masculine energy because you've had to get to where you're at in life. But the men you're trying to attract prefer women who are in their feminine energy. And the last reason, as a matchmaker, I can tell you this, is a lot of guys claim they want an equal, but really what they want is an asset and a woman who makes them feel masculine. And what makes men feel masculine? Providing. So if you come along and you're all these things, he might think there's nothing I can provide her with that she can't provide herself with, so he's not going to pursue you. And that might make you feel like you're going to have to settle for less or stay single forever. And I don't think you have to do either of those things. You do have solutions.
They're able to get this speech off by sticking to the hiding spot. The words masculine and feminine are not facts. They are not an action or a thing. So without a proper description, it allows for anything competitive, mean, nasty, materialistic, selfish, self-absorbed, and promiscuous to just be called masculine, and then doing absolutely nothing for yourself and having a male servant is feminine. Let's get to the reality. Masculine and feminine out the window. If you have set up your life with a bunch of things that are made for you to be single and a customized life that only fits yourself, other people are not going to want to walk in your path with you except your dog. They're not going to want to sit in your house that you mortgaged out. They are not going to want to go to the same park you go to all the time. They may be allergic to your puppy. They may find dissonance in your friends group that you brought with you. All of your schedules may never fit their schedule. The more weird custom work you've done to your life, including climbing up some sort of invisible corporate ladder, the more likely men are going to walk away because they have their own affairs and systems that they also have to take care of. Let's continue.
I grew up as a video about how we are in a single epidemic, like an overwhelmingly large amount of people who are single. Yet everyone seems to be looking for love. And I'd like to add my 2 cents as to why I think that is. Everything has to be social media approved now. It's not enough for you to find somebody that makes you happy. You also have to find someone that is going to put you in a relationship where you're able to brag about it all on social media. 2, the idea that there is going to be this perfect person who completely understands you upon meeting them, and you won't have to communicate the way you want to be treated, and you won't have to have these tough conversations, and everything will just work out perfectly. That's not helpful. And then 3, which I think is like probably the most deadly and something that I myself am very guilty of.
Do you hear this bullshit?
We have gotten so far into like encouraging everyone to be independent and be happy on their own. Being single and being alone and just giving up on having relationships as soon as they get tough is not the answer. And I really do think that is why we're in such an epidemic.
Oh, come on. That's a
I had fun pressing the goddamn soundboard while he was talking. I'm not even gonna lie to y'all. I was spamming the hell out of the goddamn soundboard. Okay. Yawn. Y'all, they be talking into the cameras. I promise you they think they saying something. They swear they sound profound. Oh, the lady live in her attic, but she won't date a dude that lives in the lady lives in her mother's attic, but she won't date a dude that lives in his mother's basement. Lady, you're a bum. Right? There you go. Let them talk. This lady's a bum, admitting her hypocrisy about her bum ass life. Huh? And Joe, thank you for remembering. And Joe says, I remember when Z said that people think that women are talking to them when they record themselves, when really the women are talking to the system. I did everything you told me to do. They're talking to both. They're talking to both, but no, they're God, I just took it off my videos. I'm gonna look for it because I recall the white lady damn near growling at the screen. I played it for BGS and Black Uru a few weeks ago now, where she was like, we leveled up and we did this and we did that, and what about the men and that, and she is talking to the system, and actually BGS cooperated. She really is like, pretty much, where's my man? That's what she's saying. I did everything I'm supposed to do. I went to therapy. Ma'am, you need more therapy. Where is the man? The man is supposed to be dropped on my front door, kissing my ass. Huh? Wow. So I recall saying that. And yes, I still stand by it. I still stand. They are complaining to the system because it's not fair, right? I know I was playing it. It's not fair. That's really what they're saying. It's not fair.
That's not fair! That is not fair!
Right? And I chose that. It took me a little while to find this version of That's Not Fair. If you ever seen the video, homegirl, white girl, she played that off nice. But the women are really screaming. They're screaming it's not fair. I went to school. I did everything y'all told me to do. I went to the right schools and I kissed ass and I was quiet, and especially for the ones that weren't out there. You want to talk about someone that's angry? They are livid.
I expect luxury. I expect service. And what I got was mediocrity wrapped in excuses.
Right? That's how they feel, that the men are just giving them excuses with this equality talk. Ladies, you know, this is what 50-50 looks like. This is what equality looks like. They're like, screw that. Huh? When I said equal, I didn't actually mean equal. I meant a paymaster that protects, provides, and shuts up. That's what I meant. I didn't actually mean equal.
I miss when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Huh? That's what I actually meant. But if I have to earn more than you, you're going to feel my wrath. Ain't that right, women?
Said if you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
Huh? Oh boy. Right? But yeah, that's not fair. That's the perfect. That's one of the perfect sound bites I have, because it captures their emotion when it comes to that's not fair. It captures all of that. The women they're angry, y'all. Y'all see it when y'all walk past them, especially the single ones. You saw the young lady, the black young lady with that went and got the whatever she had to do to freeze her eggs. If you heard towards the end of her recording, she was cracking. She's choking back tears. Right? Inside, she's dying inside.
Fair. That's not fair! That is not fair!
Huh? She looked like this. Right? And inside, she's saying, that's not fair.
Fair. That's not fair! That is not fair!
Huh? She's choking back tears. Huh? And once again, the ladies talking about the men are not approaching. Dear ladies, we don't owe you that.
So am I like the only woman that no longer gets approached by men? No, because I had to actually sit and think about this, and I had to ask myself, when is the last time a man came up to me and wanted to get to know me or exchange numbers? And it's been a long time.
Huh? Yeah. Uh-oh. What you thought? I guess this is a good time to read this because I did go out for a second. My apologies, yo. And even though he put it earlier, and Too Watchful says, Sisterhood, Everglade Wireless sucks, LOL. And I know, y'all. I know. Technical difficulties, and it's really on me. It's really on me. It's really on me. Right? And Detroit, I did not forget about you. And Kunguru, I didn't forget about you. Right? Yeah. So let's see if I can bring this up. Y'all give Z a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves, right? But once again, we owe these people, dear young men. I'm not telling you to not have an eye out for a future wife. What I am saying is don't be heavily focused on meeting that future wife, especially in your early 20s, because they're not wives. Now, if you meet when that's a wife, you go ahead and grab her hand and run for your life. But all those elders, whether they're white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise, the olders that's trying to shame y'all into taking on their insufferable ass daughters, I suggest you don't do it. What all their, my daughter's kick ass and she's, she's in school and she's valedictorian, she graduated high school and valedictorian and she's doing really well in college. Nope. When they sound like this, leave their daughter on the lot when they sound like
these young girls who we're friendly with. Beautiful, smart. They went out one night. They told me where they went. They went here for dinner. They went there for drinks. Not one guy came over to them. Not one. Anywhere.
Is your daughter all that? Or the young women? She didn't say her daughter. The young women. Are they all that if none of the men? And y'all created this environment. Watching the people that helped to create this environment complain about the environment or the way their sons are responding to the environment, it's like chef's kiss. It's hysterical. Huh? That as the ladies, the mothers that want to be grandmothers one day, as they sound like this.
These young girls who we're friendly with. Beautiful, smart. They went out one night. They told me where they went. They went here for dinner. They went there for drinks. Not one guy came over to them. Not one. Anywhere.
That's how the mothers that want to be grandmothers one day sound. And the young men, they hear y'all and they're doing this. Huh? Because your daughters are insufferable. And we don't care how educated she is. She's an entitled brat. A snarky, rude, mean, entitled brat. That's why she's still on the market. Huh? That's why she's still out there. Especially the black ones. Because they sound like this.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
Yeah, those are the women that you're supposed to turn into a wife, black men. Dear black men, those are the women. Those are the women that they keep on annoying you about and chastising you about and that you're supposed to turn into a wife, dear black men. Y'all gives you a second. Okay, let's see if this works the way I need it to. Because it should have already, but it didn't, because of course it didn't. Let's see. Right? But yeah. So she sounds like that, right? We're gonna play it one more again, but she sounds like that. Y'all gives you a second. If we could find it, that'd be great. Mean, right? She sounds like this, and we'll see what the response is. Let's play this young lady again. By the way, dear black parents, mothers, and fathers, this is how your daughter comports herself. This is how she behaves concerning black men. Your daughters, many of them, almost all, many of them, this is how they sound.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the man that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three, and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard, and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting. And bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
And Guy Incognito's ahead of me. And Guy Incognito says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Guy Incognito says, this is why Becky wins. And what Becky got to say about it.
The Black Kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things, and they mix, and they have this beautiful baby, and the process continues. So I do find that Black Kings often go to Black Queens first, and then they're like, snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
And then after the women mess up so bad, black women mess up so bad with black men, after the snow bunnies and the Latinas and maybe a couple of Asian women snatch them up, how do black women respond then when the white women are all over certain black men, the Latinas? Now they want you to understand. Understand what? How they sound, Z? How do they sound after Becky come through and start giving you some play?
Men in Germany are treated way differently than black women in Germany. Black men are appreciated in Germany. Black men are put in a cultural sense, in a societal sense, you are seen as interesting, whereas black women are seen as lesser.
An experience.
A novelty in which you can approach voyeuristically, and it's dehumanizing. I was a member at Soho House, and I remember seeing a black man sitting there, and there was all these white women around him glorifying him, gawking at the fact that he was existing. And I think black men need to acknowledge that their lived experience in Germany is disproportional to that of a black woman in Germany.
Indigo Flow says, see my previous super chat. And Indigo says, hate the game. Perfect timing. Once again, Indigo says, and thank you for the super chat once again. He says, hate the game. Yep. Somewhere out there is Cameron saying, you mad. Huh? Uh-oh. That's the ladies, everyone. Huh? That's the ladies. They want you to have understanding for what? That the men in Germany are seen differently. The black men in Germany, excuse me, are seen differently than the black women in Germany. Okay, we accept that. Now what? Okay, they're seen differently, and what are black men supposed to do with that? Okay, young lady, um, they're seen differently. Okay, what exactly would you want us to do with that? What are we supposed to take away from that? What special treatment or whatever do you want because of that? Because you know that that's what it is, right, black men? Huh? Okay, so they're seen differently, and that's supposed to change things because why? Huh? And y'all gives you a second because something here is not working the way it should. Y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. I'm gonna bring y'all up in a minute. Y'all gives you 1 second. Z, why are you laughing like that? Okay, for those of you that remember this, it's been a while since Mr. Z. Mr. Z actually never played this before, but Mr. Z has spoken about this before. I've spoken about this a lot, actually. You want to know another reason why your 18 to 25-year-old young men aren't approaching the women? Because the women are good. The women are good. They don't need the men. They don't need the young men. They don't even need the young men for exercising because they could exercise themselves.
Dildos, sex toys, always till the day that I die, because I've been using them since I was
To the day she dies.
Since I was a teenager. So since before I lost my virginity. So I'm always gonna promote sex toys, and if it makes you uncomfortable, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna promote them because it could be the solution to out of wedlock births, teenage pregnancies, and dealing with a dusty man. So I'm always going to promote them. And if it makes you feel uncomfortable, you need to get comfortable with your sexuality. You do. You need to touch on yourself, rub on yourself, feel on yourself. You need to make yourself orgasm before you get out here and allow a man to, because when it comes down to it, you start acting funny, okay? You can go into your little toy box. let me put you up on game. A lot of these men be trying to, excuse my French, dick you down so good to where it's like, oh my God, she's always going to be there. She's never going to leave me. But when you step into my office and you go into your toy box, you will definitely leave, sis. You will. Because your toy box, if this man got you stressed, you can go to your toy box and have a good time. You don't need him. Okay? And you have your peace, your sanity. That is what this is about. It's very serious.
Does Real Talk with Yanni look sane to y'all?
Sex toys. I would love to come out with my own sex toys, to be honest. I would. I sure would. I see that happening. For sure. Yeah. So, if a man start acting funny and he trying to make it seem like he laid it on you so good so where you can't live without him, show him that you can. Go to your toy box, sweetie. It's in your closet. Go in your closet, sweetie. Go in your closet, get the little toy box out, and do what you need to do. Because listen, we women, we got our needs, okay? And if you out here giving up the nookie and you not getting the commitment that you want when you know that's what you want, but you over here settling for friends with benefits, sis, you need to step into my office too, okay? One day, maybe I'll do like an unboxing or like show all my sex toys, but I really don't want to do that because I don't need men in my business because they be watching my stories. Or your friends with benefits is starting to act funny, or maybe you catching feelings and you're not supposed to be catching feelings because it's a friends with benefits type situation. So you go to that little toy box.
Man, that's a female.
We need to make the toy box a thing. We do. We do. We do. We do. We do. And ooh, if you feel like you can't live without penis, we need to sit down and have a different type of conversation, because that conversation needs to be had. Something within you, something's off, and it's not healthy. Okay, it sounds like codependency. Maybe you could be a sex addict. Like something's not right with that. But yeah, we need to make this sex toy box like a thing. Like make it trend, make it pop. You know what? I'll do that. Listen, go to that box in your closet and do what you need to do. Relieve yourself, sis. Especially during ovulation week. And that's, men try to use that against you. Okay? I hate that they know that we have a high sexual peak drive. I hate that they know that now. Like, they know that now. Anyway, and if you do struggle with penis, right? Like, you feel like you need it. Like, you can't live without it. Listen, we all deal with our own stuff. Some people are addicted to alcohol. Some people are addicted to drugs. Some people have weird addictions out here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not alone, but you do need to address it, okay? I'm not perfect. No one out here is, but you need to address it. There is a deeper issue. We all got our problems. We all have our shadow side. You need to face it though, okay? Don't just keep thinking, oh, this is just how I am, this is just me. Like, no, that's not normal. And maybe you need to bring out that sex box. Get the sex toy box out the closet. Now I gotta move where I have mine, because now it's like, to put it out on here, I gotta move it so people don't know where my stuff is. But anyway, y'all get what I'm saying. I'm gonna promote it, because I really feel like it could decrease, teenage pregnancies, out of wedlock births, dealing with a dusty man, getting caught up with that girl, and having him just take your peace and your sanity. So yeah, I will be promoting sex toys. Maybe I'll come out with a sex box. That would be sexy. I could see myself doing that too. Anyway, just please understand that you don't have to put up with certain things. Like, if you feel like you got an excuse, I got an answer. I got a solution for you. Just step into my office. We can figure it out. Okay? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I am inevitable.
Real Talk with Yanni. Look, these women can't run from the men and the male member. Vince said it very calmly. He said it way better than Z did, right? Where's the comment, Vince? I just saw it too. Vince said that toy ain't gonna hold you at night, right? They're gonna be giving each other horrible. They be giving each other horrible advice. Exactly, Indigo. Exactly. Right. Exactly. Always. Y'all seen it. Y'all thought I was joking. For all of you who didn't click the link when I covered this a few months ago. Yeah. And I want you to remember, Real Talk with Yanni got what? What, 200 and some odd thousand subscribers? Approaching 300 slowly? 300,000 subscribers? She got two and some change. Huh? That's her advice. Dear you olders with daughters, and you want to know why your daughter is damn near 40 something, no kids, never been married. She's addicted to the toy. Huh? The toy has her in a trance. You want to know why the young men ain't approaching? We can't compete with the toy? Huh? And we can't compete with her homegirls either. Ooh, Z, fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use. And shout out to Shisha Zed, right? Shout out to Shisha Zed. But we can't compete against them homegirls that become girlfriends on the low, right? The brunch and munch crowd. Ooh, there y'all go.
Let's talk about these down low women.
Let's
talk about the women that try to be your friend only to try to sleep with you. That don't get talked about enough. Like we talk about DL men all the time, but we don't talk about the women that try to be your friend and they get to know you. Y'all get to hanging out a little bit and they get to throwing their little stuff out there trying to see if you're going to catch it.
Is that what's going on out here, ladies? That's what's going on.
Drink the coffee, it'll make you feel better.
And you basically let them know, like, look, I ain't like that. You listen to their experiences or whatever, but you let them know that you're not like that. And then next thing you know, they creating a problem because they can't sleep with you. We don't talk about that. We talk about DL men all the time, but we don't talk about these chicks that just want to be your friend and try to sleep with you. And I have had that experience a couple of times, like for real. Like people have act as if they wanted to be my friend, go out, hang out.
Right.
And then start creating problems once I guess I wasn't catching on to what they wanted to do. Or I wasn't down with it. And then they create a problem. But nobody don't talk about that. Nobody don't talk about the DL women. Like, they're considered cute and sexy, but to me, it's not cool. Especially when I'm thinking that we bonding and you my friend and, whole time you just like a dude. You just waiting your turn. You just acting like, at least with dudes, you already know.
Right.
For the most part.
Right.
But with a woman, you thinking, hey, I got me a new friend. And they usually start off on the internet. I noticed that. In your inbox, hey, boo. Oh, you look so cute. Baddie, tens, da-da-da. You thinking like, okay, sis ain't no hater. She liking my pictures or whatever like that. Cause
woman communication and compliments is wild. Like you don't, no man has ever called me a bad
LGBTQ. Yep. LGBTQ right? Compliments.
Like you can't do that with your boys. You can't. You ever go on a chick's picture when she just posts a photo online and it's like hella of her friends there encouraging her? I've thought about that. I'm like, why is that? They like to term that as a sisterhood. Maybe it is supportive communities. Maybe it is just something that women do naturally, or is it like a self-esteem thing? If my picture got no likes and no comments, then I would feel horrible. I personally wouldn't care that much. And I don't think men really would care as much. Do they care? Yeah, but they don't care as much. Yeah, women would be like, oh, you're so bad. You're so beautiful. Ooh, you're so fine. Hard eyes. And what she's saying is a lot of down low women will use that type of lingo avenue to try to shoot their shot.
I'm like that. I'm
That's
a girl's
a female.
girl. I'm liking your pictures. I'm telling you how cute you look and this, that. Whole time they plotting like the dudes in your inbox, her eyes. They plotting. So just be careful with that, y'all, because you thinking you about to, you got a little friendship. Y'all building a friendship. Nah, baby. They trying to sleep with you, honey. They want to be more than friends. They want to be, you know what? So just be careful, y'all. People don't talk about that enough.
What do you guys think of that? Do people talk about this topic enough? Wild thought.
No, because
I just think this is going to get worse as we get closer to that prediction of 45% of women being single, and we see the videos of the chicks struggling in the dating market. They've already said it. They've already said, I would rather hang out with women than I would men. I would rather roommate with the woman than I would a man. It's just very obvious that a lot of chicks are probably going to be heading the down low way for real. And for them, there's no shame behind it. It's almost encouraging. Like she said, it's almost cute, right?
The amount of heterosexual women who are in marriages that they are extremely unhappy in, that slide into a lot of gay girls' DMs is insane. Like, one, you're not going to use me as an experiment. I'm sorry that you don't feel comfortable within your sexuality to live freely, whether it's because religious purposes or political issues. I don't know. But one, I'm not promiscuous. Prior to dating the woman I am currently with now, I was sitting in solitude for a very long time because one, I don't trust people. And two, I'm definitely afraid of STDs. Atlanta is.
I think more people need to be afraid. Honestly, I've done some videos, reporting on the growing amount of that issue.
Disgusting. And two, you really think I want your dusty husband shooting at me because now I got his wife all confused?
Why you gotta sneak diss the man?
It's crazy how they are quick to out men. This is the double standard. They will out men. Oh, he's on a DL. He's really gay. He's a batsy boy. But these married women dead have pictures of their family. Oh, my husband of 15 years and my beautiful children be in gay girls' DMs trying to eat. Like, I just want to eat. Like, not even, let me get to know you. Straight.
Put that coffee down. Drink the coffee, it'll make you feel better.
This coffee smells like shit.
I don't drink coffee.
Coffee makes me so anxious.
Thank you, Indigo. The husband is getting cheated on, but he's the dusty. Okay, exactly.
The next woman that slides in my DM, I'm outing you. Eater, fake girl.
Damn. Is this what's going on out here? Is this what's going on out here? Oh, these I did not expect everyone to get that wild. Let's check out some of these comments, see what other people have. These are women. These are women who agree. This first comment says, I want this type of problem. Oh, see, exactly what we were talking about. No shame. You see, you never see a video about women talking about how every man is down low. Like I saw another crazy video of a chick saying, she's like 70% of men are gay because she can't find a man who would take her seriously for a relationship. I'm like, yo, how are you just going to label 70 men as being gay because you can't find a man? But here, the women are like, yep, that's me. Somebody else here says, I've never come across a DL friend and I hate that for me. Here's another person who says, I'm the DL friend. Somebody else here added, some of them are watching you right now as you speak. Here's another commenter that says, is this supposed to be a problem? Another person here says,
yeah. Huh? You want to know why we're not ending up with your daughters? You want to know why we're not approaching your daughters, dear America? Especially your daughters under the age of 25? She out here brunching. It's yourselves. Y'all give Z 1 second. Y'all talking about yourselves. Mr. Z wasn't done, y'all. Mr. Z was not done. Oh no, we weren't done. There's more. There's more. There's more. And fair use. Shout out to Daily Wrap Up crew. Fair use. Fair use. Right. Oh no, there's more, y'all. There's more. There's more. Right. So once again, fair use. Fair use. Shout out to Daily Wrap Up crew. We weren't done. Because y'all only saw about what 2 women say that with Trisha said. No, we're nope. Let the ladies speak it. That's why I told y'all they be doing that same-sex loving thing. They out here doing the sexual play thing for the non-black man. Black men, black women out here doing a whole lot of things, and yet we have articles talking about why your 18 to 25-year-old men are not approaching these women because the women are approaching them.
In every group friend, there's at least one girl, and this is gonna sound crazy. There's one girl that want to bump coochies with y'all. I promise you. A lot of women do gain a form of sexual attraction to their female friends.
How y'all be out here on these girls trips doing other activities?
This shit is factually and contractually true.
Definitely happening. They eating party, playing with each other in the house up under the covers. It's happening.
But why are y'all not talking about how y'all be out here fucking each other?
Baby, because when that alcohol gets a brewing, some of us get to carpet munching, ass grabbing, breast squeezing, and don't let them have lesbian friends. Married, in relationships, engaged, all of that.
Nobody don't talk about the DL women. It's considered cute and sexy. To me, it's not cool. Especially when I'm thinking that we bonding and you my friend. Whole time, you just like a dude. You just waiting your turn.
Brunch and munch. Now y'all see why I said call it brunch and munch? Dear ladies, you can have, look, we live in America. You can have your sexuality. But why are the accusations of black men being secretly gay, right? Secretly same-sex loving, when really y'all out here going to brunch and then munching on each other, huh? Why can't you just come out the closet? Uh-oh. Huh? Whoopsie. Huh? And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And let me read this one now. I'm gonna get to pretty much all of you guys on. And Leon says she is saying basically this the same thing as my step auntie that's a social worker, and yes, she attended Howard University. They sleep in beds together. LOL. Man. Huh? And thank you for the super chat, Leon. Uh-oh. Wow. Oh yeah, and Neo says, hey, just like BGS talked about a few days ago with the secret relationship with black women and white men, all the while shaming black men if we just look at white women. But of course, that's what the ladies are on. They're not going to tell you what they on with white dudes, and they're not going to tell you about their worship of white guys and calling white guys massa and talking crap about black men behind talking crap about black men behind black men's back. Oh, black women are engaging in a lot of that. Even the white guys are telling us now. Oops.
She had a weird conversation with me, like 2 months into us dating. It made me think that she had some like different motives to dating me. Made me uncomfortable. She was like, Jeff, I'm happy to finally be with a white man. Black dudes, you can't trust them. They're just gonna cheat on you. They ain't. You know how uncomfortable you feel right now? Imagine how I felt. This is in real life for me. This is just a story for you. I felt uncomfortable as shit. I didn't know what to do. So I talked to a black friend of mine. His name's Josh. I was like, Josh, told him the whole story. He's like, Jeff, I'll tell you what you got to do, but you might not like it. I'm like, all right, let me have it. He's like, Jeff, for the culture, you got to cheat on that. That's what...
Uh-oh, talking crap about the black man to the white man. Uh-oh. Oh, it gets worse.
I'm speaking on the behalf of all white dudes that date black girls. Can y'all stop fucking calling us massa? What the fuck do I... You know what you're doing. You know, like, what the fuck am I supposed to say? And y'all be thinking it's funny as shit. You be laughing your ass off, having the time of your life. Girl, fuck you.
I want black women to have a lot more self-respect than they do now. Kind of just like worshiping white guys. Worshiping white guys. Worshipping white guys.
This is sad. It's getting sad now. It's getting real sad now. It's getting real sad now.
Uh-oh. But all the ladies that's acting like, no, that's not what it is. Y'all not checking these other women, these other black women who are talking crap about black men. Y'all are friends with these women, huh? Let Creed tell y'all again. But all the black parents out there who are wondering why your daughter's 24 now and she's coming to Thanksgiving dinner and she ain't never bring no man yet. Why hasn't she brought a man? Because she's one of her white male coworkers. She's their little plaything. Uh-oh. Let Creed tell you.
Gosh, there were 2 points, but I'll just respond to the latter one. I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about the reason that black females may be more confused about the system of racism, white supremacy, and who practices it. And I said I thought the primary reason was that we don't experience the more violent forms of it. No, that's secondary. Primary, this is really key. People really need to, I hope people will hear this, and I hope people will believe this. Some people know this. The primary reason is that black females are either the primary participants or secondary participants, meaning that their mothers, their sisters, their aunts, their friends, somebody they know who's a black female is engaging in sex with white people. Our minds are more mushy because we engage in more sex with white people than black males do. Now that seems to be the reverse of what is the case, because on the sidewalk, you see a whole lot more black males with white females than the reverse. But there's a whole lot. There has always been since slavery, there has always been, continues to be, in office buildings, houses, everywhere you can possibly think of, lots and lots of sex between black females and white men. The key is that it's real hush-hush. It's real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy so that we don't even know the devastating effect other black people don't even necessarily know, where all those defensive statements are coming from black women, because people don't know she's been in the bed with a white man. They depend on the secrecy of that, and they don't want it exposed. Hush. It's real secret. And white people, they enforce and depend upon its secrecy so that we don't even know the devastating effect other black people don't even necessarily know, where all those defensive statements are coming from black women, because people don't know she's been in the bed with a white man. They depend on the secrecy of that, and they don't want it exposed. Gosh, there were 2 points, but I'll just respond to the latter one. I meant to say this earlier when we were talking about the reason that black females may be more confused about the system of racism, white supremacy, and who practices it. And I said I thought the primary reason was that we don't experience the more violent forms of it. No, that's secondary.
Let's actually let me do this. Let's play this, and then I'm gonna answer something that Black Uru asked, or better yet, asked, and then I'm gonna ask them a question actually too. And oh no, another reason why your daughters are super single, and black men, at least for the black women, the 18 to 25-year-old black men aren't approaching, is because the black women are leaving all of their kindness and femininity and consideration, and who they defer to is the white guys. You doubt me? Well, here you go.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
Uh-oh. Huh? And Black Uru asked, who is that woman? Does she have, or has she had an active social media channel? She should be studied further. So Cree has a child from a white dude. Cree she spoke on context of white supremacy, the cows, Gus T. Renegade. I remember hearing her a couple of times on there, a few times. And yeah, so, and she knows what other black women are on, right? And she's not the only one. Rabithia, it was an older black woman who called in, who also had a sexual experience with a white man back in the day. She spoke on it. There's Gus T. Renegade covered this a couple of times. Once again, context of white supremacy. There was another black woman that called in, and that said pretty much the same thing that Cree said, right? There was another black woman that called in and pretty much said the same thing that Cree said, and she like almost verbatim, and she was like, yeah, like a lot of black women, we don't want to tell y'all, but we out here, and black men, y'all don't know, but we out here having sex with our white co-workers and all this other stuff, right? So Gus T. Renegade has, because his show went on for a while, right? And he would cover these. Okay, it's not like he focused only on this, but once again, context of white supremacy, and he called these type of situations, what was the term again? Tragic arrangements. Was it tragic arrangements, everyone? I think that's what Gus T. Renegade called it, and he covered it with brothers too. He wasn't too biased on it, but he wasn't a hypocrite. He also spoke about black men and with white women. And on this same recording, this same episode, Black Uru, there was a brother who called in later on in this conversation, and he was dating a woman that he knew from back in the day, black woman that he knew from back in the day, who was with the white man previously, and he was saying, yo, she had all type of mental issues. And like we continue to hear this over and over again. When those black women finally jump off the white carousel, then they start telling you, I had a complex and I didn't like the way I looked in the mirror, and I didn't know how to think about myself, and I went to all white schools, and they start sounding like Cheska Lee. They start sounding like the young lady I have somewhere in my videos that said this. Yeah, there's a number of black women that start saying that start speaking like that, right? And it's what you say here. And I would like, if you don't mind giving us a little bit more detail, I'm gonna bring the panel up in a minute. And Black Uru says here, my younger daughter often complains of young Black women worshiping white men. Right? Worshiping it. I keep saying it, and like our scholars are pathetic. Outside of the ones that we have in these spaces, our scholars ain't. Look, man, y'all done spent so many decades hyper focused on Black men and Black men's misbehavior and their colorism and their sexism and their featureism and the European beauty standard that Black men supposedly adhere to. And I don't see none of you outside of the brothers in this space, the PhDs in this space, ever talk about what white masculinity, white manhood did to the minds of women of color. I'm just gonna have to go over it again. We're gonna bring it back. We're gonna speak about dataclysm and the dating divide. Now that I have handy dandy the back of StreamYards, we'll cover it again. I have a bit more subscribers now. I know how to use StreamYards better. We'll cover it again. Excuse me. And what does it mean? What does it mean for the Black community? What does it mean for Black men when in the back of many Black women's minds is some mythical, magical white man, some omnipotent, omniscient white man that's supposed to save her from herself and from her Blackness? And when I say white man, read all non-Black men, but obviously especially white men. Huh? Like, yeah, that white male worship, that's something like no one in the Black community outside of these spaces talk about racial hypergamy. You just watched Amanda Marianne like back to back within the span of like 2, 3, 4 months. Do the swirl video and then the Black wife effect. Then you watch Madison Brown cover it. You watch Kidology say, "Well, the reason why women of color, the white men, is because white men are more open and they're not stuck on traditional ways." What? Well, you watching women of color cop pleas left and right. Goddamn OJ trial, right? Nobody want to have the conversation. It's like, it's so easy to critique the men and men's proclivities and men's sexual strategy, men's mating strategy. It's so easy to do that. And we don't care how sexist we sound when we're doing it either. But the women, oh, everybody get all type of everybody starts cringing and starts contorting themselves into not right. Everybody starts contorting themselves into knots because no one wants to speak about racial hypergamy. No one wants to speak about class. I've watched dozens, if not hundreds, of news clips. I've read news articles. I'm all through Google and Yahoo. I done covered this stuff so much. No one wants to speak about class and marriage. No one wants to speak about who's getting married and who's staying married in terms of class and income. No giggity. No, everybody starts cringing. No one wants to speak about it because you're going to have to start speaking about the women in patriarchy and how they're actually invested in patriarchy. You could call it what you want to call it. Assertive mating, similarly situated, equally yoked. You could call it what you want to call it. Huh? The women are practicing class. What I called it again? Goddamn, I lost the train. My whole phrase that I gave myself. But yeah, no, the women are. Oh yeah, classmate guarding. That was my term. There we go. Classmate guarding. That's what they're engaging in. The upper class women said, "I'll be damned if I marry down." The men marry down. Obviously, it's sometimes overstated how often men marry down in class, but the men are far more likely to marry down than the women because the women don't mean that equality stuff. Chris Rock told you that damn near 2 decades ago. Ain't nothing drive the vagina more than a woman opening her wallet. This is something everybody knows. Men know it, women know it. But we all got to pretend like we don't know it because, God forbid, we got to critique women and their behavior and say, oh, by the way, look, when we told you equality, that's what we meant. When we destroyed the world for feminism, look, you're supposed to not only marry the men in your same income bracket and higher. That's not the way it's supposed to go. But instead of us doing that, we just keep on beating the men over the head with the hammer. How does that tie into white men? Because white men are the men in women's mind. White men are the men. And so it's okay to watch them worship white men, and everybody tries to find little sneaky ass ways of justifying it and calling it something other than what it is. Everybody pretends like they're not watching racial hypergamy. You're watching racial hypergamy in effect when it comes to Asian women, when it comes to Latina women, Black women, Indigenous women, Arab women, Persian women, all of the women, especially when they move over here to the West, UK, Canada, Britain, New Zealand, Australia, obviously America. It's easy. I keep saying this. I meant it when I said it to FD. Critiquing the men's behavior, critiquing the men's behavior is easy. Say something to the women. Huh? It's easy insulting the men. It's easy being sexist to the men and couching it as just critiquing them. That's cake. That's the easy part. Y'all wonder why the country going to hell in a handbasket, why the men 18 to 25, it's really 30 if you're going to be honest, are not approaching the women. Meanwhile, y'all have over-indexed on insulting the men. The young men. Y'all have scared. Look, man, y'all done scared the crap out of the young men. Me Too movement, street harassment. You can't look at her like that. You can't look at her like this. Stop looking at her in the gym. Y'all scared the crap out of the young men. What you thought? But you know who ain't scared? Because they know they got to, what Paul Mooney said, the complexion for the protection? The white man, especially well-situated white man. That's why, and that's some of what when they interviewed the lady with the street harassment campaign a decade ago now, and they called her out like, yo, you don't got no white man saying nothing crazy. And she was like, no, but the white man, they move different. And I get what she was getting at. The white men are white men. They don't gotta be overt with the flirting. They're white. We're gonna go anyway. Ooh, goddamn. See, wherever that lady is, lady, if you really wanted to say it the right way, you should have said it. Hey, white men don't gotta do none of that. They're white men. They just look our way and we going. Uh-oh. Guy incognito. Hi, I'm Strom Thurmond. I'm a segregationist. But guess what? I pipe black women and get them pregnant. And try to hide my secret mixed child. Huh? Oh, man. Hi, my name is Thomas Jefferson. I encouraged the King of France to keep his foot on those blacks in Haiti. Meanwhile, I'm over here piping a 14-year-old. A 14-year-old black woman. Black kid. Oops. Huh? Uh-oh. I'm over here talking about you can't hold the wolf by its ears and all different type of things concerning slavery because the wolf might bite you. Huh? I'm trying to keep my foot. I know I shouldn't because it's morally indefensible. But I'm trying to keep my foot on these black people's neck because I know they're going to tear our head off when we remove our foot. But at the same time, I'm putting all wrinkled white balls all upon a 14-year-old black woman, black girl. Huh? Oh man. And Naaman says, "Oh, just," and Paul Mooney said, "The right complexion for the collection and the protection." There you go. Thank you, Naaman. Right. So that's what they are. Look, black women. I am not surprised, especially if your daughter's doing pretty well, your youngest daughter doing pretty well financially. I know she in them circles with those black women who are drooling over white men, and not for any other reason than the white men are white men. Not because of any type of character, not because of anything, but he's the man. And this is where feminism crashes into a wall. Because the women still want the man. They still want men's men. At least the masses of them. Do you have different type of women that they're okay with a stay-at-home father or a man that's not all about his career? He's not tough as nails. Of course. You're always going to have anomalies. You're always going to have outliers. But as Mr. Z says often, the outliers are doing way too much talking. And so what ends up happening is the 10 or 15%, and this is exactly what Anne-Marie Slaughter was saying, the 10 or 15% of women that are actually okay with being the primary breadwinner and they don't see their husband any different, mainly white women, they really have convinced themselves, they don't really actually believe it, that they represent the masses of women. No, the masses of women said, look, if he don't earn more than me, and if I'm not low-key a little bit afraid of him, ooh, I said it, then I can't be with him. Huh? When I say equal, I actually mean more than equal. I want a relationship of equals. Really? Here's the man that's equal to you. Look, your panties are dry. Yikes. Huh? Oh boy. Huh? So for all the black women who might be listening in and say, Z, we don't worship white men, stop it with that. See, the word might sound harsh, that worship word concerning black women and white men, especially with the history of America. When you put that word worship in the conversation, in context of American history, it sounds harsh. I get it, right? But when black women sound like this effectively, what are they saying? Wait for it.
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
Uh-oh. Huh? Wow. Yeah. If you're speaking like this, if you think like this, if you feel like this, you may disagree with the word worship, but effectively that's what it is. If you're saying overtly what we make black men put up with, they're not going to go for that. So you're saying these non-black men are not going to go for what we put black men through. So first of all, she's admitting, and she looks young-ish. What she's admitting here is, oh, I know we put black men through some stuff, and we're not going to do that, or at least we can't do that to non-black men. Okay. What does that look like in action? What does that look like? Is it not worship? If you're saying, I'm going to treat these people better, I'm going to be more considerate of their time, I'm going to be more considerate of their energy, I'm going to be more disciplined when it comes to them, but these people, whatever, I don't care about your time, I'll be as late as I want to be. I'll be as disrespectful as I want to be. I'll be as mean and rude and stark as I want to be. Huh? I'll talk to you all type of crazy. So for the black men get this.
Don't check me, boo.
Huh? That's what the black men get. The black men get
I
this.
said what I said.
That's what black men get from black women. Huh? This is what black men get from black women. That's what black men get from black women. This is what black men get from black
when
women.
The nerd came up to the girl in high school, she was like, no, I don't want you. And then once she became a baby mama, he was a CEO, executive and all that. And she's like, hey, you remember me? He said, no, I don't want you. I be feeling like, respectfully, y'all is the grown-up versions of the niggas that got hurt in high school while we was out fucking with the drug dealers. Let me tell you something. We were victims then making horrible-ass decisions with grown-ass niggas preying on us. Y'all gotta let that shit go. What about the girl?
Huh? Y'all gotta let that go. The disrespect, the overlooking you, the snarky rudeness, the nose in the air as they walk past you. Y'all gotta get over that, right? That's what black men get from black women. But what do white men get from black women?
Normally when we get hate messages, it's literally black women. She said, oh look, another cracker picking on black women. So let's try to cook something up. Oh look, another black queen who wants master roleplay, LMAO. And send. Over or under? Over or under? She's typing. Oh my god, she's typing. Okay. She's just playing hard to get a little bit. What's black people's favorite seasoning, would you say? What if I put some lemon pepper on it? Question mark. Would that make up for the size? Okay, she's typing. How'd you know I love lemon pepper? Come on! Who are you? Come find out. Text me, love. I'm not on here a lot. Do you like white boys for real? Or is this like a fetish? Baby, it's a fetish. I'm okay with that, period. I fetishize y'all as well, TBH, so that's cool with me. Want to FaceTime or something? I'm bored. Has anyone ever made you like shit or like pee?
No.
Really?
No, that's no.
I know we just met, but how would you feel about twerking real quick? Just so I can get like an idea of like what I'm working with. Are those PSD shorts or like underwear? What is that?
No, these are the cartoon characters.
Oh, period. You know how you said like you do like specialty videos?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking maybe like, would you make a video for me?
Mm-hmm.
You would? Okay. Let's brainstorm. Do you ever like play with like your Gucci?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
Is this somebody's name? Yeah.
Okay. Would you incorporate the master roleplay at all into it or not really?
What do you mean? Like?
Well, it's like making like the sound or whatever. When it's making that sound,
yes.
You'd be like, I'm so wet for you, Joseph, or some shit like that. So yeah, send me your link or whatever, and then whenever you make the video, I'll just send it to like my Discord, and I'll be like, bro, like this is a video like this girl made, or whatever, for us if y'all want to watch it or whatever.
All right, not a problem.
Period.
The champ is here. The champ is here.
Come on! I do this shit.
Yeah. So why aren't your 18 to 25-year-old men, black men, not approaching your 18 to 25-year-old women, black women? Once again,
if you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline, and what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that.
oh boy. And let's read this. This is now this comment is perfect time to read. I did not forget about the rest of you. And Eric Deadman says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe to the super chat. And Eric Deadman says, I keep telling y'all 80% of these chicks say let's read it again. See, I keep telling y'all 80% of what these chicks say is pure projection. Yeah, because remember they say we chase after white women. You want to know why 18 to 25-year-old black men are not approaching your daughters? Eric, we're told, black men are told they worship white women, they chase after white women, right? That's what we're told. We're the ones chasing after white women. Meanwhile, Becky already told you, no, actually.
The black kings get divorced, and then what happens? They're like, F it. We're moving on. Snow bunnies are going to clean me right out. So the snow bunnies get on top of things and they mix and they have this beautiful baby and the process continues. So I do find that black kings often go to black queens first and then they're like, Snow bunny time. They'll either divorce them, dump them, and then move on. Swiftly move on. And they'll feel all cleansed, you know? Right. Anyway, on that note, do you like my nails? They're very Christmassy. It's almost Christmas. Divorce season's round the corner, which means snow bunnies warm in January. Yes.
In other words, what Mr. Z is saying is black men aren't chasing after white women. That white woman just told you in actuality that black men go to black women first. And she's from the UK. She's telling you that black men go to black women first. It's after y'all destroy the relationship, dear black women. White women like her, some Latinas, some Asian women, are waiting in the wings to clean black men up. Ooh. Huh? Her words. Uh-oh. Yikes. Meanwhile, your daughters are out here playing with their toys.
Dildos. Sex toys. Always. Till the day that I die, because I've been using them since I was... since I was a teenager. So...
Huh? Uh-oh. If you want to know what your daughters are doing, dear black people. Huh? And once again, Eric, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Mr. Donnie Max is saying that men, quote unquote, date down is still framing this in women's perspective. Women date up versus down. Men date more versus less. Ooh. I like the way that sounds. I'm gonna incorporate that. I'm gonna start using that. Right? Oh boy. If you want to know why your 18 to 25-year-old young men, black men, aren't attempting to date in court and maybe not even have sex with your daughters. Uh-oh. Because half your damn daughters, as Black Rule said earlier in the black community, are worshiping goddamn white men. And Black Rule says, my daughter worked in a law office a couple of years when she was in college. She said the 2 or 3 married white male attorneys were knocking down all black women and Latina staffs while like rolling pins. Knocking them down like rolling pins. I think you meant to say bowling pins. I know what you meant, right? Knocking them down like bowling pins. And are those white guys married to black women or Latinas? Or are they married to a basic ass Becky? Or are they married at all? And when they do get married, will they be marrying a Latina or a black woman? Possibly a Latina. Black woman? I doubt it. I just want everyone to appreciate young men got the memo. The black women, y'all haven't caught up to what the internet did to your image. The little bit of image you had before high-speed internet. You don't appreciate it. That's why you're still talking like we in the 80s somewhere. Stop hitting us with the bell hooks, quotes, and books. It's outdated and nobody cares. Y'all could take all of that early second wave feminism crap. Y'all could throw that all in the trash bin. Nobody cares what you're talking about. And it doesn't apply. The young men have high-speed internet now, and they're seeing how you and your girl cousins and your sisters and your sisterin respond and react to the environment. And the young men, young black men, want no parts of it. Huh? And the white guys are talking. The white women are talking. Uh-oh. Black women, not only are you hyper-exposing yourself, the white guys are exposing you. Uh-oh. Huh? You're hyper-exposing yourself, and the white guys are exposing you also. Now what? It ain't looking good. Huh? Oh boy. And once again, Mr. Donnie Mac, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Red Falls Black says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Red Falls Black says, back in my late teens, an old man told me that women are, I don't know what this is supposed to be, but yeah, by nature, over my lifetime, I found this to be true. Oh, okay, yeah, bro. Yeah, you gonna have to be a little bit more explicit so I can get the message. A little bit more, right? Oh, they were married to Becky's, yeah. And he says, okay, so the white guys were married to Becky's, and it said, Black Who says Becky's. Although to be fair, my daughter said their wives were very pretty. I think she said one of them won some beauty pageant. There you go. But you knocking down regular basic ass Latinas and black women. I get it. I get it. Right? I get it. But as I said to you too, Black Guru, I witnessed this also with a couple of white guys that I used to work with, running through women in general, including black women. Including black women, you know he would never do nothing with except what he's doing with them. Huh? He ain't never gonna do nothing. And when it was dumb thing. You don't think that, like if you eat one hamburger, you're gonna be fat. But it's that line right before where she straddles the line of not being fat because the tummy is still flat, but everything else is banal. The breasts are banal, the ass banal, the thighs banal, right? But the tummy is still flat. And you compare that Haitian woman to his wife, little thin, no ass, breasts not too big, white woman. And it's not even like he married her early and she came up from the bottom with him. No, he met her in college and he married her a little bit later and da 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 and whatever. But still, they ended up getting divorced anyway when the story broke. So there you go. Huh? But at the end of the day, he wasn't gonna do nothing else with that Haitian woman than what he was doing. And by the way, that wasn't the only person he was piping. Damn, there simultaneously he was piping a less thick Latina who's married and whose husband work at the job. Huh? Are we saying the brothers weren't doing their thing at the firm? The brothers were doing their thing. Some of the Latinos were doing their thing. Hey, nobody was running the numbers like the white guys, though. Huh? Not the regular white guys, but the attorneys. Even the small hat, stereotypical 5'7" tall, pudgy white attorneys was getting some good black vagina. And he was married too, but of course. Huh? If we really want to start talking secrets, black women, y'all don't want black men to blow the lid off of what y'all doing. If I were you, I would mind my manners, but black women can't help it. Because everybody's exposing y'all on top of you exposing yourself. And you don't appreciate what that means for you. When you complain like this is not what's going on and you could come back to the hood after a long day of work, giggity. Huh? When you could come back to the hood after a long day of work and pretend like you wasn't just doing what you were doing for the promotion. Huh? And you gave your husband or your boyfriend or your baby daddy or whatever black man just enough plausible deniability. Not anymore. So, dear America, Black America, you want to know why your 18 to 25-year-olds aren't approaching? Because your daughters have made it so blatantly clear. Your black daughters have made it so blatantly clear their preference for white men. Huh? And that's okay. But the black men don't have to be the, in case of emergency, break glass man. Huh? Black men don't have to be that, nor will they be that. Have fun, ladies, in the cold. Have fun in the cold. Huh? I know. It ain't fair. I know. I know. Huh? So what else we got here? Give me a second. And Oliver the Gray says, and he said, I don't like Arby's. Don't have a use for old roast beef. Hysterical, right? High mileage high mileage vagina. Boy, the ladies hate when we say that. Oh, they hate it. They hate when we say it. They hate when we imply it. They hate when when we speak about it. They hate it. They hate it. But ladies, what else is it? It's not. It's the experience, but it's also, and men through time immemorial keep saying this, how jaded y'all get with more and more bodies, with more and more experiences. Huh? And the women for forever have been trying to, no, it's no different. I'm not jaded. Yawn. Huh? Y'all end up looking and sounding like Superhead. Huh? Or Melissa Ford. Just high mileage and crazy. Goddamn, Z. Huh? Off y'all goddamn rocker. Shout out to Superhead. Huh? That's all it is. I'm sorry for the sound, you guys. I am next to the new generation BMW M3 with super CS, the BMW M3 CS with super sticky rear. Yeah, that's a drag car. Yeah, that's a drag car. Yep. Welcome to South Florida, where money got money. Oh man, that's that. Oh wait, and they're going McLaren right behind the BMW M3. But of course, welcome to South Florida. Anyway, moving along. I'm looking at like, I don't know what, $300 and some odd $1,000 in front of me, $400,000, something like that, and 2 cars. Yeah, yep. I hear you, ladies. I hear you. Okay, y'all. Let's do this. I'm gonna bring y'all up. Okay. Give me a second, everybody. Give me a second. And we'll play this one more again so that y'all can get an idea of a little bit of the reason why the young men are not approaching the women. Because what y'all don't know, low key, is that the men, and especially 18 to 25, that's college age and just a smidge after college age. What y'all don't know is, well, those women are doing things.
I promise you, in every group friend, there's at least one girl, and this is gonna sound crazy. There's one girl that want to bump coochies with y'all. I promise you, a lot of women do gain a form of sexual attraction to their female friends.
How y'all be out here on these girls trips doing other activities?
This shit is factually and contractually true.
Definitely happening. They eating party, playing with each other in the house up under the covers. It's happening.
But why y'all not talking about how y'all be out here fucking each other?
Baby, because when that alcohol gets a brewing, some of us get to carpet munching, ass grabbing, breast squeezing, and don't let them have lesbian friends. Married, in relationships, engaged, all of that.
Nobody don't talk about the DL women. It's considered cute and sexy. To me, it's not cool. Especially when I'm thinking that we bonding and you my friend. Whole time, you just like a dude. You just waiting your turn.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
What's going on, Better You? What's going on, AB?
Hey, what's going on?
Man. Now, let me AB real quick. Let me piss off Better You real quick. Here you go. Here you go, Better You.
Dildos, sex toys, always till the day that I die, because I've been using them since I was since I was a teenager. So since before I lost my virginity. So I'm always going to promote sex toys. And if it makes you uncomfortable, I'm sorry, but I'm going to promote them because it could be the solution to out of wedlock births, teenage pregnancies, and dealing with a dusty man. So I'm always going to promote them. And if it makes you feel uncomfortable, you need to get comfortable with your sexuality. You do. You need to touch on yourself, rub on yourself, feel on yourself. You need to make yourself orgasm before you get out here and allow a man to, because when it comes down to it, you start acting funny, okay? You can go into your little toy box.
Yes, Mr. Donnie Mac.
Put you up on game. A lot of these men be trying to, excuse my French, dick you down so good to where it's like, oh my God, she's always gonna be there. She's never gonna leave me. But when you step into my office and you go into your toy box, you will definitely leave, sis. You will. Because your toy box, if this man got you stressed, you can go to your toy box and have a good time. You don't need him. Okay? And you have your peace, your sanity. That is what this is about. It's very serious. So yes, I will be promoting sex toys. I would love to come out with my own sex toys, to be honest.
Boring.
I sure would. I see that happening, for sure. Yeah. So, if a man start acting funny and he trying to make it seem like he laid it on you so good to where you can't live without him, show him that you can. Go to your toy box, sweetie. It's in your closet. Go in your closet, sweetie. Go in your closet, get the little toy box out, and do what you need to do. Because listen, we women, we got our needs, okay? And if you out here giving up the nookie and you not getting the commitment that you want when you know that's what you want, but you over here settling for friends with benefits, sis, you need to step into my office too, okay? One day maybe I'll do like an unboxing or like show all my sex toys, but I really don't want to do that because I don't need men in my business because they be watching my stories.
Too late.
Or your friends with benefits is starting to act funny, or maybe you catching feelings and you're not supposed to be catching feelings because it's a friends with benefits type situation. So you go to that little toy box. We need to make the toy box a thing. We do. And
by the way, remember she has 200 and some odd thousand subscribers. I ended it early for you, AB. She has 200 and.
She was still. Wait, there was more to the video.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
8,000 subscribers, 258,000 subscribers, and she out. This is who many of your daughters are looking up to and they listen to. Right? This is who they're looking at as a quote unquote guru in Sage. Somebody that's telling them to go frack their clit with a goddamn industrial grade plastic toy with the fracking force crack the goddamn clit. Right? I'm just saying. We'll pause right there. Y'all go ahead.
Well, what I got to say, it's 2025 and playtime is over. And you know, as you point out, if the olders think we're going to put up with this bullshit, it's just not going to happen.
Absolutely not.
Especially now at my age, I ain't putting up with that bullshit. You either get in line, or you can go get or you can use the vibrator and go fuck yourself. I don't care.
Here you go, AB. Here you go. This is only 15 seconds long. Here you go.
I have these young girls who we're friendly with. Beautiful, smart. They went out one night. They told me where they went. They went here for dinner. They went there for drinks. Not one guy came over to them. Not one. Anywhere.
Hey,
we don't owe them that.
Yeah, it's not my fault Gen Z learned a lesson. Oops, did I say that out loud?
Hey,
Gen Z
shout out
learned
to you young millennials. Shout out to you Gen Z. Go ahead.
I know we can be hard on you young brothers, but shout out to some of y'all. Y'all learned a lesson. Y'all not even dealing with these heifers.
Mm-hmm. And that's all it. Look, if we're becoming increasingly atomized as a society, I know for the longest for the past 2 years we've been hearing and we've been reading articles that say the young men are like essentially chronically single because the assumption was, well, the young women, though, their workaround is just dating older men. But what happens when you reach the market cap of that? Now what?
Ooh.
How did we expect for the men to become more and more atomized, more and more single, right? More and more to themselves, and you didn't think that was eventually going to affect the women? Oh, and we're here now. Huh?
Yep.
And this is a good time for me to read this. And Chef Butter Biscuit says, and thank you for the super chat. Excuse me. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. He says, let the game ninjas have them. They like disrespect. Hey. And that's all it is. As a matter of fact, let me play it for y'all. Let me play the series of clips for y'all. Here you go.
That's when men used to protect, provide, and shut up.
Said if you are broke and I choose to deal with you, I will belittle you. It is what it is.
As a man, if you don't have house core job, don't look for a woman with house core job. And for the men that complain about women that do that, look for a man that has all three and they don't have all three. We can do that. We are women. You want us. You need us. Y'all want one thing from us. And mad because we boss y'all around because you're a fucking servant. You're a provider, right? You're a protector, right? You're a security guard and you're a goddamn assistant. Know your place. Stop being contradicting and bow down. Because I'm sick of it.
AB, do you wonder why the 18 to 25-year-old brothers don't want to sign up for that?
No, I think it's that for a Z. I guarantee you that last bitch is fucking a bomb. I can sense it. She's fucking.
I wouldn't be surprised.
She's fucking a bum. There's no other way because no man worth his salt that listen to that clip is gonna go be with her because I ain't bound down to shit. You better go get a vibrator and handle your business. I'm getting old, man. I don't have time for it. I go for the juggler. Get a vibrator and handle your business. Go fuck yourself.
Literally. Yeah. Man, what's going on, Leon? What's going on, Naima?
Hey, Naima.
I'm on lunch break.
Okay. Leon gave us the lunch break warning. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Nobody care about you being on lunch break. Nigga, I'm gonna cut you off the whole entire conversation. No, I'm playing with you. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I've talked about my step-aunt multiple times in there. She's a social worker. I used to go to conferences with her. I did community service with her. We had conversations about these women. I've talked to my grandfather. Better you read a little report on my grandmother. She's told me about this stuff, and she's like, it's been normalized and it's never talked about because these ladies, they get hotels together when they go on trips. They all sleep in the same bed. You have women that try you, and like I said, like this took place in the boomer silent generation. It's just something that's not talked about. It's not centered to the conversation. And like when I left for vacation over my dad's house, right after I left, he had a party at his house, and like I said, he has a lot of women, and they were drinking. I have access to his cameras in his house. I texted him. I'm like, "What's going on in your room?" He's like, "Oh, them bitches been drinking, and 50, 40, 60-year-old ladies getting it in
on each other." Yep.
No, they were doing a whole lot more than touching. Okay.
Yep.
And they're like, and so she called him later, and this is a high class.
Yeah.
And she called him later. It was like, "Oh, you need to delete it." I knew you already knew my dad has cameras all over his house, on the outside and inside. And so he's like, "I'll delete it from my hard drive, but I still got the cloud." You know what I'm saying? So this ain't unusual. I've talked to my grandma, my aunties about this, and they say, yeah.
Shout out to Mom's Maybelline. Anyway, go ahead.
Yeah. And it's always been here. It's been known. It's just not talked about. It's like the lady said, like my aunt said, she's like, "I'm not into that, but like I'll hug a woman, blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, I want some dick."
Indigo said liquid lesbians. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm using that, nigga. I'm using that. Oh God. Well, you better trademark that shit, Indigo. That shit is hysterical, man. Oh man. Not liquid courage, but liquid lesbians. Oh shit. Go ahead, Leon. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wrap my point up like this. You just have to think about the spaces that these women occupy and how these coalitions work. Like, you don't want to be the oddball calling, people that prescribe to being queer or non-binary or lesbian out within those communities because, they'll blackball a heterosexual woman in a moment. You know what I'm saying? Especially if she has a son that has good grades. So you got to kind of think of how these ladies have to, move around those environments. So they're not going to break up the sisterhood. They're going to prioritize them first, and they just distance themselves from those ladies while simultaneously still being in community and having to work with them. So
thank you for being a friend. Anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, I got access to my dad's cameras on my phone. What I saw, a 32-year-old shouldn't be seeing with his eyes, okay, at the time.
You saw a whole lot of playing around.
Oh yeah.
That's what you saw.
Oh yeah. They know what they were doing. They were professionals. You know what I'm saying?
But here's the thing. Outside of that space, does anyone know what their alternative life is?
It's not that people don't know. It's because it's not talked about. And how we've been programmed is we find it sexy. So it's like we've been programmed to have like two women that simultaneously like each other. And the thing is, if you really want a polygamous lifestyle, you're better off than getting two women that already like each other. So we've been
Leon,
programmed.
read show's coming when you get a chance. Keep going, but read show's coming when you get a chance. Go ahead.
I don't see it. I don't see it up there. Bring it up. But through the ideas that we subscribe to and what we've seen, I don't believe you. I need to see the link, Leon. Bro, I'm not doing that. That's actually illegal to do.
Yeah, right.
I would do it, but it's illegal.
No, don't do it. But yeah, that shit's hysterical.
Yeah, and like I said,
you don't want to see 50 and 60-something-year-old women all nibbling on each other's trail.
Yeah, and I've said it for since I've said it since Z has met me about my aunt and my other aunties and my grandma even speaking on that stuff because they speak about it. But like I said, they're part of organizations, and they told me how, if you go to a conference, it doesn't matter what type of conference, and you're a black male, you're healthy, you're in shape. These ladies will call you at 4 o'clock in the morning trying to get some dick because they're all drinking during these conferences and events. So if you're not the dick that has a full battery, they're going to find a battery or they're going to play amongst each other because it's been normalized forever.
Yeah, well, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Y'all heard what the lady said? She said, "Eat booty, itch, booty." You heard what she said?
I promise you, in every group friend, there's at least one girl, and this is gonna sound crazy. There's one girl that want to bump coochies with y'all. I promise you, a lot of women do gain a form of sexual attraction to their female friends.
How y'all be out here on these girls trips doing other activities?
This shit is factually and contractually true.
Definitely happening. They eating party, playing with each other in the house up under the covers. It's happening.
But why y'all not talking about how y'all be out here fucking each other?
Baby, because when that alcohol gets a brewing, some of us get to carpet munching, ass grabbing, breast squeezing, and don't let them have lesbian friends. Married, in relationships, engaged, all of that.
Nobody don't talk about the DL women. It's considered cute and sexy. To me, it's not cool. Especially when I'm thinking that we bonding and you my friend. Whole time, you just like a dude. You just waiting your turn.
Yeah. And
anyway,
I'll end it like this. You have to remember how women write, and they say the black man supplies the physical sexual side of things, but the women supply the emotional side of things. So it's like, y'all don't be around guys and he walk past you and grab your ass, kiss you on the neck, and that's more of the emotional. But since they're around women all day, the women are doing that. It's like priming a woman for sex.
Let me say, like, I'm like women on this, bro. If I find out my lady did anything with a woman, it's donezo. It's done. I don't know why we have this double standard, right? Or better yet, I get it, but like, I've never been like that. I ain't messing with no same sex loving women, bro. Like that. I've never been turned on by that. I know for a lot of people that the menage a trois thing is a fantasy. I never really cared for it. That don't turn me on. That's not a thing for me. So the women kissing, that never been a thing. That when Girls Gone Wild was a thing, like I was still early teens maybe. It didn't do nothing for me. Like seeing women kiss on each other, in high school, you seen some of them slap each other butt, and you knew the girls that were in same-sex loving relationship, and at least one of them might have been a little cute or whatever. It never did anything for me. So I've never been the person that's turned on by. Shout out to Boosie, that whole. Well, I'm not gonna use it because it's a pejorative, but his song, we all know the song from Boosie where he remixed the beat that Jeezy. Well, maybe that's not the word I want to use, but the instrumental from one of Jeezy's joints. But yeah, that whole era of my girl got a girlfriend. I actually like that song from Dro, but that's a dope ass song. But the actual act, it never did it for me. It never. Don't forget Ray Lavender.
But Mrs. Z, you have to remember, you don't have time to give your woman that emotional, that emotional feeling. You're just supplying her with the physical intimacy. You're not giving her emotional intimacy. You work 80 hours. Oh my God.
You're boring. You're boring. Oh my gosh. You're boring.
Let's let Better You get in there real quick, and then you got an AB. Go ahead, Better You.
Yeah, like respectfully, I don't buy none of that shit. Because honestly, in terms of emotional labor, and especially in relationship, who does more than black men? We're doing labor for the time we open our goddamn eyes to the time we go to goddamn sleep. So
if we go to sleep,
that part. I've dated a bisexual girl, and I feel very similar to you, Z. Like it started out kind of like, okay, like this is a little different. Like this is in the past, whatever, cool. And then it's just like I started meeting some of her friends and whatnot. It's like you can tell the same way you could tell when a dude slept with a girl. You could tell when girls that shit.
Yeah, you can tell. Yeah, that's true.
It gets real uncomfortable because it's like, damn, you don't fucked all these girls?
Yeah. Oh no, they get around with the friend circle. I dated one once too, and bro, it's so crazy. You described it perfectly. You got the energy. When you meet the friends, you're like, oh, y'all done quote unquote dated each other before, huh? Yeah, and I can't do it, bro. I did it. I dated one. And I couldn't do it. It was one in high school. One, let's say, that was before my lady now. Let's say that was about
when he was 5, in the Democratic Party.
No. As a matter of fact, that was going down in the Democratic Party. The Democratic when I was working for the Democratic Party, dudes and women were getting with each other. Well, not across sexes, but it don't do it for me either. Better, it don't.
Most of the time, it's not actually the females; it's their female partners and friends that are bringing the issues to the relationship. Because I've experienced, because I dated strippers in my early 20s, so you know what I'm saying. But yeah, it's the friend group that brings the issue because if they don't like you, they bring in the chaos that has nothing to do with your relationship, into your relationship. Yep. So fuck it. But yeah, I'm out. 20 minutes.
All right, Leon. All right, bro. Thanks for coming up.
Have a good one, Leon.
Bro. Yeah, it don't do it for me. I cut you off earlier too. Better you go ahead and finish up, and then we get in.
Yeah. And beyond that, I just have to say this: like, Leon's right. We haven't talked about these things a lot in the past, but I kind of wonder if this is more prevalent nowadays than in the past, because seeing certain studies, it's like damn near a quarter of young ladies under like 30 and under is bisexual. So
and it's because of the increase in bisexuality. So it's I thought it was a quarter of them are LGBTQ, and it's because of the like a third of that considers themselves bi. It's because that surged. If I'm not mistaken, I might have that way type of confused. But yeah. Go ahead. Because a quarter is crazy. Because it was like 23-24%. I remember. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because it was, and you looked at every other demographic, and it was I think the next highest demographic was like 8%.
Mm-hmm.
So it really makes you wonder, like, to go to what BGS talks about a lot of times, like, is there something in our environment which is inspiring this behavior? Or is this just a weird externality of certain things, such as white worship, such as the white aspirationalism, and so on and so forth of these? Because there are some women who are saying it now. Like, I've go to videos where Trump's doing something, and there'll be black women like, you know what? I'm tired of being a black woman. I'm like, oh shit.
Interesting.
We there now. No, it's beautiful. We living in the era of exposure and stuff, and I watched Dr. Ronald Neal's stream last night, and he was going to like yo, this is we're living through the era of exposure, and I've said this before, right? And hearing black women say, yo, I'm tired of being a black woman, but we already knew it. I think they're just at the point now where they feel comfortable saying it.
They don't want to hide it anymore.
They don't want to hide it anymore. Now, here's the issue. I actually don't have a problem with them saying that.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the problem, though. Everything that they've done in the past and present in response to hating being a black woman, especially concerning black men, the way they speak to you, the way they act, and as Ed has said, we've said it in these spaces, they're angry that they're a black woman, and so they take it off on you because they blame you for their blackness.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that's the issue with them hating being a black woman, is that they blame you and then they take that off on you, or they take that off on the nearest black man.
Take
right?
it out on.
So yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
I think you guys fail to realize something.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned this term before, but I guess this flew over your head and possibly grazed your scalp inadvertently, Z. It's called socially acceptable rebellion. You know what I mean by that?
I've heard that term before.
I mentioned that because it's from Black Phillip.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like how some women are just gonna, like, let me give you an example. Say, like, when tattoos became pretty normalized and everything. And then somebody would probably try to, fake the funk by getting like one of those like tribal tattoos or whatnot,
around their arm,
on their or the armband in the arm of the 90s, like chicks would get the butterfly, something that was just like just generic,
butterfly by their ankle or something,
something generic just to fake the funk. Same thing with some women saying they had a lesbian experience in college, when they may not have had. Now it's become socially acceptable for women to say that they're bisexual, and then, of course there are those who say they're bisexual but not really bisexual like that. Not to mention, and plus their sexuality, and plus how they can engage themselves with women is completely different than how they can engage with men. Like in some cases, or like in some cases, like or they're like Patrice mentioned about his girl. She's an absolute, when it comes to women, she's an absolute bottom. She likes to receive, she likes to get munched on, but not do any munching. One-sided interaction. But here's something, I've dated bisexual chicks as well. In fact, I've met their ex-girlfriends and whatnot. But one thing I think people forget about regarding women who engaged in sex with other women, the STD rates. The most common STDs among women who have sex with other women is herpes and HPV.
Damn.
There you go.
HPV. Think about HPV first of all, guys. The majority of women will get HPV who contract HPV, but specifically if they have type 18 or 16 of that virus, when they got to get the pap smear because they're at a high risk of developing and most likely going to develop cervical cancer. The ones who get type 16 or 18 of that virus strain. Not everyone who gets HPV is going to develop cervical cancer.
Let me play this, because I want, when you were speaking about socially acceptable rebellion, in context of American history, What is more socially acceptable rebellion than this?
If you want to date outside of your race, you need to be disciplined. When they say we're going to the gym at 5:30 in the morning, you better be up at 5 o'clock getting ready. They are not going to deal with the lack of discipline. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. And what we make black men put up with, they are not going to go for that. What we make black men put up with, they are not gonna go for that.
That's socially acceptable rebellion. You could rebel against black men, you could talk crazy to black men, but everybody else,
yeah,
you know, you realize that. So yeah, go ahead.
What used to be deviant behavior has become normalized. I mean, look at piercings.
Yeah,
I remember that George Carlin said this. He said, like, we used to wear earrings just to piss off the squares. Now guess what? The squares are all wearing earrings.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I have earrings, and and it was because I liked them. I thought they were cool, and I wore them. I still have them, but you know,
but yeah, but it's yeah, you know, the whole theme for today is why aren't the 18 to 25-year-olds asking these ladies out? Why aren't they, you know, and you could throw in everything that we've been speaking about. Why aren't they going to speed dating events and mixtures? I guess that wouldn't so much apply to the 18 and 25-year-olds, but you could throw that in there and then part of the conversation too. And it's simple. Why would they? Why would they?
I'll give you one example of that, if I may.
Go ahead, and then we get it. Go.
I mentioned this video time and time again. Field Marshal Ron Wills, the field master himself. There was a clip I remember asking him a question, and he did a video based on it. It was called "The Denial of a Black Man's Humanity." In fact, can I mention TS's name in this one?
TS, who's TS?
Hang on, let me type his name so you know who I'm talking about. Because I'm not sure. Some certain names I'm not sure if they we're allowed to mention them.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Tommy Sotomayor back in the day. You know, back when he was good. Because remember, he used to have this T-shirt, this line of T-shirt that said "Black Boys Rock," because he talked about how the Zers, since they were kids, they were being clowned on.
Yeah.
Remember, they've been dealing with that kind of abuse from girls since they were children, not just from the women, not just from the girls they were around.
The Z's were the kids with the shirts that said "Black boys have," I'm not black boys, but boys have cooties, throw rocks at them. They were kids when that shirt came out, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Yes. But Tommy Sotomayor was talking about, had this campaign that said "Black Boys Rock," because he didn't want the next generation, and he's a Gen Xer. He didn't want to see what Gen Xers, millennials went through, to be subjected to Z's and alphas, but they were getting subjected to that. So they were like, why bother? Not to mention they were teenagers when Me Too came out, and certain Gen Zs were while still in high school getting Me Too. In fact, there was a story about a boy who self-deleted himself after while in high school. He self-deleted after being accused of this stuff. So that's the thing we got to understand. They've been demonized since they were birthed.
Yeah,
especially black boys. But go ahead.
And they've learned from that, and that's why a lot of them.
Well, me either. Keep going, AB. Go ahead.
That's why they're not dating now, because they've learned from that at any given moment you look at the chick the wrong way, and she can accuse you of something, and there's nothing you can do about it. Thanks, Obama.
Yeah. Oh, wait. You mean with the dear colleague letter crap?
Yeah. Thanks, Obama.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Instead of precedent. With that, look, we just live in a different day, man, and this is another reason why I play the things I play. If anybody's snooping around here, listening in, if you think I'm playing these things as a response to how y'all speak, I am. It's easy to talk that crap until I play the women saying something completely different. Huh?
And that's why I do the backpedaling.
I said it the way I meant it, and this is my problem when not capturing everything. Once I see it and I think it might be interesting or it might be something I want to speak about later. I want to say it was Olay. It was one of them after Trump's election. She was going in and she said, and if I remember correctly, it was a woman. It was a black woman. And and I want to say it was Olay, but they were saying something like, the problem is many people don't appreciate that when you are on a road, and I'm paraphrasing, like the political road that you're on. If you're a conservative, a lot of these people don't appreciate everything that's supposed to come with that. Same thing with the liberals or the progress. Liberals and progressives are different, but that's a whole different conversation. But when you're on the left, everything that's supposed to come with the left, and I keep saying that you political purists buy into that crap. Everybody else is just trying to get it when they fit it. And yes, it's going to sound hypocritical. It is. But yes, it's going to sound hypocritical because people want what they want. So people may be all for leftist shit right up until it comes time to talk about their own individual family. They're not moving like that. Or people could be super conservative. Shout out to you, Dick Cheney, until their daughter come home LGBTQ.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. So like what these pundits and these hyper political people don't appreciate is that people are people and they mean that shit until they don't mean it. Yeah. And when it comes to women may talk about the community and they might have all of this notion of egalitarianism and equality, and until you put them in a relationship with the dude that says, oh, you want equal? All right, we'll do 50-50 this. I have no problem doing the chores at home. But if something go bump in the night, both of us is going down there with our guns, right? Like, and all that, and then you see the women, you see their vagina dry them right on up.
Backpedal.
Exactly, backpedal. But they don't mean it. And let me end that real quick with this. Anne-Marie Slaughter said it. Anne-Marie Slaughter said it. I'm gonna try to look it up for you guys in a minute. Anne-Marie Slaughter said it when she talked to women about what this actually looks like, this equality actually looks like. That's when they want to jump off the train. And y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
What I wanted to say was, hold on a second. What I wanted to say was, like, remember what happened when Kevin Samuels was on Fresh and Fit one time, and he was addressing the women. This is without all the pickup artists in the room. He was talking to one particular woman, a white woman. What did he say to her? Oh, up until it's time, you only want equality when it's beneficial to you. Otherwise, you just want everything to be your advantage only. You only want equality when it's beneficial to you. Otherwise, you don't want it. But go ahead.
That was pretty much the just the way I was going.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the current gender paradigm has been almost post-structuralist. Actually, not almost. A lot of it is because there's a lack of appreciation for men and masculinity overall that has really permeated throughout the society. And with that lack of appreciation, there's probably an argument that could be made that said that if it just stayed there and there was a little bit of apathy, maybe not that big of a deal. But what has come about is a senseless antagonism against all men, and this advent of flat masculinity in which every single guy is esteemed as these overlording oppressors regardless of their particular circumstance. It's like to treat somebody who's a black guy the same as if they're the son of a white guy. It's automatically on its face just so ridiculous.
Your by association?
Well, it's the intersectional play of it is they treat black men as if black men are privileged in their oppression. So being black, you're oppressed, but being a man, you have some degree of privilege that offsets your oppression. That's generally high level overview, but that's the intersectional analysis. And it misses the fact that because of the fact that you are a black man, you are targeted by society a particular way with a prejudice that I would argue no other race in America has ever been targeted with. But yeah, I'll land my plane right there.
Hey, what's good, Compassionate?
Yeah, Compassionate.
Yo.
BC. Comcap, yo, unmute yourself. Well, in the meantime, I think like what picking up what Betty you just laid down. I'm like, it's quite a mind fuck, but it's also the double standard, and it reflects how the paradoxical thinking that any woman is capable of. I mean, when you ask a woman, especially like this whole emotional labor and everything, you ask her, what do you mean by emotional labor? Ain't that motherfucker got kicked out of his own stream? Now he's back. StreamYard is doing
It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah.
But go ahead, compassionate. What's going on, yo? What's going on with you?
Yeah. I don't know. I think he's a little delayed. We'll give him a little while.
Okay. But yeah,
so
what I did catch of Better You. Yeah, no, that's the hopscotch in and out of how black men are supposed to behave in a white patriarchal society, where you still want black men. When you want to demonize black men are just men, right? Because you don't want to actually give them the sympathy or be a little bit gracious with them, because they're not actually performing like white men, because for the masses they can't. So all of the injustices that quote unquote patriarchy meets out on people, black men can't actually play that game. So when you want to demonize black men are just men, so that you can take away the black part of it all. But then when it's time to speak about who's kicking ass and taking names in this society, and we want to not really venerate men, but want to speak about the men that are actually doing the right things, this is when black men can't get mentioned, because they're not real men. This is where the man not come in, right? So yeah, no, I agree with what Better You was saying.
Yeah,
and black women get to play that game.
Z?
My apologies, y'all. I don't know what happened. Yeah, no, I'm gonna have to restart the phone, because every time I flip screens, y'all can't hear me, and I can barely hear y'all. But it's not. It shouldn't be that way exactly. But y'all go ahead. Whoever want to speak, go ahead.
As I was saying earlier, like picking up with everybody, what you just said, Z, but also what Betty was saying. Basically, it's like, you're only a man when it's convenient. That's the thing about black men.
Yeah, you're a man not.
Black, you're a man not, or you're only considered a man only when it's convenient. Your humanity is never accepted. Otherwise you're just a threat. All people consider you a frenemy. An enemy at all times, but a friend only under certain circumstances. But yeah.
No, definitely. I mean that even in the intellectualization of it by thinkers like Hooks and especially Crenshaw, the thing that you have to keep in mind with it, that convenience is by design. Like, they're purposely trying to ignore black men's experience to foreground black women. When if you actually did I would argue, a proper intersectional analysis of where black men and black women are, I think you pretty quickly come to the conclusion that black men are the biggest victims of patriarchy, and that patriarchy distilling everybody down into this flat manhood, it does a horrible disservice, because it treats oppressed and oppressor as if they are the same, just because they share a sexual identity, which, that's very much not the case, and they do that purposefully. Like, none of this is by coincidence. None of this is, happy oversight, or what it was, Bob Ross, happy. None of this is happy accidents. Like, these are people spinning propaganda. I mean, they're no different than a Goebbels.
Well, that's why I called it the benign neglect of black boys and men. Like, my word choice on that is on purpose. The benign neglect of black boys and men, for exactly what you just said. Because if we, like, I'm with black people who don't want to play oppression Olympics against other black people. Whether it's LGBTQ black folks, black men, or black women. But what's happening is that LGBTQ black folks and black women want to talk oppression Olympics. They don't actually want to start pulling cards. Because if we start pulling cards, it's gonna look real ugly, and we're gonna have to start taking away from y'all because y'all are doing way too much talking. Because if we live in a system of white supremacy, white male patriarchy, like y'all say, right? White male hegemonic rule, then who do you think they see as the threat? Black women? You think black women are the threat to white male power? You think LGBTQ black men are a threat to white heterosexual men? Are you stupid? I mean to be insulting.
Crockett look real threatening, boy.
Yeah, exactly. Short ass Jasmine Crockett is a threat to Donald Trump. Yeah, that's it. Right? Like this is the thing. Like, I'm not about playing the oppression Olympics, but if y'all want to play it, which by the way, y'all sound like y'all do, y'all really don't. Like, and I agree with Better You 100%. This is the game that everybody's playing. They're benign neglecting the plight of black boys and men to
dismissively,
to defer and to redirect all the energy and the money and everything, the apparatus, the little crumbs that are coming off the table from white feminists for the most part. Direct that, a couple of those crumbs of the crumb, to black women, and then black boys and men just get it how you live. And all the ones of you that do rise to the top, you better end up with a black woman. Man, if y'all don't get the hell out of here, go ahead, AB.
Hold on. If Jasmine Crockett is the future of the Democrat Party, they can forget about it. I'll never vote for him again. If that is the future of the Democrat Party, I want no parts of it.
Yeah, she's
not even that smart. She's not even that smart. I know she said we ain't about educated. You don't sound like it. You don't sound like you sound dumb. We were slaves.
They're still there. Here's the thing, AB. They're still trying to use the old playbook. I don't think that the Democrats, namely black Democrats, fully appreciate that it's a new day and the young white folks are barbaric. I don't care who y'all friends are. I'm gonna be really offensive right now. You can't pull the sympathy card on the young white folks. They don't care. They're perfectly okay with stepping over dead black bodies. They don't care. The couple of them that have a couple of black friends, or the white woman who getting piped down by a black dude, or the white dude who's piping a black woman that he actually care about, yeah, maybe her he might care about. But for the masses of white people, they have desensitized themselves even more than the white folks from the 80s and the 70s. They don't care. Look, they will. I'm telling y'all. I'm reading the comments. I'm watching the. I'm y'all just don't know. But I'll be snooping into the conservative side of the aisle. The white racists on that side of the political spectrum. We know there's white racists on the left.
Yes.
When I tell y'all, they have found some of the most in their rhetoric. Or we back on the plantation with their rhetoric. We're back. When I tell you, they are really on some. When I say they're really on some. We don't care. They didn't contribute anything anyway. They don't deserve it. They want reparations. These bums, these free. Look,
go ahead. You didn't hear what because you talking about Ayanna Pressley with the reparations bullshit.
Yeah.
You didn't hear what she said the other day?
No.
I'll send you the clip. We're willing to work with anybody that'll help us censor the American people.
Censor?
Yes, she said that out loud.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, that video is still up on her official page. She said, we will work with anybody that will help us censor the American people. And she has not made any retractions or nothing. And it's been about 5 or 6 days now.
Who's enabling it?
Wow.
Hillary Clinton. No, let me shut up.
Let me read this now, because Charles didn't mean it for this, but this is the perfect time to read this now. And trust us, the only difference is how much is being exposed.
Oh yeah, shout out to Elon Musk.
Right? Hey, look, Elon. Look, I said it. I stand by it, even after Dr. Ronald Neal, and I'm not trying to go against Dr. Ronald Neal. Let me say it now, because I agree with Dr. Ronald Neal with the exposure. With that, though,
yeah.
That's going to come at a cost. And if you think these wealthy people are just going to show us what's happening behind the scenes, and they ain't gonna screw your life. Yeah. If you think Elon and Trump ain't gonna screw you over while exposing to you how the other people are screwing you over, I don't know. So right.
Yeah.
So
Don't get it twisted.
go.
I ain't holding my breath. I ain't holding my breath for Elon Musk. I'm not looking for no handout from Elon Musk. I know who he is. I know he's from South Africa.
Yeah. And the thing for me, when I say that, I mean, will they flick off a crumb here or there for people that are rightly positioned? Yes. But with that,
you might
turn around. I think it's your right. Somebody might. But appreciate that. At the end of the day, the goal here is to completely destroy the administrative state, not for the benefit of black people or the average American. It's for the benefit of the wealthy. The thing with Elon is that he feel like the taxes got in his way. He feel like the administrative state attacked him. So does Trump, clearly, obviously. And so they want to break the administrative state, not for your benefit. As a matter of fact, if you work in class, it's probably going to screw you. But for the benefit of the Betsy DeVos and the Elon Musk and the Jeff Bezos and those folks, the Warren Buffetts and what's Elon what's Betsy DeVos' brother name again that owns Z or whatever it used to be called.
I forget the name of it.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, Eric Prince. Thank you, Eric Prince. Like all those folks. So I want us to be a bit careful. Like I said, I agree with Dr. Ronald Neal. Like they're exposing things. And when I put on my tinfoil kufi and my tinfoil do-rag, I think it's to have us encourage them to break the administrative state. And it's going to feel good and cathartic, right? But I think on the back end, when we see the rubble that is the system, I don't know if we're going to be okay with an even less protective administration that comes out after Trump and maybe JD Vance, right? So I just want to caution. I know some of us are celebrating, and I agree with the exposure, USID, and all the BS that they were using. Because let's be very clear, all that money that they were using was to destabilize foreign nations by using LGBTQ stuff and wedge issues and empowering the women to screw over the nation. That's all that little secret money. And when they donated blankets here and there and maybe bags of rice, yeah, but it wasn't really about that. It was carrots and sticks to encourage and blackmail other nations. That's what they were using USID for, clearly.
Yeah. Dude,
with that, go ahead.
Check the back tag.
Okay, give me a second. Okay. All right.
No, but continue. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. And so with that is domestically, what does it mean when they start breaking these things? And like I said, I know a lot of us gonna celebrate it. I would caution us, right? Because remember who black people are in this country. Remember how many black people work for government. Remember how many black people work in the public sector. Right. And there's a reason why I want to be very clear. Black people live in capitals. Black people live in major cities. Black people did the Great Migration and moved to the West Coast and the northern Midwest into the Northeast for a reason. Black people work for government for a reason, because as racist as the government, local government, state, federal government is, as absolutely racist as they are, they got to at least pretend like they care. On paper, because on paper, the private sector don't got to do it. Right? And so when you allow Elon to break the administrative state, when you allow him to break all the bureaucracy, appreciate what that's going to mean for you and your family and your relatives. Remember why black people are in the position they're in, why they work the jobs they work, why they're in the careers they're in, why they're in public sector, why they're in government. Do you really want to have to work for Elon and his ilk? You see how he's grooming and preparing those 19 and 22 and 24-year-olds that help him run in the Treasury department, right? So I'm just, are you sure you want to work for someone who was groomed by Elon because your public sector job got destroyed by Elon and now you working for the 32-year-old guy that used to be that's part of Elon's ilk. I don't know. I'm just, I'm just saying. I want him to expose. I want because I remember it. As a matter of fact, Dr. Ronald Neal was saying this. He mentioned the debate with Hillary Clinton and Trump, where Trump was like, "Yo, I'm rich and like I've benefited from this stuff, and so have you and your husband or you and your people." I remember that debate, but I would like to remind everybody of the debates before that, the primary debates, the first primary debate. Trump looked at Jeff goddamn Jeb Bush. Yeah, Jeb. I said Jeb, and then I was thinking Jeff, and then Jeff Bezos, and then threw me off. Jeb Bush, and he looked at that entire stage and said, "When I call Democrats, I give money because and I'm paraphrasing, I give money because when I call Democrats, they answer. When I call Republicans, they answer." He from then that first debate, he was telling you what it was, and who he was, and what he was going to be about. I remember that debate like clear as day, right? So I'm just bringing it up to say, go ahead.
But the thing is they expose what they want to expose.
Yes,
that's the thing. That's the problem you guys fail to realize, because you're focused on what, as my mom, as somebody in my family would say, you're too focused on what that right hand's doing, not paying attention what the left hand's doing.
Don't talk about Democrat voters like that.
I'll say that about Republican voters while I'm at it, right? Fuck them both. Fuck everybody. Two wings on the same goddamn boat.
You get my point, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm taking your point and running with it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let me put it this way, AB. You the quarterback. I'm the running back. Give me the handoff. Let me run the ball.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyway, it's just all political theater. Everybody's got their own agendas. They do what they do for a reason, and it's not like you said, Z. It's not for anybody's benefit but their own. Whatever benefits you gain is secondary, or it's just a
Naaman, let me pause you for 1 second, because Lion says it way more concise than I did. He says, "Yeah, me and a friend of mine were talking about that. It's under the guise of exposing the fraud, but he's also looking to remove obstacles of the 1%ers way, out of the 1%ers way." That's exactly. Thank you, Lion. You said that in like 3 sentences. It took me a whole goddamn I don't know how many, but yeah, exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
It's
what's going on, Black Guru?
Approach.
Exactly.
How you guys are doing that? No, I think
good.
You and Namer and who's that Lion make an excellent point. I mean, if the system is shit and Elon Musk is the richest man on earth in large part because of that system, then how the fuck is he the great reformer?
Exactly.
Yeah, how that work?
The devil is going to reform hell. I mean, that's basically what we're expecting to happen.
Nope.
Right.
So I just look, but I think unfortunately, I think the fall was inevitable. I think what's happening is inevitable. I did vote for Trump. I don't regret voting for him, but I don't think that. I think we were headed in a bad direction regardless. It's just how we were going to get there and who was going to take us there. Because the bottom line is the 37, 38 or whatever $1 trillion deficit. That makes mute all other arguments over the long term. Whatever sort of reform they're going to do, or supposedly the Democrats are going to do, is improbable either way. So, okay, you get rid of all of the so-called public employees, and then you just throw a bunch of money at Elon and his pals. So in the end, the demise of everything is inevitable. It's just a matter of who's getting a bigger cut of everything as the fire sale occurs.
Yeah, as Rome burns, so to speak. Yeah, what Malcolm said, the chickens was gonna come home to roost. I mean, and this is just how they're gonna roost. I mean, and it's not surprising that it's gonna be. I mean, from what I see, I watched Trump and Elon's Oval Office address when he had his son with him, and they basically straight up said their plan is simple. they're gonna find $1 trillion worth of waste in the federal budget that they're gonna trim, and then they're gonna deregulate the markets because according to Elon, it's too much regulation for markets to seize as much opportunity as is out there, according to Elon. And they need to deregulate it, and they're going to generate another $1 trillion worth of growth through that, and they'll have $2 trillion in positive or reduction out of the budget. But like you said, it's obviously Rome is starting to burn essentially, and I think they trying to save. I guess the priority seemed like Elon and Trump's priority is to try to save the dollar. I guess to try to sustain this. To try to keep the boat afloat. I don't think they in pure steal everything in run mode yet. I think they genuinely believe they're going to try to do the impossible, essentially.
So, Compassionate Reach St. Cyr's comment from you real quick.
St. Cyr said, during the Gilded Age, the 1% had unfettered wealth because the restrictions weren't in the way. Yep.
Mm-hmm. So I kind of come at it from the opposite point of view. Mm-hmm. We, as somebody who's kind of been through a couple of organizations that have been affected by private equity and knowing how those guys strip and sell everything, I believe we're basically at the ground floor of that process. What I think you're going to see at the end of this administration is where a lot of government functions have been privatized and essentially licensed out to these private companies to do what government was doing, but at far higher prices. Yep. A lot of people are going to lose their jobs. And frankly, the whole adage of government can't do anything is really truly going to be true because government won't have the expertise to do it, even if they wanted to. So I think we're in the ground stages of it, but I think everything that's not nailed down, they got the silent auction going.
Do y'all remember, if y'all can hear me, do y'all remember when during COVID, Mark Cuban said something along the lines, and Michael Brooks covered this, rest in peace, Michael Brooks. He was a star on the left, and it sucks he died during COVID, but Mark Cuban pretty much said, remember, this is a billionaire. It took COVID for him to realize, oh man, going to exactly what you just said, Betty, as much as we say government moves slow, government is in the way, government's inept and incapable, it took COVID for him to realize, yeah, they might move slow, but damn, like we don't have the scale to do what government was able to do during COVID. The corporations and the companies don't have the scale. They can't marshal the resources the way government can, and government did. Remember, Mark Cuban, billionaire, said that. So going to what Better you was saying, I do see Elon and them wanting to break the state to the point where we say, man, government, these good. What do they do? What are they good for?
Right.
We will get there where when you say it, it's actually true. It's not just you're a little annoyed because they're moving slow, or that it just didn't work for you in particular. No, it won't work for anyone who's not in the top.
What you're describing is that you could see, like Mark, you could see that as an opportunity. I think Elon's ilk saw that, like Mark Cuban was in awe of the scale and infrastructure that and resources that the government can marshal.
Exactly.
And Elon and the elite, some elites, you could look at that as an opportunity. Like, well, why can't Amazon marshal resources or why can't Tesla just be the new or Doge manage the government's finances? Why can't we? And essentially, like, to Better You's point, I agree that I think is what's on Elon's mind, that we can replace, so like you said, to the point there won't be the expertise in the government. They'll work for Tesla or they'll work for Amazon. And I'm sure it's a word for that type of society, isn't it?
Techno-feudalist.
Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Yanis been telling us.
Yanis Varoufakis mentioned it. Speaking of which, let's not forget these guys make a lot of their wealth comes from. No, they benefit a lot from government contracts, by the way. So they're going to try to monopolize that as much as possible.
Definitely.
Yeah, they already in there. Yeah, they've been. They're gonna just, I guess. Go ahead.
No, and I was just gonna say this to keep this in mind. The reason why we're here, and you said it so eloquently in the past, but I want to say it a little bit differently, Z. The reason why we're here is because the Democrats, all of the elites, Barack Obama, everybody else who are the party technocrats, denied the path left that the country wanted to go in.
Pretty much.
And just like pressure in a pipe, you can cut off one end, but it gotta go somewhere. So it went the only way it could. You locked off the left, so we going right. And now the party leadership, like Hakeem Jeffries, they're such fucking inept tools.
He's right, you know.
Weak piece
I don't
of
see
shit.
there ain't no brakes on this. There is no brakes at all. Say what you want to say about Pelosi and all those other ones. At least they put up a smoke screen of, I'm gonna try to slow this motherfucker down. These niggas just rolled the fuck over.
Like what?
He's
what
right, you know.
can we do? What leverage do we have? Oh my gosh, I'm scared. You weak people.
He's right, you know.
Even with that, like, I'm in a fraternity, so I'm familiar with Robert's Rules of Order. If you really want to be an asshole and fuck shit up, hey, who's gonna be in Congress that day? Call for quorum. Them motherfuckers ain't in there. Now party leaders got to get on the phone. Hey, I need you back in Washington. No, we calling for quorum. You know, we can't do anything till we have a quorum present. Like, I don't know. Let me get off my high horse. I'm sorry.
No, bro. Everybody get the milk bucks today. Everybody get to stand on them. Y'all go ahead and lecture if y'all got a lecture. Go ahead, man. You good?
Nah, so
You cooking?
It's just, for me, it goes.
Soapbox, y'all. I couldn't say soapbox. My bad. Better you. That's what I was trying to get out. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Yeah. So for me, I was having this conversation with my homegirl last night. She was like, "Yeah, what the Democrats gonna do?" I'm like, "Yo, their plan is Project 2025." She was like, "Well, no, that's such." I was like, "No, their plan is Project 2025 because if they weren't cool with it, CAP, the Center for American Progress, would have their version of like, hey, here's how we're gonna craft a better society and go in more of a techno-socialist direction." But real talk, I'm like, Project 2025, like that's the plan. The Democrats,
He's right, you know.
go on. It's like, hey, she's like, you think they'll go to the same links? I was like, hey, if y'all say that man the devil, I say if Trump taking you to hell, Democrats taking you to the gate. You get into the same place. There's just a few extra stops and you go have a little bit of a wonky shit to make you feel a little bit better about getting fucked. They whisper the sweet nothings in your ear before they take you down through there. Trump and them, they showing up like Diddy, just straight baby oil.
Message. Take that.
Yeah. If you want a textbook example of what the Democrats want black men to look like, all you have to do is look at Hakeem Jeffries.
A few moments later.
What else do we have? What leverage do we have? They have the House, the Senate, and the presidency. What leverage do we have?
Well, I mean, there's no leverage on either side of this thing. I mean, there's no big reason to be particularly happy about either party. You know, Z may recall my saying, you know, this a little while ago. You know, from the perspective of black men, we're faced with the tyranny of either white men or the tyranny of everybody else.
I told my dad that, by the way.
And you know, Kamala wanted it to be the tyranny of everybody else, and of course, Trump and Elon are for the tyranny of white men.
He's right, you know.
Either way, we were facing some sort of tyrannical rule of some sort. And so I'm not particularly disturbed by what's going on now. I think a lot of it was inevitable. It's just a matter of who was going to be tearing down the castle. It's these guys. In a way, I'm kind of happy it's Trump and those fellows because I think that they're going to more swiftly expose, things than would have been exposed if the Democrats had won. And
He's right,
interesting is that they'll tear something down, and then a few days later they'll say, "Oh shit, we fired the people who administered the nuclear program. Maybe we need to hire these people back."
Yeah.
We disallowed DEI. Oh shit, there actually are quite a few white men who are participating from DEI. So maybe
he's right,
So I'm just enjoying seeing the exposure of everything. I don't see this holding up over the long term. I think eventually things are going to have to slow down, and I think at some point Trump. I don't think Elon's going to be in D.C. long. I think he's going to get run out of there. I think for Trump's own survival, at some point he's going to have to run Elon out of there. So I'm just enjoying the shit show in the short term.
Yeah, to Black Rule's point though, honestly, I knew Trump was going to be a mixed bag, and they were going to probably do some stuff that affect us. But I would rather roll with the punches with Trump than what the Democrats were on.
He's right,
I mean,
well, my biggest problem with the Democrats weren't because I'm not pro-Democrat. I mean, I think it's all bullshit. I think it was the ineptitude of Kamala herself in particular.
Yeah.
And her connection to Biden, which had been in that hell pre-comatose or whatever.
Can we say it that how it need to be said, Black Roo and AB? The talented people are no longer in the room.
No.
Screw whether they're good or bad or not. The talented people are no longer in the room.
Yeah, the system doesn't not in the room in that administration. Go ahead.
The system doesn't even allow them to get there. And you know that because you got all these septuagenarians and octogenarians still at the forefront of things. I mean, the fact that Nancy Pelosi and I can't think of the names of these creepy old jokers still pulling the strings.
Dianne Feinstein died in office. Ruth Bader Ginsburg died in office, or on the bench. Who else? I'm just going through a list of them in my mind.
Because I just found this out yesterday. And when it comes to the age argument, this goes on both sides. Chuck Grassley's in the Senate now, and he's 91 years old.
Yeah. What's his face? Mitch McConnell, turkey neck, turtle face ass. He had to they had to push him out the door. He wasn't gonna let go. The Republicans had to drag him kicking and screaming out the goddamn club.
Yeah, okay. A few weeks ago. Again.
Wait, say it again? He fell down the stairs again?
Yeah, he fell down the stairs a few weeks ago again. It just got underreported. I didn't know until I watched that interview.
Man, he need to lay his ass down somewhere.
I didn't know it till they watched that interview with Lindy Lee that he fell down the stairs again. That's why he's in that wheelchair.
And there you go into what Black Guru was saying of all these octogenarians and it's not just old, decrepit, out of touch people running the country, and they can't let it go beyond geriatric. These niggas got not even a foot in the grave. They neck deep in the grave.
Where is that?
Okay? And they don't want to let it go. They just don't want to let it go. It's on my end, probably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
my bad, y'all. It's the background.
A lot of the inefficiencies and a lot of the excessive cost structure is a product of the obsolescence, the aging ineptitude of the highest leadership of the country, and the fact that they're mired in systems and logistics that are probably generations too old for the times. I mean, we hear about, and those of you who travel throughout the world are acquainted with myriad systems, particularly in the East, where things are much more efficient and much more technologically advanced. A lot of basic things are much more technologically advanced. And So, but when you have these old people who benefit from the status quo, there's never any major effort to improve the efficiency of things. So you continue over time to churn out excesses of billions and over time trillions of dollars of cost structure that where money could have been much more productively invested.
And that's one of the things I'm hoping. Keyword hope. I know hopium. That Elon Musk partially fix. I know he's not going to fix all of it, but fix some of that. Fix some of these dinosaur systems.
It's hard. I think it's a function of two, Uru, that I think is BGS covered some material I think recently about Gen Z and how they basically are socialized, not really working in the corporate or the workforce. They're being fired at astonishing rates and so on. And how they mentioned that they have a kind of a lack of, they got a lot of basic social skills that they lack, but assertiveness, ambition, and essentially executive tasks, executive functioning to manage tasks isn't there for them. So
they took millennials Arrested Development and they broke the knob. Go ahead.
Yes, they just basically it's millennials Arrested Development on steroids. But to the point of how we got these kind of calcified structures that are managed by these oxygenarians that you mentioned, Black Guru. We essentially the like millennials are suffering from it. The lack, essentially we haven't been raising the preceding generations to take power or even really have the ambition. BGS makes fun of millennials for really kind of just going along to get along with a lot of this shit and really not pushing back. But it really is something to that. And like the Z's are even worse to Z's point. And it's something to the fact that we're not, even the way these people can stay in office unopposed, not being pushed out by some ambitious, gun-ho millennial ready to take some power, because we really not cut like that.
But wait a minute, Compassionate. You're right across the board for the left and the right, but the right is better than the left on that. The right still gets new blood.
Will bring up young people, and they've done that for generations. For generations, going back to Goldwater and Nixon, especially during the Reagan years and the Bush people. A lot of that was about them appointing young people and getting to young people these conservative universities that they have, these Christian universities, your Oral Roberts University, all these were breeding.
Barron was
case in point.
All of them were breeding grounds for the next and future generations of leadership. And you guys touched on it earlier, where Elon Musk has 19-year-olds, trying to train them to run the U.S. Treasury, for God's sake.
Yeah, case in point. J.D. Vance I'm 42. He's 1 year younger than me. Tulsi Gabbard, another millennial. Pete Hegseth, another millennial. So,
and by the way, what I appreciate about real quick, let me get this up. What I appreciate about the Republicans is they smelled the discontent on Tulsi Gabbard. They could smell it and they pounced. Right? They smelled it on RFK. They pounced. Right? They smelled it on Joe Rogan. They pounced. Right? All of the y'all pushed them off to the left. Y'all because y'all were purists about your fucking trans conversation and LGBTQ shit and all that fucking women shit and all the people that you say, oh, you can't say that. Okay, the first time, okay, they're like, all right, you know what, you're right. Second time, third time, fifth time, they're like, okay, you know what, I'm out of here. And now you have a bunch of technocrat, loser, corny motherfuckers running the party. Now what?
Hey, so my mom works for the civilian side of the military, so it's someone's a military in here, so they know the military term on a base, and then the civilian is a 3-letter, it's a civilian whatever blah contract. But basically, I talked to her this morning, and she got into borrowing military manpower, and that it's actually a law that you can't do it. But we were talking about, she said she's happy that Trump is cutting all these contractors because they use the good boy system. And so when she's looking at these contracts, what you see is a guy with no college education, and he's a white guy, and he works like 3 days a month, and he's making $80,000. Then his uncle has the same contract, and the next person has the same contract. And when you see the total balance on that contract that the government's paying off, they get bonuses, and they're basically cutting 25% off the top. So all these contractors are leaving mold in military houses because they're really not doing the work. They got guys that fix gates every little while that are getting paid 80 to 250,000 because of these contracts and because they get a bonus on top of it. And they're cutting that. And I talked to her this morning. She's happy about it. But she said the way that Trump's trying to do it, he would have to change.
Is that me? Leon, you went out. Oh, is that me? No?
Yeah, no,
Leon. You went out. All right, bro.
Am I still here? Am I still here?
Now you are. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's the military guys can explain it better than me because I was going to read it today, but Trump has to change the law on borrowing military manpower. It's right on the military. I just saved it today. And so they can't use the military to fix gates and do certain things on posts on any base. They use contractors, but I forgot it's a 3-letter word for people that come in and do the work. So these people have been leaving mold in houses and not fixing shit properly, but they work 3-4 days a month and make 80 to 250K, plus they get fucking bonuses. So she was happy, and we were talking about it this morning. She was happy that Trump is cutting them out of the mix. This is the same thing. They use the same framework for like when we send money to Haiti or these places that have hurricanes, and then you see the contractor gets $2 billion, but they cut 25% off the top for bonuses. And that's what we talked about this morning. I was like, damn it. She gave me 2 links. I'll probably send it to you, Mrs. Z, so you can check it out. But that's all I want to say. Black Guru and all y'all are on point with how they're doing this in the positions that they're trying to cut, because they can cut a lot of that shit. This is bullshit. These guys don't even have degrees, and most of them are fucking family. Just putting their family in a position to where they work 4 days a week and get paid 80 to 250 fucking K off a contract.
Yeah, ain't enough to be stealing no more. What the Fed chair say? They ain't we ain't borrowing a dime more for the rest of the year. Like so yeah, it's gonna everything that can be cut will be cut with no remorse at this point. If what BGS saying is correct about the forecast economically, it's not really no time to play no games.
Yeah, like I said, it's inevitable. The question that's gonna be as this thing play out is, okay, so then who is getting the money? Because unless we're talking about all of us getting like whopping tax cuts, that we're no longer have to pay into Social Security and Medicare. So where is this money going to be going? Because we're still going to be paying it to the government. We're still going to be paying it to our state governments, our municipalities. We're still going to be paying sales tax. So, okay, where is this money going to be going? And under whose recommendations and whose priority system?
Yeah.
And we have a military empire throughout the world. So are we really going to materially reduce that while we're so-called trying to preserve the dollar? Because you can't preserve the dollar without the environment.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's great to hear that, okay, Trump is going to cut this and that, but I'm just really suspicious. And I'm also suspicious of these people like Elon Musk and whatever, who have made billions on government contracting and very often became very wealthy while they were operating businesses that weren't even turning a profit for extended periods of time.
Yeah.
But yet, and so they became enormously wealthy in this evil system. And now these are the same people that are going to cure this evil system. I don't buy that fundamentally. I don't buy that at all. I don't buy for a second that Elon Musk is the man to save the American economy and society. Not at all. There's nothing about his history that says he can and will do that. I'm much more inclined to think that he's gonna try to form an infrastructure in which will help him become a trillionaire. That's much more congruent with his particular history. So, I mean, but, I mean, I'm for change. I'm for look, let's see how bad it is. And let's everybody get motivated to actually do something in order for us to either all survive or just fall. Because the fall was going to happen anyway. It was just going to be who were going to be the lead agent in the fall. So I guess it's going to be Trump and Musk are going to be the lead agents in the fall. And it's going to be up to everybody else to decide whether or how quickly we're going to allow that to happen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Someone read the super chat for me, please, and thank you.
Oliver Gray with the 499 says the talented follow the money. Genius is getting recruited out of Africa and signed into lifelong contracts with Lucifer. Sign lifelong contracts with Lucifer.
Well, who's Lucifer in this analogy, or what is Lucifer? I'd be interested in knowing what Lucifer represents or what that word represents. But yeah, I'm sure that's happening, and not just in Africa, maybe even probably in much parts of Asia, and it's becoming very much a sort of an actual pyramid scheme where you have your Musks who are at the top getting the absolute maximum of everything. And, the lower you get down, almost nothing the people are receiving. And now we're supposed to celebrate this person, I guess, being supposedly in charge of cleaning up the American government and economy. That's laughable, but this was inevitable.
This is what America deserves at this point.
Yeah,
at this
point. And in some way we should be happy that it's happening. Look, as terrible as it's going to be for obviously a lot of Black people losing their government jobs and getting buyouts and that kind of stuff, we were just headed in that direction anyway. It was only a matter of time. The selling out of generations, particularly of Black males, of having industries based on criminalizing and housing, and then creating slave labor out of Black men. Some of whom probably some of the most talented people who maybe have ever lived, but just by virtue of them being male, Black male, and poor, were relegated to some sort of criminal, some certain criminal status. This is inevitable. This system, when you have a system that does that, when you have a system of an NFL 80% Black men, no Black ownership, it's kind of inevitable that we would end up here. It's kind of inevitable.
Yeah.
My apologies, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I was having audio problems earlier. That's why I wasn't speaking too much. And I know I could hear Black Uwe. I was like, God damn, I know he's saying something fire, and I can't even respond.
Well, let me read this super chat here, because I want to address what Guy Incognito is saying here. Thanks for the super chat. Who knows how many Black boys will be hurt if the death of education is eliminated by Elon and Trump? How many Black boys are helped in the current status quo over the last?
Yeah, exactly.
Reading levels of Black boys right now, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, you got in urban areas of, where over 50% dropout rates for Black males. You got, 8th graders, only about 10% are at their grade level, in terms of their reading capabilities, I can hardly think of a worse scenario that Elon and Trump could present for the education of black men and boys. I'm hard pressed to see that.
Yeah, it can't get any worse. It can only go up from here. Only like 10% of your black boys can read at a proper level now. It cannot get any worse.
But I don't want to infer. Please don't infer from what I'm saying that I expect Elon and Trump to be particularly motivated to educate black males.
No, of course
That's not what I'm saying at all. I just don't see how, given the current stats, how it could be a whole lot worse.
No, I don't expect Trump, or if they do, that's fine. But I don't expect Trump or Musk to do anything about. Hold on, let me
what I think happens. Okay, go ahead. No, go ahead, Abby. I'll go after. Go ahead.
I don't expect Trump or Musk to do anything about black boys, but one thing I do think can happen is we can get a hold of these boys a little better without her blue Democrats getting in our way.
This is what I think. If you have a son that is situated around a working class white man, and I'm saying in general, I'm saying working class white men. If working class white men get a couple of crumbs and your son just happens to be next to him, your son gonna benefit. That's what I think the environment's gonna be. Where just to make sure the white guys don't realize they're getting screwed, they're gonna get a quarter of a crumb. And if your son is by him, if your working class black son is by him, your son can maybe grab a 10th or 20th of that crumb. Right. So there I don't think there's really good options
it's better
here.
than the school to prison to pipeline.
Yes. Yeah. And if they want to streamline, because now the state is put in a very interesting position. Now that they're trying to streamline everything and cut cost, what are you willing to spend crazy money on? Is it prisons to lock up Negroes? Right? So now you put them in a real interesting position, because we already know they're about privatizing it. It already is, right? So we already know that. But are you willing to cut that budget? Are you willing to starve that beast? Right?
Yeah.
So let's see with streamlining, where how far are y'all willing to go for streamlining, or is there no amount of money y'all not willing to spend to step on niggas? Because historically, there's no amount of money y'all don't have a problem spending to keep Negroes in their place.
Here's the
right?
concern. I mean, a lot of this pandering, though, to these white supremacist elements that Musk is doing in particular, and to some degree, J.D. Vance is doing, that's going to tell the tale. You know, what direction, how far are they really going to go with that kind of stuff? Is it just about trying to make white guys feel better about themselves? Or is this some real sort of Nazi 2.0 endeavor? I don't know if we at this point know what the real answer to that is, especially Elon Musk not even being an American, being raised and bred in apartheid, being closely affiliated with some super wealthy, very sort of pro-white supremacist people. That's something that I think that's going to be an interesting thing to look at as we move along. And I think it's going to challenge a lot of white people where they really stand, including Trump himself. Because I think Elon is going to go as far as he is allowed to go.
I agree 100% on that.
Yeah.
I agree 150% on that. I don't think Elon. I'm not gonna say I don't think the man got a moral compass, but I don't know. I think
it's pretty apparent that Musk has a God complex.
Yes,
it's very apparent that he has a God complex. And you know, if I'm a god, I'm gonna, you know, of course I'm gonna do with these mortals or whatever whatever I choose to do that satisfies my greater divine objectives.
Yeah. No, I think so. For those of you who have never heard of Curtis Yarvin, Curtis Yarvin, because he get it out. So I've been speaking about him for months and months. That is like their philosopher king, and he's the one who's kind of shepherding them with the reasoning for going in the direction they're going in, right? And essentially, he wants to turn the president into a king, not just Trump, but anyone that sits in that chair, and they will act as the rubber stamp for the corporations, right? Now, it may not happen under Trump because of Trump's ego, but it can very well happen after him with JD Vance or with any other, either left or right president, to be honest with you, because that's a lot of power to say no to. Now we're talking about Lord of the Rings type of shit, right? So, but yeah, that is Curtis Yarvin's whole thing, is to bring about the tech feudalism. So while you hear people like Yanis Varoufakis warning and ringing the alarm bells for it, the Curtis Yarvins of the world are like, yeah, no, you know what? Actually, that is what it should be.
Yeah,
right?
Not just him.
Yeah.
Steve Bannon too. I was watching an interview with Steve Bannon and Jimmy Dore yesterday. He talked about and warned about tech feudalism.
Not only
go
that,
ahead.
the thing to keep in mind with Elon Musk, speaking to what Ulu was saying about the God complex, Elon believes in transhumanism, which is essentially the transcendence of humanity through fusion with technology. That's how come he got the Neuralink thing and all this other crazy shit he believes in.
We know that with his straight ass hairline, with his fucking naked mole rat looking ass before the hair surgery. Y'all ever seen it, Elon, before the hair surgery? Oh boy, go ahead. I just had to make it funny. Go ahead, Billy. You just had to make that funny.
Before the surgery, he looked like a dude that drives a white van with no windows. You know.
You see what I'm saying? Whole pedo. He looked like the pedo. Go ahead.
But it's basically a merging of man and machine to transcend human limitations, like with lifespan. The big ideal, I guess you could say, is a form of immortality where the body becomes essentially simply a vessel where a person's mind exists in the cloud. So there's a lot of kooky shit Elon is into.
Hey,
And
Jason
think
said
like
the
that,
realest coming here. Go ahead.
And if you think like that and believe in that, then what do you think about how the status quo is? Is to be eradicated.
Yes.
And to have any and all possible resources directed in that post-human endeavor. So anything that might be of importance to the rest of us, homes, communities, families, schools, all that kind of stuff, that's like nothing to people who think like that. So if I got a loot, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish that, because I actually want you to read this comment afterward, because I think it's apropos for what we're talking about. Go ahead.
So no, I was just going to say, so, all of what we may think about and hope for and have invested in and pensions and all of this, that don't mean anything to a human being who thinks like that. So if tearing down the Department of Education and Department of Labor and HUD, they supposedly trying to cut HUD's budget by half or whatever. And if you know anything historically about HUD, hell, half of the Negroes who have homes in this country have homes in this country because of HUD. So I mean, if you just really think about who this person is and what does he think, I'm happy he's there, because I think it's time for us to have this argument, this fight.
Yes.
It's time.
But if you don't mind, Black, reading this comment, because I think it's fitting for how you just described, Elon. Go ahead.
Yeah, and forgive me if I'm not being sure, Jason, is that Mew, or maybe is that a French name? Let me know.
I think Mew, but yeah, Mew, okay. that's what I'll be saying.
Tony Stark in Homelander had a baby boy. Yeah, I mean there is I think that's an analogy, and I also think you can throw in what's his name, the Viltrumite in there too. Yeah. I think you can throw that in there too. This whole taking over technologically post-human being, supernatural or super nationalistic sort of takeover of everything. Yeah, I think that's an analogy.
Yep. I wanted y'all to read it. Like that's what I'm saying. Like we're I think we're in a what they say may you live in interesting times. Yeah, but about that I do think that they want to privatize the world. And it sounds good when you're already on top, right? It sounds good to be like, well, survival of the fittest. Yeah, that sounds good, right? So, and I think that's where they at with it. They have created this environment that benefits them, and now they want to go Darwin and a different type of it's survival of the fittest, but it's not pure or like coming out the jungle Darwinism. It's Darwinism with this artificial environment that we've all contributed in building and creating and maintaining. But they still run this. And so it's easy for them to say, you know what? Competition, but they don't really actually want to be competing with it. Go ask Jeff Bezos about that.
I have one response to this, one word response to this. Luigi.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Pretty easy though.
Yep.
Because I don't see them be able to do this thing as cleanly as they think they'll be able to do it.
I don't know, Black.
And I think Luigi was definitely the canary in the coal mine.
No, that I agree with. But the thing is, I'm talking to coworkers, white, black, Latino. I'm speaking to different family members and like the people that are not in the know. They're not consuming the things we're consuming. They're not, I gotta get back on BGS's Patreon, but they're not listening to the BGSs of the world, or when I say they're none the wiser, they're like, you're right about the Luigis of the world, but geez, how rare is that? But maybe the environment will force there to be more Luigis. So there's that too.
First of all, you don't need everybody to be Luigi.
No, that's true.
And like I say, I think Musk's involvement is going to be a problem because his presence is going to force a lot of white men to, what is America? If this particular person can just come and take over everything. Like, I would think, if I'm a white military guy, what do I really think about in Elon Musk? For example. So I don't see this plan. Like I say, I don't see Musk making it through Trump's entire administration. I think at some point some shit's gonna come to a head. He's gonna have to get him up out of there.
I agree. You're talking about a South Africaner, Afrikaner. I said Africaner. Afrikaner that is now worth $400 and some odd billion because of government contracts, mainly because of and government subsidies with Tesla. So government subsidies with Tesla, government contracts with SpaceX, et cetera, et cetera. And
so
that guy who's now worth
this very inefficient so-called system has made you $100 billionaire 4 times over.
Yes.
And you're going to fix that system. I don't see that holding up over the long term.
Man, look, dude, like when you said God King complex, I think you're 100% right. And it scares me because
just talk to some white guys and say, y'all gonna let this shit happen? Just ask them that question. Your granddaddy that you bragged about that was in World War II or Vietnam or whatever, what do you think all this shit mean to them?
He ain't even a right white. Them Dutchmen. Pale Dutchmen at
Yeah,
that.
but
by way of Canada,
yeah.
his family was from Canada, all kinds of
Yeah. Yep. His dad, his dad. They were in Canada, then they went back to South Africa. Yeah, you're 100% right about that. Look, Musk was born with a silver spoon up his ass. There's pictures of him and his brother standing next to their dad's Rolls Royce when he was a kid. So he ain't never struggled for nothing, right? At least not financially. PayPal Mafia, Tesla, which by the way he did not create. He just was a major investor. He has 7 or 8 patents on Tesla stuff. That's it. SpaceX. So that's the guy. And by the way, you kind of have an idea of how he thinks because he wants white South Africaners to not be kicked off their land as if they're really being kicked off like that. So he's the one who's gassing Trump up to start talking about the white Afrikaners in South Africa, and so in a generous light. So I want you to understand this.
Talk about bringing some of those white.
Some of them here, I heard it. Yeah, I heard it. Yep, I heard that. Yes.
I mean,
rumor in the rumor mill.
I don't see that holding up over the long term.
Well, what I see that as too, by the way, Black Guru, is what the Latinos and America actually, what the Latin countries in South America did, and what America did with bringing in a bunch of white Europeans to bolster up their numbers. So why not bring Ukrainians over? Why not bring South Africaners over? Because quite frankly, America is the last white empire. So why not have a bit of a last stand here?
I don't see that holding up politically. I don't see that holding up politically. I see that as being a rallying point because you still have enough liberal white people or liberal or moderate white people that would know that's some bullshit.
Yeah.
After you got ICE, why did you got ICE running all up and through the country, dragging people out of houses?
No, that's true. I don't know, Black Guru. I mean, people are hypocritical as hell, Black Guru. People are self-interested as a mob.
I don't, like I said, ask white people, y'all gonna let this happen?
I'm gonna start asking for real though. I haven't asked, but
you just gonna give up the country like that? I mean, if that's what
I know enough white people to say it. No, I know enough white people to ask that question. I know enough. Yeah.
So I'm torn on it because I feel like I feel like Uru one day, and then the next day I kind of feel like this. I feel like Americans are like whipped dogs with Stockholm syndrome. I kind of wonder like how much will we take? Because I in my opinion, the breaking point was a long damn time ago, but we ain't nut up yet. Luigi, I don't know. I see them both as a canary in the coal mine, and also it's kind of an aberration, like the last little gap of I guess you could say balls that the country had.
I think that the way we responded to Luigi really gave the elites pause. That really scared them because they couldn't shame us for celebrating him. They couldn't shame us, and they tried. Oh, they tried, right? And but you don't appreciate the frustration. You do not appreciate the frustration. When you've been winning, and by the way, Luigi comes from that. He comes from the winners, right? He comes from the winners, right? But when you've been winning for decades now, if not centuries, depending on your family, you don't really appreciate the struggle. You don't. and it sounds good to look at your data charts and be like, well, according to my chart, Americans have increased wealth of this and this and that, since 1973. That sounds good, bro. Nobody trying to hear that. That sounds good, but hey, it's not about guillotines. So yeah, it might. I'm just saying.
The
Look,
little Debbie cakes and whatnot.
hey, bro, ain't nothing wrong with a haircut, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with a haircut. A haircut ain't hurt nobody. It might have, but a haircut ain't never hurt nobody. Look, a nice what is it? A nice little straightening, a nice little tighten up, a nice little chop. Somebody play chopper style for me in the background. Anyway, but so yeah, no, I do think they don't appreciate the struggle. They're not around those people. There's more and more conversation about, like I brought up the who's getting married to who type conversation. And by the way, so that's even becoming more and more or atrophying. Like the marrying across class, that it was never a thing like that in America, but it happened and it's happening less. Having friends across class is happening less, right? People have associates. You might see somebody, but friends necessarily, no. So what that means is you don't really appreciate the different way people are living and the struggle that people are living. I think we need to get off of TV and even somewhat the internet, because what it's doing is it's giving us, and this is how advertising works, it's giving us this false sense of reality, like there's some type of disillusionment of, or not disillusionment, the disappearing of class, we don't see class, we don't see race, we don't see sexual orientation, we don't see, and that's just a bunch of crap, bro. It's just not true. And in reality, in America, especially according to Dr. Richard Reeves, we might practice a really, really dope form of classism in America, because they're conscious of it in the UK. And they use terms like posh and they obsess over class because they're so class conscious in the UK and in other European countries and quite frankly around the world. In America, we give the false illusion that we're not so serious about class, and I think that also messes us up because we think, and for many of us working class folks, we think we're middle class. We're not, right? We're not.
Yeah,
And I think that.
you.
Go ahead.
That's one of the things because I often watch UK-based movies and series, and the class distinctions I think really fascinate me. There's this one particular series I've watched on Netflix called The Gentleman. And it's about this guy who he becomes the Duke of Hastings. He's like a high level aristocrat, but he's got this criminal connection. So you see these contrasts, and he's friends with a princess of Belgium or whatever. We know the history of Belgium. But at the same time, he's dealing with drug dealers and stuff like this. A very interesting series and very interesting contrasting of class. It has a strong humorous element to it, but just sort of the whole rough edges of certain parts of UK contrasting with obviously this elevated aristocratic part as well. So, but yeah, no, UK definitely highlights and signals. I mean, even in terms of the dialect and the part or regions of the country are very prominent in the class positioning of people. It's fascinating. But you're right, and television does mask a lot of how different our standards of living are, because if you're watching Hannah Montana, or whatever, and you get this impression, they live this sort of, in some ways, easy kind of middle class, upper middle class, maybe even affluent life. but they seem like regular kids, regular girls or whatever, then, you have a lot of young ladies who sort of vicariously project themselves into that life, even though maybe they live in the projects or something.
And they don't really appreciate what they're watching, and I mean, like, and the men less so, the boys less so, and not even with that. Let's say it was the case for the boys that become men also, but there's a function of manhood that dictates that you do something.
Yes.
That you do something, right? Where women can be acted upon, and they get things, right? Some women will come out here and do something, but that's not a requirement of womanhood.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not if you're trying to live like these people on TV.
That's
right.
true.
So like, and I, when we were, and I know you were told it too, probably Black Girl, when you were younger, like television, like the dummy box, right? Like all the things we heard about television, and now it's more social media and the internet. We have these, and I think what makes TV, what makes the internet and social media so much better and so much worse is there's no vetting process.
Mm-hmm.
So you could just be any Yahoo, and that includes Z. You could be any Yahoo with an internet connection, and you just jump on spouting your foolishness. And what's frightening about that is who the young people are gravitating to often, who they see as gurus, who they see as leaders. That's scary, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie to y'all, right? That's scary. So I listen to these people talk. That's why that's why I critique the women. That's why I play the clip from Chrissy that said, I tell average and below average looking Black women, it's better that you be single if you can't date hypergamously. That's why I play that. Like, she's like, imagine telling average looking women that if they can't date up, then be single, when the masses of us, men and women, are average or below. Imagine saying that. Like, what are you dooming these women to? Right? Like that's why you play these people, you mock them, you ridicule them, you make fun of them, and you give a prediction, hopefully an accurate one, on what they're leading other women to. And let's be very clear, we're talking about people with hundreds of thousands of subscribers, with tens of thousands of views per video. Right? You don't know who's listening to them and who those words are gonna have an influence on. The propaganda is real. Especially, and this is the thing, when you're watching TV, there's a part of you that knows you're watching TV. There's something about social media and the internet that creates the parasocial relationship that television couldn't. So you really look at this person as almost being like a cousin, right? Or an older brother or older sister. And I think that's what lowers your defenses on when you turn it off. You remember that, that was just entertainment.
Well, social media can much more readily tap into the most current issue, the most current thing that has gone viral, for lack of a better way to describe it. And so because it's something that everyone is immediately connected to, it gives the impression of there being a much more of an authentic connection. Then television is much more programmed. There's much more time between, when, some particular scene or some particular episode is filmed versus when it's aired. There's no back and forth engagement at all. In social media, you have much more engagement, not only between the observer and the person who is producing the content and the observer, but then the comment sections associated with all of these, which further create follow-up exchanges very often with the content creators or other commenters. So it's much more of an ongoing dialogue than traditional media is, which is why it's so much more persuasive.
Oh, if you guys would allow me for 1 second. Salute to the panel, first of all.
Howdy.
What's going on, dude?
I've been meaning to ask this question for a while now, while we're on the subject of a certain YouTuber. It's been mentioned several times, throughout TikTok, the use of several toys, whether it's a rose, whatever you call it, Mr. Z, or the D's. I don't want to say the word to mess up the channel, but I have yet to see any comment or any pundit or any
Ben,
anybody
when
on
you
the
get a
news.
chance, put the comment in the back chat, and I'll see if I can work around it.
Yes, I have yet to see anybody make the connection that the corn, for example, is to guys what the toys and romantic novels and all those TikTok influencers and YouTubers are to ladies. You know, I have yet to hear that. The same way men are getting lost in corn, it's the same way that the ladies are getting lost in toys and false connections to any kind of romanticism, whether it be it online, on YouTube, books. You worry about epidemic
Somebody's background
amongst men, but nobody's mentioning what's going on with the ladies.
Well, I mean,
you wanted to say something?
Both of them have a sort of masturbatory effect or purpose and effect on their consumer. You know, the sort of self-gratification. Obviously, for men, the porn provides a venue for sort of physical, virile self-gratification, and for social media, the sort of emotional gratification. For women, the emotional release, the emotional exchange is very much analogous to that sort of virile exchange, that, you know, supplemental virile exchange that, you know, men and some females, I guess, get from enjoying the corn, if you will. So yeah, I agree. They are analogous. Now, of course, since sex is much more taboo, you know, in the public discourse than, you know, talking about, you know, most things that people talk about in social media, there's more of a forbidding aspect of it, and thus it's more maybe more harshly critiqued and in some cases condemned than what women do. But I agree, women do it at this much more the same, if not in excess, to which the most males engage in corn. So, but because it's not considered to be taboo activity, or most of the subject matter is not considered to be taboo, it's allowed to flourish with not as much scrutiny.
Wow, so quiet.
Yeah.
I agree with a lot of that. I think also part of what plays into it is that society, if you look at law and look at a lot of things, society is hyper focused on men's behavior.
Yes.
And I think that focus takes away from a lot of what women do and the implications thereof, and allows them to flow and skirt under the radar. Like I know a lot of women say that they feel invisible in certain scenarios and settings, but they also, you know, sometimes it's mighty convenient to be invisible in certain situations.
I brought that up.
Let me say this real quick, Ben. Let me say this real quick. It was Obsidian that really started to get me to think about women's horniness, black women in particular horniness. But it's something that you hear when you're younger, a comment from an aunt or something like that, and you know it. You know, like, clearly women enjoy sex too, whatever. But you don't really appreciate how much of the frustration is that they not getting a good exercise or a good workout. Like, you don't appreciate, like, how much of the and it's not something we really speak about in popular media or discourse. It's like Black Widow was saying, it's very taboo to speak about how, like, you ever hear about somebody that's hangry, right? They're angry plus they're hungry. Like, you don't really hear about how many women are angry at the world because they don't have that significant other that's blowing their goddamn back out. And like, it actually does matter. You when you speak about, okay, their need for security, their want to be acknowledged, their want to feel special, and then the sexual element of it all. That's the part that often gets neglected, right? And that you add that with the corn and the toys, and the fact that we live in this kind of negative liberty space, and we're being marketed, corn as essentially a fast food for relationships and intimacy and sex. Because that's what corn really is. It's a quick way to get off. You watch it, you find your favorite scene, you get off, and then you go on about your life. And how many women are engaging with that? Go ahead.
Yes, but I don't. I think that is still the root cause is still the same. It's really the transformation of women, because I don't think men prefer porn as opposed to women. They're just settling with porn because the women are insufferable, right? If women were cooperative or at least less insane, men would give up porn immediately. Porn is not a substitute, right? Porn is a retrieve or a retreat because the current women are just so insufferable.
There is something to say, and I'm real quick, Ben. I'm gonna cut you off. One more game, my bad. But I kind of agree with Socrates on this, because Dr. Richard Reeves has got real close. Forget real close. He just said it. He said it essentially is it's that's not it's, I want to say numbing agent. What's the word I'm looking for, y'all? It's right there too. I can't get the word out. But it acts as a relief valve for all the single men out there, and whatever they might be on, if they weren't able to get off. So going to what Socrates is saying, go ahead. But go ahead, Ben. Go ahead. Or whoever that was. That was better, you or Ben?
That was me.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to broach the subject because, given the state of affairs at the moment, you could see you have AI and robotics as the harbingers of dystopian future, akin to cyberpunk, or even worse, even any robotic movies with like male, female, amorous interests,
Ben, you brought up Cyberpunk. Did you watch the series on Netflix?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice every time they would walk into the hideout, there was the guy sitting on the goddamn curb with the jack off machine?
Exactly.
He had the goggles on, and that jack off machine was orgasming every other second. I'm not lying to you guys.
Yeah,
like when there's so much things going on in the background of Cyberpunk, you got to watch it more than once. You got to watch it more than once.
The guy that was even the guy when he was coming to get his upgrades for his machinery, that guy was watching corn too. There was
I don't see. You told me something I wasn't paying attention to. Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. Yep.
Yeah, he was watching corn too. Him too.
Even worse, they see the series. It was a British series where you had lifelike robots. Some of them were in the adult industry, and everybody in London, England, had one in their house, and many of them were being used for pleasure. I forgot the name of the series. I wish I could remember.
But the thing is, I can't stand about talking about corn. Is it's already reported women watch corn too.
Oh yeah,
more than men.
Of course, yeah.
And I mean actual corn, not just like I mean, of course, there's a romance.
Not the softcore stuff. I know what you're saying. They watch it, but we watch it. If not worse.
They got subscriptions too.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Isn't it women that seek, or at least modern women, that seek to sexualize almost everything? Like, there's this notion that men are the ones who are perverted. It's very strange when I know many male spaces that has nothing to do with sex, but I know few spaces where women are involved that's not sexualized because of their presence. Prime example, you go to Twitch and you want to look at some video games. There's a woman showing her breasts. You want to look at sports. The woman showing her breasts. You want to look at anything. Women trying to sexualize themselves. To a point where I always say they're trying to get naked. They're always trying to find an excuse to get naked.
I'll raise you one better. How come no one talks about these twerking schools?
Oh, twerking. Wait, twerking schools? Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, there's
worldwide too. It's not.
I was goddamn line. You beat me to it. No, he's Lion's right about that. Because, bro, if you'll look up, in Russia, these little pencil thin ass Russian women literally taking pole dancing classes and twerking, lollybacks twerking.
Yes, they're in. It's like a workout. It's like a rope. It's the new aerobics class, pretty much.
Yep.
It's the new aerobics class. But yes, it's not just here in America. It's worldwide. Plenty of non-black women doing this too. Like,
Lion, they took that sexually suggestive aerobics crap from the 80s and they broke the goddamn knob on that shit.
They broke the knob. Meanwhile, because they non-black women, but they playing Meg the Stallion. They playing all the
dead ass serious.
Tracks.
Yep.
They playing all the twerking tracks, and they make
Japan too, by the way.
Yep.
It's universal.
Making a whole workout of it. It's the new aerobics class.
Yep.
I don't know if you have noticed on YouTube, they've had several studio sessions where they demonstrate, several hip hop sessions worldwide, whether it's in Japan, Korea, London, Africa, where they imitate, the dances that we do here. It's been the same thing for the twerking that you guys are referring to. It's been
that was always going to happen. America is the media house of the world. That was once it got popular here, it was a wrap. It was over, right? That was always going to spread, and once I remember seeing a picture once. This is forever ago, and Nicki Minaj was sitting next to CL. That CL is one of the artists from this group called 21 that used to be hot in South Korea about a decade ago or so, a little bit more than a decade actually. And seeing them and seeing her seeing the South Korean artist sitting next to Nicki Minaj and she was looking at Nicki Minaj like, I kind of want to be like her. It's crazy. That's what we're talking about. They're inspired by American, definitely Black American hip hop culture, and that thing spread. And so going back to the whole corn and sexuality thing and what people are doing with this. What's being produced in the U.S., the corn that's being produced in the U.S., is being exported out as a form of culture, and people want to do it.
But the part that sickens me about that though, the part that sickens me about that though is like for men, it's like some disease or something or bad food and bad calories for men, but for women, it's artistic expression.
So I'm gonna touch a subject real quick. So we all noticed. I told y'all years ago, probably 2 years ago, that X would be the biggest corn site, and increasingly where we have.
What's the biggest corn site? Say that again.
X, Twitter X.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you did say that. I remember.
I talked about it multiple times. I think the failure that people are not getting is that when you're talking about the hub site, they've been blocked. Treat it like a cotton ball or like a packed bill, right? So you have a cotton ball, you have real S workers, and then within those 500 real S workers, you have 250 that are trafficked. And how the algorithm is on these websites is, you see son with mom or son with stepdad with his daughter, and what they found is I think Tube had to delete 90 million videos because they had girls tied down on drugs and they were trafficked. And this is the part where they're talking about the gateway, because you start watching stuff and you end up watching videos of trafficked people, and people are thinking this is an American thing. It's not, because you didn't need an ID card to upload homemade corn. And this is literally a part. I like watching porn. I'll watch it, but this when a website has 18 employees and they have to delete all of this, and they can't. Most of our states won't let us log on those websites anymore. It's because these people were trafficked. It's real. And I'm gonna put it like this. Y'all might not agree with me, but the mixed brother, the red pill brother, the Bugatti guy, what's his name? What's
Oh,
his
you're talking
name?
about Tate, Andrew Tate.
Tate. Okay. Tate got lucky because they arrested him too early. Because basically they operate like a separate entity. Like you go to a strip club and they have Russian girls in there, or Kazakhstanian whatever type of girls in there, and Polish or whatever. But they've been trafficked. It's just, but they're not my employee. They're just a contractor that comes in and they're dancing. Same way that these women are contractors that are trafficked, but 5 of the ladies around them are real sex workers. So, like I said, it's like a cotton ball that you have to unravel, and you're gonna find all type of girls from the age of 12 to 21, all the way up into other ages. And like I said, this is why. And if you're watching anything on X, just understand you're being monitored.
So in Florida, they put a 18-year-old law and I think they lost a lot of viewership in Florida, if I'm not mistaken, where
Yes.
you have to like put in your information on a couple of these sites before you could jump on. And I think that kind of like that kind of messed up people's anonymity, so they didn't jumping on. So I don't
Yes,
know.
because if you delete 90% of your videos, that means something's completely wrong. Like they weren't deleting videos. People were asking for the videos to be taken down because you had girls tied down on drugs, little underage girls, all type of stuff, and it brings you to that algorithm. And cops couldn't do nothing. Remember the old law: the FBI can't actually watch those videos to see who the little girl is. And then, like I said, they're an outside entity that you upload and advertisers pay for your content. So they're not in jail because they're not the actual person doing it. So when they say you have to have ID cards and all this, man, wow, that's amazing. You don't have, 3 months of content being uploaded every single day. You have a few hundred because it's verified women. But these women are trafficked. And like I said, it's like a cotton ball where you have real women doing the work, but intertwined and all that is a whole bunch of trafficked girls. So like I said, oh boy, he didn't get locked up because they moved a little too fast. And basically, he wasn't the one owning those girls. He was bringing them in just like Pornhub. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's dangerous because your kids are watching videos like stepdad with his stepdaughter, but then you keep on going down that algorithm and you're gonna see some stuff that you shouldn't see. And you have kids searching for content because they just automatically, look for certain content. So I'm just saying
It
that's the issue.
desensitized the generation. I think
Yes, and it's
young
the issue.
millennials, but especially young millennials and Gen Z, with if you gave your kid a phone at 10, 12, boy, when that dude hit puberty, and when that young lady apparently, obviously, according to Yanni, when they hit puberty, they out here, right? They might not be in the streets. Your daughter may technically be a virgin, but that mind is all type of messed up. It's cornified.
And a
But
lot
then
of
you,
that,
but then you couple that with other women and other women who may be of the LGBTQ early age, because you don't think you don't think other girls is getting at other girls early.
they were experimenting.
Wow. And as a anybody want to explain to me how to
Azaria.
pronounce it? Azaria, thank you, Naaman. Thank you. Azaria, thank you, Azaria. And thank you for the super chat. Azaria says, women have adult toys in Walmart, but no fleshlights. Well, I mean, flashlights. I get what you're saying, fleshlights. Yeah. Look, man, I get it. I get it. Look, we got to cater to the women, and to hell with the men, use a sock or your hand and some lotion. I don't know. Right. So I get it. Look, we already know they're 70 some odd percent of the consumer base in the US.
Yeah.
So catering to them. And by the way, that's another reason, going to what we were saying about the what Better You was saying earlier about the super harsh critique of men and boys and their behavior and their proclivities, et cetera, et cetera. The market is about the funds. So excuse me, forget 50-50 critique. No, the women spend about 70%. Well, the women are 70% of the consumers, so we gonna cater to them. And to hell with you and what you got going on and what's best for you, right?
But on
So
the
yeah,
back
yeah.
I
end,
suspect though that's going to change. I think because a, a lot of what the preeminence that females had in consumer spending was largely a product of marriages and coupling. But as we become less coupled, they're going to have to cater more to males as individuals in order to maintain
Yep.
certain market shares. So
Now,
while I agree that has existed for much of the last few decades, I foresee some more segregation of consumer markets in ways in which they're more favorable to young males in particular.
and and let me read this from Buckeye Fan, and I agree with Black Guru on that. And Buckeye Fan says to Z, in the film Baby Boy, Jody was an obvious f boy, but people don't talk about how he was still mourning his brother. What's your opinion of this? You can't be seen as a human. I don't know. I remember he mentioned that to his mom when she threatened to kick him out the first time. But yeah, yeah, no, you're 100% right. And as a matter of fact, when he did get kicked out, he was like, and you should see she kind of resigned herself that maybe he does die when I kick him out. Oh well. But no. The still mourning your brother, that
wait.
shows you as a sympathetic figure. That shows you as a sympathetic figure. That shows you as someone that might be in need of consideration. And why would we do that to black boys and men? Why would, especially as Jody was portrayed as kind of like this kind of whimsical kind of, but he wasn't like super aggressive and mean-hearted dude. He was kind of
It
like this
wasn't.
whimsical kind of like let life happen to him kind
he
of
was a lost boy.
bum. Yeah, like a more that's perfect line. He was more lost than anything, right? Letting life happen to him in the hoods of LA type shit. So, but him still mourning his brother because that's very real to him and dear, and a brother that was very dear to him. That's showing him as a sympathetic figure, and you don't want to do that, right? You don't want you, especially concerning black men and black women, black elders, concerning younger black men. You don't want to show them as sympathetic figures,
Well,
like, right?
now it's
Go
interesting
ahead.
you're saying that because that movie was written and directed by the late great John Singleton, and
True.
so I mean, so nobody probably was more sympathetic to young black men than John Singleton. You know, it's possible that there's a version of what was produced and written that included more of the backstory of the brother, but you know how movies are
Yeah,
made and
but
edited and that sort of thing. That
here's the
you
thing
know,
too, Black Guru. Though,
yeah.
I when I say that, I'm also saying there we so clearly we noticed it. Buckeye fan noticed it. I could recall exactly what he was saying. And so we made note of it in our minds, but it wasn't something that was explored. And
No.
going to what you're saying, there could have been some stuff that had to be chopped in
Well,
production or
I think what he
whatever.
was saying. I
And
think what Singleton was highlighting that was just the frivolity of black male life at that
yep,
time.
yep.
How and it wasn't so much that he wasn't empathetic to it or sympathetic to it as much as the world was. His mother had become desensitized to it,
Mhm.
obviously, because of whatever choices she made. I mean, she was with a guy who had been a killer in prison or whatever. So
Big range.
it was a kind of world where it it was a I don't even know what adjective to use without sounding, harsh. But it wasn't it wasn't a sympathetic world that he was presenting. It was this world of sort of transient relationships where
Yep,
people
yep.
die, gang, he had several different children by several different women. and several different kinds of relationships. And the mother was with a guy who had been in prison and probably killed people or whatever he did because of the time he had been in prison. I don't recall anything about his father.
Nope.
It was that
Not even
kind
a
of
mention.
world. And that world in that time, that's how people were living. It's like go back to Boys in the Hood,
Boys in the
where
Hood, yeah.
nobody was together. Furious wasn't with
Nope.
with
With
Dre's mom, and then the
Angela
girl,
Bassett.
his
Yep.
girlfriend, her mama wasn't with her daddy,
Nope.
and then Doughboy
Dope Boy and
and
them. Nope.
whatever.
Nope.
I mean,
Nope.
that was the real environment. That was
His girlfriend and
a
their son.
depiction of the real world that they lived in there, and I'm sure to a lot. Well, I mean, much of that is gone now because many of those people ain't even in LA now. You know,
That's,
A lot of
in
them
terms
dead
of
or
population.
let
You know,
me do this. So in Black Uru, that I said this to a coworker a few years ago, and I was like, "Oh yeah, New York, where Biggie was. Oh, that's not even the same. That's not even the same New York no more, bro.
no,
No, yeah,
that's
that's
not
not. So
black.
I'm
That's
glad you
not the
brought that up
black.
about L.A.
Yeah, that's not
I'm
black
glad. Yeah.
America
Nope.
anymore. Yeah.
Well,
Well, they more
everybody.
pushed out.
I don't.
Well, the thing about New
Go ahead,
York
line.
is
I know. Go.
the thing about New York is it's more pushed out. Manhattan is always occupied mostly white people, but it's still out in Queens and Brooklyn, and it's in pockets of Brooklyn and Queens more so. But
Okay.
Queens being the big, I think biggest as far as the landmass concerned, is even more segregated because you have high end of other.
You have Trump queens, and you
Yeah,
have,
gentrification,
and then you have the Caribbean queens,
yeah,
and
But even in
no,
but even in Brooklyn, most of as far as the two, and then can't forget Staten Island.
yeah. So let's do this. So I don't know if y'all saw the smoke bomb that went off, and y'all ain't hear the leaves ruffling and whatnot. But it looks like we have a visitor that come around every once in a while, and then he scurries about it. We don't see him, and then he just pops up right in front of us. Shadow
Yeah,
clone. Anyway,
I heard a whistle in the
he's a
wind.
samurai,
you're
not
right.
a shinobi.
I heard the whistle in the wind. I heard it.
All right. What's
To the
going on,
chat,
Nameless?
to the chat and instructors on the panel. Us. I wanted to bring to people's attention just a baseline observation. And it's been in essentially reviewing a lot of this information and looking how a lot of the conversations you and I have had, Z, on various channels, we talked about this concept of the commoditization of human relationships.
Mm-hmm.
We're watching that fall out. I don't know if you've done a video on that yet, fam, but I think that'll be worth really exploring because a lot of those seeds.
Nameless over here bringing me homework. Goddamn, Nameless.
Yeah, man.
Go ahead.
Well, we talked about it, man. You hit me up on IG, and we went through example after example after example.
Good point. You're right.
And
You're right.
I want to draw attention to two primary motivators that are very consistent that marketers have learned to exploit. And I think that they'll be useful and be of service into giving clarity to what we're really observing here. These two primary drivers, and I have to prefix this by saying that this applies in general to human nature, but more specifically, it applies to individuals who are in the industrial first world, irrespective of what their primary language is. If they're in the industrial first world and those first floor Maslow's hierarchy of needs modalities are met, these two forces rise to the top and gain more inertia: fear and sex. And there's an order of operations that they operate from. For men, sex becomes the primary driver, with fear being the secondary modality that they're supposed to be raised to address. For women, it's fear that's their primary modality, with sex being something they're supposed to be brought up through their rites of passage to address. And each tend to hold opposite pieces of this very same coin. And if you watch the way marketing plays out, you'll notice that there's FOMO followed by the simp economy. I think these are the more recent expressions of these markets that are formed as a result of that. And even though the simp economy likely should have a asterisk beside it all, at the end of the day, for men, sex sells, but for women, fear sells. And the whole reason why sex becomes a matter of concern for women is the lack of being able to profit off of men's focus on sex becomes the issue, which is why anything that takes men away from being able to be manipulated by sex is seen as a threat almost inherently across the board. And anything that appears to threaten or put women in a state of fear also creates an opposite but equal response. And I think you'll see that various markets respond to these drivers, and the way these things are playing out socially are animated by those two principles.
I mean, the thing, to speaking to that fear, that's the part that gets me too, because I'm like, yes, they want to get you away from, because yes, if you are not paying attention to women, you're not being a tool for the gynocracy. The thing that kills me though about this fear with women, I'm like, if women's so damn scared, the way they act, I can't tell, because only 22% of women own a weapon.
Let me
do
wait.
this to.
I want to qualify
Go ahead.
the point of fear before you jump in, Mr. Z. That fear is multimodal. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Multimodal. So you've heard this term FOMO, which is fear of more options.
Yes, fear of missing out.
Or fear of more options, fear of missing out.
Yeah.
That is one of the drivers I'm speaking about. So that the very concept of a consumer in and of itself, which is where the social calibration of populations has occurred after the Industrial Revolution. So the rise of big marketing from corporations trying to sell you products, the commoditization, in other words, that came with part of the packaging, if you understand what I'm saying. So there's that existential fear component, but there's gradients of this fear. So all of these things get commoditized or transformed or transmuted into modes of profit to create markets. Even things like makeup, when you just dissect the psychology behind it all. And again, that's why I'm advised looking into the way people make ads and marketers. They've learned to manipulate these things. And now you've got concepts such as the algorithm and being able to tailor these things to individual input that can really hone in and exploit that on an individual level, not just on an aggregate level.
Let me say this. Sorry, I'm chewing. So to what Naaman was saying I'm not Nameless was just saying just now. Well, actually a little bit earlier. When you were speaking, I was thinking about the oh God, I'm gonna have to use this word. The intersection between the fear and the sex. And how many women have great fantasies. You would think that would be something they're fearful of, and I think they are, but at the same time they fantasize about it.
You'd be surprised how many women love to be choked.
Right. And I would exactly where I'm going. That's the direction I'm going in. And how many of them, and you even hear this as a sound drop that God damn, don't forget his name. Coach Greg Adams. Coach Greg Adams plays this sound drop where it's an Asian woman saying, "Have you ever been dominated?" or "I like to be dominated," right? And that's a real thing. So speaking of what you were saying earlier, it's I guess this comes with what not so much what the advancement of society and like kind of having everything you need. So like now it's time to play, and so the intersection of play is doing the fear and the sex thing, which would be grape fantasies or domination fantasies or something like that.
Jordan Peterson did a breakdown of that. Who was he talking to? He was doing an interview with somebody, and Jordan Peterson has an interview where he was breaking that down, and he got into how, firstly, and I kind of touched on it in the chat, how for men, video games and pornography have been profound valves to depressurize the entropy that's within society right now. Because if you don't do that, it would have collapsed a long time ago. It would have experienced heat death or something worse than that. And for women, a lot of those things are expressed through the artificial validation that's been provided for by way of social media, and their sexual gratification by and large comes from a more emotional modality. So the way they have to tell these stories isn't the same. For example, it makes no sense to most men that a vampire or a werewolf would be seen as attractive. That doesn't even register to present danger in an environment where sex is the objective. So it's speaking to that point you're identifying. But to your point also, just like Newtonian physics, when you start pushing that to the extreme, you start seeing other sides of the opposite behavior. So when you look at people who are in really high positions of power who happen to be men, those individuals seem to be into the same stuff the women are into. The whole power fantasy modality, wanting to be dominated, etc. You'll hear a lot of that come out, especially from, I'm going to say, dudes from the palm color persuasion, in that modality across the board. The higher up, I mean, you can even get into the whole deification of it all. What's that an expression of?
That's whose face was in my mind while you were speaking too.
Yep. No Diddy, but it's just to show,
exactly. Go ahead.
It's to show those two drivers, and I wanted to use and contextualize it off of Maslow's pyramid of needs, identifying that once that first floor is handled, that the two major drivers end up being sex and fear, and the order of operations that they're expressed are both present within men and women, but they take a different order of operation to solve. So for men, it's sex. For women, it's fear. And our upbringing is supposed to give us tools to cope with the inverse so that we can provide it for the other. And technology in this current environment is playing on those predispositions. And we're seeing a lot of this come out with some of the discourse we see in a lot of the topics you were discussing today.
Yeah. So I don't know. We've had a conversation multiple times, nameless, about reaction and response and the difference. And I think there's just and I think this is where Compassionate was trying to, speak to BGS, and better, you have spoken to it. The rate of change is so goddamn fast. We don't know which way is up and which way is down, even when it comes to something as basic as human connection, which we've been doing for 250,000 years now, give or take. Like, for people to say, okay, people under 30, young men under 30 not having sex as much, now we're seeing the young men are not walking up to the young women under the age of 25, birth rate going to the crapper with no major wars or whatnot, nothing looming, at least from what we could tell. Yeah, so that when you think of that, it's as if there's something mentally or emotionally putting the brakes on. It really is the Mouse Utopia experiment. It's what we've mentioned. You even hear some of the clips I played, the women saying, like, "Are you men not gonna come outside?" Like, and there's if I didn't post it, there's other clips that are circulating where the women are saying, "So y'all really not gonna come outside? Y'all not gonna talk to us? Y'all not gonna try to date us or court us?" Yeah, go ahead.
Here's what it boils down to. Men, we are left brain oriented, but right brain contextualized. And for women, it's the other way around. What that means is, because we don't create naturally, the way we fulfill that need and finding ourselves in harmony with the creator is we bring what's in our minds out into reality. I'm going to say that one more time. Because we don't naturally create with our bodies the way women do, we instead use concepts and ideas that are born in our mind as ideas and recreate them in reality. So there is a natural alignment with the material world that we have, where we can find a measure of accomplishment that's challenging for women. It's challenging even for cultures that don't even value that, especially if they're highly matriarchal. What that looks like is things that are materially based concepts like putting together infrastructure, building things with your hands, coming up with concepts that you can find in military science, actual combat. These things are physical, visceral modalities that result in interacting with the third dimensional world. And it starts with an idea. You cultivate a skill set, you integrate with it. It has a process that it goes through, and there's a finished product. We are better calibrated to interface with the physical world just as a natural predisposition. On the other hand, women interface with relationships in the exact same way. For them, their contextualization of reality is relation-based. Again, it's not to say that men don't have this. It's just that when we get into an order of operations, what's established first, what's our natural predisposition? For women, it's relationships. So when you get into things like hobbies, for example, men are not interested in general in having a relationship-based participation modality to prepare to deal with real life. We would rather get into establishing hierarchies. We would rather get into establishing an order of operations amongst ourselves so that we can create something physical. Whereas for women, they already can do that by having the baseline for childbirth. You know what I'm saying? So their whole thing is how do they get along and go along? That's a big reason why we get along better if we argue first, if we address the mean respectfully, obviously, if we express a means of conflict and have that negativity put forward in an honest form, we can form stronger bonds to get things done. Whereas with women, when they do the same thing, they can literally be destroyed by that. That's a challenging thing to talk about in the industrial first world now, because most people, through the institutions that they've come across, such as school, and especially school, but even in the households and the legal institutions, they're trying to create people who operate more like women do, with the overemphasis on relations and less about getting involved in that tangible physical world to make, create, and oversee process that way. That's a de-emphasis of producers versus consumers. And it's a process of that feminization. If you understand what I'm trying to highlight here.
You know, Nameless, you just explained the $37 trillion deficit.
Yeah.
You just explained how you end up with a system where a lot of money has been spent, but no actual real wealth. Like, if you take in consideration the total national debt, the total debt, none of us are worth anything. I mean, if you really factor that in. So even though you've had all of these trillions of dollars moving around for decades, but yet we have $27 trillion in debt, there are no real billionaires. There are no real millionaires. We're all collectively broke. You know, and if you have a system where, as you described, it hasn't really been a production-based society, it's been a relationship in a consumer-based society where things are being done, fiat money is being moved, but no real tangible result from most of this. This is how you end up with $37 trillion in debt. Because where has the real actual value been created? Where?
Am I doing my math right? Should it be 350? Because I rounded up 350.
You cut out, Z.
You cut out, bro.
We don't hear you.
Cut out, man.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can
Okay,
hear
okay. I might have did my math backwards.
Wireless.
No, it's me because I'm switching between screens. So and we have about 10 minutes, you guys. Well, 10 maybe 15. Can be reckless on the second half. Maybe I'm doing my math wrong. Is it $350 million divided by 37 trillion, or should I do 37 trillion divided by 350 million? Because I'm trying to get that debt number correct.
37.
Yeah.
So it's the other way around. So I got it right the
$1
first time. Because of course I did it wrong. So that
You cut off again.
Yeah, you cut off again.
that would make all of us we would all be about 105, so $106,000 in debt apiece from what I'm looking
That's
at
correct.
from my math.
That
Yeah.
is correct. But this is a greater as I think it's Black Uru speaking, a greater revelation of what happens. I've been saying this some time. It's very politically incorrect, but I have witnessed that the increased participation of women into certain spheres turn them into a nursery, turn them in, infantilizes them, and has a situation where short-term thinking is taking precedence over long-term thinking. And this is where you end up. No, they can never say no. Like, saying no is the worst thing in the world to say.
Well, take a look at the way a lot of business models are operating in the media as well. Like, it's not even just that. You can take a look at the way decisions are made when it comes down to producing a product. If the concern is what's the formula that I know is going to work versus the formula that might not work, it's risky, but if we succeed, we now become the new leaders in the industry. What happens when everybody makes the safe choice? What happens to the overall environment?
You don't push the envelope.
It doesn't get pushed.
But I don't even think that they're doing that, because DEI is not. Remember, I'm a capitalist. My background's in accounting. DEI is not the safe bet.
No.
Pushing.
Wait. What I mean is this. I'm talking about the overall meta of not fostering an environment of people who are willing to take the risk itself and push forward. The whole idea of DEI, for example, was posited to most of these corporations as, if you don't want to run the risk of being sued and you want to engage a greater percentage of the population in your product, follow these rules. Because I'm going to remind you, the way they came in with the introduction of DEI in the private sector was the same way you would have a product that has to meet certain safety regulations. They were presenting it as a coverall measure. I gotta take care of this call. Z, I'm gonna put a note on that and get back to y'all later. I gotta drop the smoke bomb.
Okay, all right, bro.
All right, peace.
But going to and all that DI that benefited was mainly white women, some LGBTQ white men, some non-black, non-indigenous Latinos, some not indigenous Latinos, and a handful of black women, and like I guess half a person of an LGBTQ black man.
Yeah, black men are at the bottom. I mean, black people as a whole are at the bottom of that.
Yeah.
It was mainly white people, white women to be specific.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
Well, actually, go ahead, man.
Go ahead, Better. Better you and name it. Go ahead.
Like the lion's share. The lion's share, when you do the percentage breakout, like I actually talked about this like a week ago, and from the thumbnail is the breakout. White women pull about 70% of the benefits. Then white men are right behind them, pulling about like 12-13%. It's Asians at like 8%, Hispanics at like I want to say like 6 or 7%, and then it's not even 4%. It's like 3.8. It's all black folks. So like DEI really, I mean, it's another way for white people to otherize themselves.
What needs to be said before anybody says anything. But I gotta give black women. I told you, y'all the mascot for the bullshit. But when people think DEI, some overweight black woman with a baby fro pops into their mind, right? Professor Crunk pops into their mind, right? So like, yeah, no. So that's Stacey Abrams. What's her name? The other one. Should be Brittany. Is it Brittany? Brittany. Goddamn, I forgot her name. Brittany Cooper? No, I forgot her name. The heavy set sister that was blaming capitalism or whatever the hell for her weight, or patriarch or whatever the fuck. Somebody gonna say her name.
The blimp that was suing Lyft.
Is it? No, not her. We're talking about a professor. But yeah, so when people think DEI, some loudmouth, obnoxious, annoying, heavyset black woman is what pops into their mind. Meanwhile,
Shirley
the people
Hemphill.
that have benefited the most, who?
Shirley Hemphill, from what's happening back in the day. That's a prime
Maybe,
example of
but
a big woman, or like a Nell Carter from Give Me a Break.
yeah,
That type of character.
So wouldn't that
So
call?
that's the problem.
When you
Go
lay
ahead.
out the number, when you lay out the numbers, and you said like 78% better you, that makes me question their entire income hierarchy. Because I think as far income hierarchy is Asian women than white women amongst women.
True, but there's a number of white women making guap. No, you're right about that, and you have to be clear. Like, Asian women are okay with subsidizing white men, bro.
Yeah.
Brittany Cooper, thank you. Thank you. It is Brittany Cooper, so I thank you. I'll be down myself, y'all. I promise you. I'll be saying it, and then I'm like, I don't know. But yeah, so the whole income hierarchy. There. Remember what Laura said to Shay Sade on her channel? Laura was the white woman that Shay Sade interviewed. Last year or the year before? She said her brothers or the men in her family all married up. Yeah. And she's not a trailer park white woman neither.
Nope. I caught that.
Yeah, so
the genuine desire for white women, but it's stuff like that. It's like the genuine desire for Brad. I don't get. That's why when I laugh about stats like that, because the stat that you put in your thumbnail, I'm like, y'all mean what? I mean, when I look at that, y'all mean Brad. Y'all mean Brad's between 18 and 25 ain't approaching nobody.
Yeah, exactly. But why would they have to when the women are throwing themselves at them?
They don't think they have. That's the thing. I'm like, why would they have? One, they don't think they have. Well, it's a double-edged sword. One, they don't think they have to, but only a select few of them don't have to. But the crazy part is the other ones who actually got to work for it, they actually have that entitlement problem too.
And they angry at the world.
Yeah, and they ain't mad at the world. So when I hear that's the thing that makes me laugh when I hear white dudes struggling about dating. I'm like, what the fuck you got to complain about?
Well, because it's a different. Real quick, it's a different thing between what we're saying and what they're saying. What we're saying is how the world is screwing us. They might be using the same words. It's a whole different feeling, though.
Yeah.
For them, they want the women to bow. I want to make sure I make the distinction between the black manosphere and the white manosphere. I'll always do this. We want cooperation. A lot of niggas say submission. That's not what y'all want. And when I say that, I mean, like, if I actually ask you to describe it, you're gonna describe cooperation and not submission. If I ask the average, maybe in the black manosphere is a bit different, but if I ask the average black man, he's gonna more describe cooperation than submission. No, the white boys went straight bow down. The kicker is they sound softer about what they want, even though it's more demanding. We sound harsher about what we want, even though it's a whole lot more benign.
Egalitarian.
Because
egalitarian.
But from our mindset, we're like, it's only freaking fair. It's only right. If you want, you want me to do all this, because what we're saying is, well, y'all keep talking about your standards and what you think a man should do. I'm like, well, this is what's required of you. If that's
this is the thing.
It's only fair.
Who here has a problem washing dishes?
That's what a dishwasher's for.
But you're answering the question exactly. Nobody here got a problem washing. I'm doing that on purpose because the way black men, particularly the black manosphere, is framed is like niggas want to go walk in the door, backhand their son who might be a little moist, right? Choke slam their wife onto the counter, grape her like this is goddamn freaking Ike Turner in Tina Turner movie type thing.
Like a hybrid of Joe Jackson and Ike Turner.
You see what I'm saying? Like, seriously, that's the way it's framed. But I'm purposely asking that question to say this is not what it is, and it's never been that, right?
No.
It's never. Going to what Lon was just saying. The thing is, black men are just saying it's only fair, and what black women are saying is what the society is saying is Negro, you don't get fair.
Then you get nothing.
Thank you. I agree. If I can't get fair, you don't get nothing. You don't get anything.
But my thing is like, well, then my response is, well, then you get nothing, and then they get mad at that. I'm like, no,
Just to push back on that, you gotta understand. There's it's a sense of entitlement. And that's what Patrice once talked about. The problem with women a lot of days. If you go back to like Black Phillip, women think they're entitled. There are a lot of groups who think they're entitled to this, that, and the third. And picking up what you're saying, Z, the argument is like, like what a lot of liberals say, like white guys want to go back to the 1950s and shit like that. No, you cannot. The technology will not allow you to. And not to mention the technology's got everybody overwhelmed the way it's progressing so fast and improving so fast. You're like, can you slow the fuck down so we can catch up? We're not. I mean, the technology is here. It's just society is not where it needs to be just to adapt to it, because it's evolving to such a pace that it's hard for people to adapt. And
it's moving fast, Nema.
Way too fast.
Fast.
And you're like, I'm getting too old for this shit. But I just want to mention something, a couple of things. Like what Nameless was saying about men have to go about, doing things like you guys saying, like women are asking, where are the guys at? We're around. We just don't like you like that. No, Patrice O'Neill said that. No, Patrice. Hey. Wait. Get in the trunk.
No, I know the stand up. I know not the stand up. I know what you're gonna mention, but he was like, we just want you around. We just want you somewhere in the domicile.
Men don't want to be alone. We need to be by ourselves. Or what he said, like Black Phillip on the Black Phillip show. That one episode where I mentioned the whole thing about 2 girls, 1 cup, and Patrice talking about what happened on his birthday. A guy calls in because they were frustrated with this one member of the show.
I got 5 minutes before we got end out. So make it quick because I got to read these super chats and yeah.
2 guys were calling into the show and they were out fishing. Immediately, Lena Paul. Sorry, not Lena. Why did I mention a porn star's name? I mentioned Leah Bonema. She was like, "What you guys doing out in the woods?" Implying on some Brokeback Mountain shit. Not realizing, guys, we like to do things like out in the nature, do things that we like to do, and women try to shame us by making it think it's, gay or something like that. When it's not.
Yeah, they gotta do that. They don't respect the hunting pack. That's all.
They don't respect what guys like to do. They don't respect the skill. Like one member, Blue Boogie, who's a DJ. They don't respect that. They don't respect it.
They respect what they benefit from. They respect what they benefit from.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Go ahead, Socrates. I know I heard Black Uru, and we got to round out y'all for this. We got a couple minutes. I got to read these super chats, and we got to end out. Go ahead. Socrates.
Women don't have a lot of hobbies, man. So they don't understand having personal interests.
Socrates,
their personal interests are Instagram, gossip, and following men. That's their hobby, following men. If men go to the woods, they want to follow them.
Socrates, I swear to God, I just had a conversation with a female an hour ago. I swear to God, they really don't have no hobbies.
They have no hobbies, man.
They really don't.
I'll give you a prime example. I do ham radio. So ham radio is like an amateur radio operator that you need a license with the FCC to do. That's my hobby. That's what I do personally for myself, plus the other operators around the world. I talk to a woman about it.
I'm messing with you.
I'm a super geek. I'm a super geek.
Huh? Go ahead. I'm messing with you. Go ahead.
I'm dead ass. I asked, like, I was in a conversation.
Line, hold up a second. Line.
Okay. Let's do this. I'm sorry, y'all. We got a couple minutes, so let me we'll do this. Goddamn, Black Rule left already. Okay, so Name, I think you was trying to say something, and I gotta read the super chat. I gotta read these super chats. As a matter of fact, go ahead. If you said you wanted to read them,
I'll read them
start right here.
And then I'm gonna say what I say. All over the Gray, he's saying like, the talent followed the money. Geniuses getting recruited out of Africa and signed into lifelong contracts with Lucifer.
Yeah, because we went real close to like the brain drain conversation, so I know why he went. The brain. We got real close to that conversation earlier. Yeah.
The brain drain is serious, especially for those of us who come from the third world and everything.
Yeah, especially when we're talking about the H-1B. We got close to talking about the H-1B visas. As a matter of fact, we did, but we just didn't say that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. And next super chat. Guy Incognito, thank you for $2. He said, Rich and Fritz stopped many men from family formation. Yeah, they did, because they were like they were not the only ones.
Them niggas is weirdo square niggas. And this is the thing. I don't ever want us to be the male versions of the women, bro. I don't want us to be the male version of the scorned ass, bitter ass women over here, bro. And when you look at Fresh and Fit, Myron especially, Myron is messing up all their money because he don't know how to fucking control himself. Number one. Number two, they're just dweeb niggas that got a little YouTube fame now, and then they like flexing on the women and throwing them bitches out the goddamn studio. Like,
I mean, yeah, that's how
it's
Just bitch made, man.
yo.
yeah, thank you. They really like it's some weirdo shit. Them niggas, bro.
Myron,
When I saw
I have
real quick, when I saw Myron talking to Angry Man and like and I'm watching Ariel, I'm like, nigga, you really letting this nigga shit on reparations and all that other shit? Like, y'all niggas taking this edgelords culture shit way too far, bro. Go ahead, go.
I was trying to find the damn conversation and I can't find it to save my life.
Bro, nobody. I got 40 minutes of it, but for me to send it to you, it would take me all day to try to download it. Like
I just wanted to hear the
yeah.
conversation because I wanted to hear what he said because all I had was your commentary of it. And I'm like, I just want to hear the conversation.
Yeah, and I don't want to get struck by Angry Man, and you know, he did take it down and all that other shit. So like there is, you know, kind of certain rules to this shit. But yeah, man, like I watched it and I'm like, what the fuck, bro? Yeah, it's that too. But I mean, as a respect to Angry Man, I wouldn't put it out there if he took it off, right? But at the same time, bro, man.
I mean, Myron has his points with the women stuff. I mean, I'll give him that. He does have his points with it. But sometimes with the way he talks now, I'm like, I look at Myron, I'm like, how much action were you really getting for this money, though?
All right.
Straight up.
Okay.
Let me read this one. Let me read this one. And Inspired Shoot says 5-hour stream. Wow, bro. I'll be doing this, bro. It ain't nothing. I think the closest I ever got, I think I almost hit 9 hours one time. I might even clipped over it. But yeah, no, we be doing this. We be doing it. The reason why I can't go any longer is because, you know, I can't make it a regular stream for this other half. So yeah, but no, Inspired Shoot. I'll be doing this, bro. But the way I move is let's just say everybody regular streams, but don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments, right? So yeah, so y'all know how MrZB moving on. Like,
Lion,
you know,
yeah. You guys, because this motherfucker comes from my part of the world. Yeah, Sweet Pea was the most self-aware in Baby Boy. Oh, good point, Buckeye. You know, I would have mentioned this. You remember the beginning of the movie where they used the metaphor of, you know, Jody played by Tyrese, where he's like a fully grown man. They say a black man is not fully grown until he leaves his mother's house. That's why he acts the way he said. That's why the home is called the crib. That's why his friends are called his boys. And you see him like a fetus. Remember the beginning of the movie where it's like him inside the womb like a fetus? Because they're saying he's not commodified. And we don't know what kind of nature his older brother Ray was. But what I want to mention was what I mentioned about as far as Myron goes. First of all, y'all, he's just being what he is. Because, you know, he is what he is. And I'm not talking about personality, mentality wise. No, I'm talking about he is Sudanese, he's Arab, and that shit he does. Sudanese, y'all don't know how we get, you know, Eritreans, Ethiopians. We gotta explain to y'all. These guys, some of them, they're pretty down to earth, good natured folks. But the problem is, some of them, they do that bullshit. They do this passive aggressive bullshit, where they just say some shit just to get you mad. Not to mention, because they identify as Arabs and because of their part in the slave trade, they have this sense of superiority over us. With us, they can't fuck with us though, because they understand the history of how our ancestors destroyed the Kushites and everything back in the 4th century, and then we fucked them. Then when they went to war with us,
I gotta end now. So if you want to read this super chat, and then I'm gonna make my closing and end this on out.
Okay. Lionel Player One, thank you for the $5. What good is your when you can't get it anyway with a person you want to, or you deal with someone who doesn't want to have with you when in the act. Yo, we got to talk about that conversation. We got to continue.
Yeah, that might kick off the beginning of next stream. We'll see about that. And thank you, Lion Player One, for that.
Mr. Z After Dark, because
we'll try to kick, because you know I gotta be out. But look, I'm glad that I was able to bring y'all up. I want to do a more in-depth version of this conversation too, with more links, different links. Because I kind of was a little jovial with it today, and kind of not as disciplined as I could be. Because I think, no, not even think, this does affect everything. And now you're starting to hear politicians talk about this birth rate. So the young men not walking up, y'all should have created a better product, America. But we'll see how this goes, right? And so we'll pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God. And y'all, Mr. Z is out. All right, everybody, mute up, and we're out of here.